disciple of Orochimaru, the evil scientist from Naruto. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 401. I'm the fourth Hokage. Sigh. I don't know why, but I always feel like we're the unforgivable villains. Minato Namikaze rested his chin on his hand as he watched the scene before him, then couldn't help but sigh. While it's true that there's no such thing as good or evil among ninjas after all, people with different perspectives have different opinions on different things, which is perfectly normal. Even Minato Namikaze felt that Kenichi Amemiya's actions were simply too evil. This is also to minimize further losses. Kenichi Amemiya didn't seem to care. He was preparing a sacrifice to revive the fourth Mizukage, Yagura Kurutaji. However, to prevent Yagura Kurutaji from fully unleashing his full power, he had only prepared an ordinary genin. Minato Namikaze hesitated to speak, then chose silence after a moment. He knew that saying anything would be useless. If that was the case, it would be better to keep quiet. After all, war is like this. Kind-hearted people can't stand it. Soon, with the impure world reincarnation complete, Kuratachi Yagura opened his eyes. He looked around in confusion, then saw Namikaze, Minato and Amemiya Kenichi leaning against the wall, his hands folded. Those Konoha guys. Kuratachi Yagura leaped to his feet, but then realized something was amiss with him. As a ninja, he had a strong grasp on his body, and there was definitely something wrong with him. He remembered being dead. After performing the secret technique, he had also died due to the death of the Three Tails. Don't be so excited, Yondaime Mizukage. Amemiya Kenichi looked at Kuratachi Yagura nonchalantly. A genin's body couldn't exert much of his original power, and without the Three Tails, Kuratachi Yagura might not be enough to defeat Namikaze Minato. So, he was even less worried. How dare you desecrate the dead? Kuratachi Yagura glared at Amemiya Kenichi angrily. The corners of Amemiya Kenichi's mouth twitched. Was this the time to bring up this? Why did it seem like the ninja world treated the dead with such reverence? If his jutsu succeeded, wouldn't Yagura Kuruta see it and die from a brain hemorrhage? Fourth Mizukage, come and tell us about the distribution of your Kirigakure's power within the Land of Water. This will also help your people survive. Amemiya Kenichi looked at Yagura Kuruta, who hadn't yet activated his manger key. Yagura Kuruta, in turn, was cautiously observing his surroundings. He remembered Minato Namikaze and the strange figure with the Sharingan he had seen before. I won't tell you. Don't dream, Yagura Kuruta sneered. He absolutely wouldn't cooperate with Amemiya Kenichi in revealing the distribution of his village's power within the Land of Water. However, he felt a pang of worry at his words. After all, he wasn't a fool, and he could tell that Amemiya Kenichi's words were a pretext for his plan to take over the entire Land of Water. Before, Yagura wouldn't have believed someone could have such a large appetite. But after experiencing the atomic bomb, Yagura's confidence faded. After all, if the Hidden Mist village couldn't withstand the attack, and even the Three Tails couldn't, how could the capital of the Land of Water withstand it? Wouldn't the daimyo of the Land of Water be a prisoner? Don't you want to save your child? Amemiya Kenichi said with a smile, and a kaleidoscope quietly appeared in his eyes. Yagura was stunned when he heard it, and then he subconsciously raised his head to glance at Amemiya Kenichi. Seeing Amemiya Kenichi before him, Yagura's eyes were startled. He had never expected that the person with the Sharingan was this guy in front of him. Amemiya Kenichi curled his lips. He had just considered using a Jinjutsu to see if he could trick Yagura into telling him what he knew. However, he didn't expect the impure world reincarnation to be extremely resistant to Jinjutsu. The Jinjutsu failed. My child. Kuruta Yagura's pupils shrank. There's no greater love than the devotion one gives to one's child. Though Kuruta Yagura was the fourth Mizukage, wasn't he also a father? Your child is still alive, for now, but if he's not treated quickly, he'll die, Amemiya Kenichi added, seeing the situation unfold. As the fourth Mizukage, Kuruta Yagura must know a great deal. With his intelligence, sensor suppression of the entire Water Kingdom would be much easier. The Hidden Mist village had been destroyed by a nuclear explosion. While it would only take time for Sensei to take over the entire Water Kingdom, having the 4th Hokage's information would naturally speed things up considerably. Amemiya Kenichi needed to seize control of the Water Kingdom before the other 4 ninja villages noticed. He also had to be wary of many, who would surely fight tooth and nail. "I'm the 4th Mizukage," Kiruta Yagura sneered, unhesitatingly forming hand seals and performing ninjutsu. Amemiya Kenichi frowned slightly. It looked like the negotiations had broken down. But Yagura Kiruta's choice was nothing short of foolish. What could he do now? As long as Kenichi Amemiya stood still, he wouldn't be able to harm him. But to his surprise, Yagura Kiruta slapped him in the chest, unleashing a ninjutsu that shattered his chest. Even the impure world reincarnation couldn't ignore such a wound. Suicide. Amemiya Kenichi hadn't expected Yagura Kiruta to choose. He'd assumed he was planning a desperate attempt to take him down. "Well, if you don't want to talk, that's fine. But what about others?" Amemiya Kenichi observed Yagura Kiruta's body beginning to disintegrate, patting his face with a chuckle. Yagura Kiruta looked at Kenichi with indifference, a hint of sarcasm on his face. "What's it to me what others say? I can only take care of myself," Yagura Kiruta sneered. He had no idea what the man wanted with the water country information, but he certainly wouldn't cooperate. But he hadn't expected the dead to be so resistant to such illusions. "If I had known, I should have died. That way, I wouldn't have brought such harm to the village. I hope I reach the Pure Land. Everyone won't blame me, a useless cage, will they?" Looking at the smiling Yagura Kiruta returning to the Pure Land, Kenichi Amemiya's face sank. This guy had the audacity to mock him before returning? How interesting. But Kenichi Amemiya wasn't about to get angry with the dead man. After all, he was once the Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village. If it weren't for his intervention, he would have died in the future, but he probably could have lived for a while. Kenichi Amemiya shook his head and went to check on the survivors of the Hidden Mist Village who had survived the nuclear explosion. These survivors, still alive and weak, were naturally unable to resist Kenichi Amemiya's illusions. Kenichi Amemiya soon discovered the highest ranking ninja among them, the leader of the Hidden Mist Village ANBU, Sora. What an awe-inspiring name. Kenichi Amemiya observed the struggling Sora and began to treat him. He first tried the extraction technique, a ninjutsu that could extract harmful substances from the body. However, this only allowed Amemiya Kenichi to extract some debris from the victim's body, and it seemed to have no effect on the victim's injuries. Well, after all, some of Uchiha's toxins can't be cured by such a ninjutsu. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many ninjas who deal with poisons in the ninja world, Amemiya Kenichi said, unconcerned. He knew the chances of extracting the nuclear radiation this way were slim, but he had to try anyway. For now, he could only resort to crude anti-radiation treatments. Of course, some chemically synthesized drugs can't be produced, but perhaps we can try some traditional Chinese medicines. Amemiya Kenichi began treating Sora. This world itself didn't understand radiation. Although the ninja world's technology tree was strange, it was still difficult to make the people aware of its existence. Therefore, Amemiya Kenichi didn't expect to find a specific cure for radiation. Fortunately, traditional Chinese medicines did exist, but a specific cure would have to wait until he stabilized the water country. The nuclear physics books that Kenichi Amemiya had read mentioned that iodine could help alleviate radiation symptoms to a certain extent. Whether it was the ninja's excellent physical condition or Sora's good luck, at least after taking some traditional Chinese medicine, the other party's physical functions had stabilized significantly. Kenichi Amemiya took advantage of this opportunity to implant a fully developed parasite into the other party. After all, it takes time for the implanted parasite egg to grow from larva to adult, and this time might be enough for the teacher to end the war in the Water Kingdom. So Kenichi Amemiya chose to directly implant an adult parasite. Once the adult parasite attached itself to the other party's brainstem, Kenichi Amemiya could control the other party. "Can you get him to answer the questions honestly now?" Kenichi Amemiya asked his offspring. He could sense his offspring's presence and establish basic communication. "It will damage the brain, but it's okay." The offspring's answer was a bit confusing, but it didn't matter. As long as it worked, it was fine. Soon, Amemiya Kenichi pried some information from Azorasora and quickly reported it to his teacher. The teacher began to deploy troops based on the situation in the Land of Water, while Amemiya Kenichi herself traveled to the capital of the Land of Water. A country has two most important places, the capital and the villages. The capital of the Land of Water is where the theoretical supreme authority resides, while the Hidden Mist Village serves as the nation's military bulwark. Now that the battle in the Hidden Mist Village is over, it's time to pacify the situation there as well. But I'm really curious. How did my student do it? Orochimaru glanced in the distance toward the Hidden Mist Village. He could see a mushroom-like black cloud standing tall there. Orochimaru remarked that it resembled the weapon his student called a thermobaric bomb, but it seemed larger. This intrigued Orochimaru. From what his student had said, it seemed like the Hidden Mist Village had been quickly pacified. That was a whole village. Had his student already reached such a level? But then Orochimaru's attention was focused on the chaotic water country capital below. A flash of light flashed across her eyes. My disciples are so outstanding. As their teacher, I can't fall behind. Orochimaru looked down at the water country below. Then, one by one, the snow country ninjas leaped down, and Orochimaru followed closely behind. As one of the power centers of the water country capital was protected by a number of jonin. To minimize casualties and quickly suppress the country, Orochimaru needed a quick victory. Although Orochimaru thought that simply slaughtering the entire population of the water country capital would eliminate the risk of intelligence leaks, given the numerous ninja spies gathered there, he had no other choice. His disciples' ambitions were too great, and he needed a sufficient population to support them. As their teacher, he had to help. The Hidden Mist Village becomes history today. Amemiya Kenichi looked at the Hidden Mist Village before him and wrote it down on a piece of paper. Minato Namikaze had already led his team to his teacher's place to help suppress the Land of Water, while Kenichi Amemiya remained behind. He needed to observe the effects of nuclear radiation on the environment, and then, incidentally, experiment with the ninjutsu he had in mind. So many people died. What a shame. Kenichi Amemiya looked at the Hidden Mist Village, seemingly hearing the wails of countless wronged souls, but his heart remained calm. This was the nature of this fucked up world. Countless innocent people had shed their blood and lives on this land. The three ninja world wars had resulted in countless casualties, and the warring states period before that had even more. Now, it was just one person from the Hidden Mist Village who had died. Only when true peace arrived could the world return to normal. Then let's give it a try. Kenichi Amemiya was still some distance away from the Hidden Mist Village. After all, he didn't want to be affected by the nuclear radiation. Let me think about it. According to my previous speculation, the improved ninjutsu of resurrecting the dead adopts the concept of the ninjutsu of impure world reincarnation, but without sacrifices, it is impossible to revive the dead to form enough combat power. Then what if the theory of self-reincarnation is added? Kenichi Amemiya thought with his eyes closed. If the resurrection of the dead abides by the principle of equal exchange, then if you want the dead to have a certain combat power, you should also pay more. Only in this way can you get the deserved reward. Senjutsu. Kenichi Amemiya opened his eyes, and the corners of his eyes were densely covered with lightning patterns. Then, a huge amount of chakra condensed and surged in his body, and began to form a specific shape according to Kenichi Amemiya's ideas and seals. If Kenichi Amemiya opened the main Gekyo at this time, he would find that his chakra was constructing a door, the prototype of mysterious door. Chapter 402, The Fall of the Water Nation. Hokage-sama. Urgent information. In the Konoha Hokage building, the new 5th Hokage, Tsunade, was sitting at her desk handling Konoha's government affairs when she saw an ANBU ninja rush in. The other person's eyes were filled with anxiety, which made Tsunade realize that something serious must have happened this time, otherwise there was no reason for this ANBU ninja to be so anxious. As the information was handed to Tsunade, she took a look at it, and this look made her completely stunned. She stared at the information in astonishment, even rubbing her eyes. After confirming that she had seen it correctly, Tsunade put down the information with a complicated expression. The world has changed. Tsunade leaned back in her chair in confusion. The content of this information made her, the 5th Hokage, feel a little confused. After all, that was the Hidden Mist Village. The Hidden Mist Village in the Land of Water, one of the 5 major ninja villages of the 5 great nations, was actually conquered by others? No, I have to share this information with the old man. Besides, the fighting in Takigakure is over. We need to, yes, summon the elders. Tsunade slammed the table and stood up. She had a premonition. This incident would become a major event that the entire ninja world could not ignore. And just as she expected, as the information gradually spread to the other 3 kingdoms, whether it was Kumogakure, Sand Village, or Iwagakure, they were all in turmoil. Unexpectedly, Kirigakure, one of the 5 great ninja villages, rivaled by their reputation, had been attacked. According to the intelligence, Kirigakure was nearly destroyed, the 4th Mizukage was killed, the 3-tailed beast was dead, the Water Kingdom capital was captured, and the daimyo seems to be alright. In Kumogakure, the Reikage AI was scowling over the information in his hands. It was astonishing, truly shocking. It made AI feel that the previous report about the giant tree in Takigakure that produced heroic water, burned by Kirigakure Terumimei, pale in comparison. AI knew that preserving the giant tree in Taki no Kuni was difficult. After all 5 ninja villages would attack, and those who couldn't get it would be destroyed. This was a common ninja tactic. Although the hero's water was powerful, even he, the Reikage, couldn't bring himself to send his ninja army to seize it. After all, doing so could easily trigger the 4th Shinobi World War. Unexpectedly, while Terumimei successfully destroyed the giant tree, her home was robbed. I guess the one with the biggest headache right now is Terumimei, Deru yawned, looking listless. After all, while the attack on the Hidden Mist Village was serious, it wasn't enough to warrant a full-scale war against the Hidden Cloud Village. After all, it was someone else's village, not their own. Furthermore, the Hidden Mist Village, the Land of Water, was far from the 4 great nations, and had no allies in previous wars. However, if it was a matter of profit, then perhaps there was a chance. But would those parasites living in the capital really declare war on the Hidden Cloud Village? That was a truly interesting question. Lord Reikage, the daimyo wishes to see you. Just then, an ANBU from the Hidden Cloud Village entered. Deru's eyes sharpened. The Reikage glanced at the ANBU and nodded. While the daimyo was powerless, he was still the nominal supreme ruler, and he still had to show his respect. Are you not planning to kill the daimyo of the water country? The chaotic situation in the water country capital, following the day of the attack, had quickly stabilized. Orochimaru stood in the laboratory, curiously watching Kenichi Amemiya perform genetic modifications on the surviving ninjas of the water country. Not yet. Kenichi Amemiya shook his head. It wasn't that he didn't want to kill, but that he couldn't. The reason was simple. This world was somewhat different from the previous one. Ninja battles during the Warring States period were essentially cricket brawls played by the wealthy. The Uchiha and Senju clans were both hired by others, and became sworn enemies. Although Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha later joined forces to found Konoha, leading to the formation of the 5 great ninja villages, they still received financial support from their respective daimyo. Under these circumstances, it's hard to say whether these wealthy individuals have any private connections, such as offensive and defensive alliances. If Kenichi Amemiya were to kill a daimyo, would the other 4 daimyo react by aggressively bribing the 4 villages to attack him? While this possibility is unlikely, it's still a precautionary measure. It's better to be safe than sorry, isn't it? Are you worried about the other 4 daimyo? The teacher immediately noticed Kenichi Amemiya's concern, and glanced at a location in the daimyo's mansion. The daimyo of the water country was currently dining peacefully under the close protection of 2 jonin from the snow country. With the entire water country government now in Kenichi Amemiya's hands, the daimyo could only sign, repeatedly stamping, like a stamping robot. Well, after all, I don't know if there's some shady alliance of interests among these daimyo. Amemiya Kenichi clapped his hands. Today's transformation plan was complete. All that was left was for them to adjust before they could activate their Sharingan. Orochimaru shrugged non-committally. The position of daimyo was indeed quite mysterious, but she felt her student was being overly concerned. If it were during the Warring States period, these wealthy individuals would have had some implicit consensus. But now, in the age of ninja villages, the cage was the one who determined the overall direction of national policy, while the daimyo was more of a tool. The concentration of ninja and the shared identity had made them less fearful of the daimyo. It could be said that the current ninja world operated somewhat like a constitutional monarchy. The daimyo was nominally the supreme leader, but the cage handled all the actual government affairs, leaving the daimyo to deal with the affairs of ordinary people at most. What was that bug you implanted in them? Orochimaru no longer cared about the question. She, her student, could handle those problems anyway. She was more curious about Amemiya Kenichi's methods of controlling these people. It's that ancient parasite you mentioned earlier, sensei. I stumbled upon one while out and about, and that's how it all came to be, Amemiya explained casually. The existence of parasites couldn't be concealed. With the right tools, they could be detected, and the Byakugan could easily pinpoint their location. So, Amemiya had no intention of hiding anything. He planned to promote the existence of parasites to a certain degree in the future. After all, combined with genetic modification, they could allow even ordinary people to become ninjas. Amemiya suspected that many civilians, unable to become ninjas, would be willing to accept this gift. But wouldn't this spark a future conflict between native ninjas and parasitic ninjas? Like the magical battles of past lives? However, Amemiya wasn't particularly concerned. After all, those battles relied on a sufficient material foundation. Only when people were well fed and well rested, and had nothing else to do, could they afford to discuss them. If people were constantly hustling for food, who would have the time to dwell on power or magical battles? The first thing they thought about when they woke up was how to get enough to eat. Parasites? You found that thing? Orochimaru piqued his interest. While she knew it was insect eggs, she hadn't really considered it parasitic. This, in turn, piqued her interest. By the way, teacher, do you have any research on crop improvement? Amemiya Kenichi thought of something important. Now that he had occupied the land of water, he immediately dispatched his shadow clones to explore for uranium ore. However, there was another matter to attend to: crop improvement. The cold-resistant crops previously cultivated in the land of snow weren't particularly suitable for the land of water, as the climate there wasn't as harsh, so the crops needed to be improved. No, but you could ask Sanzuamado about that. He's more into genetics. The teacher shook her head. She truly didn't have much experience with crop improvement. Amemiya Kenichi then remembered that he had the great Sanzuamado. He hurried out of the laboratory and found Sanzuamado, who was setting up his own lab. Do you want to improve crops? When Amemiya Kenichi found Sanzuamado, he was eating with his daughter Sanzuakabe. Amado seemed in good spirits. Well, after all, if the number of ninjas increases, food consumption will also increase. It's always good to prepare in advance. Amemiya Kenichi nodded. Unless the ninja world can evolve into life forms that don't need food, more food is definitely better. Ninjas are gluttons and eat a lot. This problem is not mentioned much in the original story, but it is a problem that must be faced. I remember you researched this before. Sanzuamado frowned slightly. His scientific research on genetic programming and improvement was mainly focused on humans, and he was not very familiar with crops. Here is my previous experimental log. You can take a look. Amemiya Kenichi handed the log to Sanzuamado, who took it, but did not read it immediately. Amemiya Kenichi was not in a hurry. After asking Sanzuamado for help, he left. After all, the other party was still eating, so he couldn't keep talking business here. That would be tactless. By now, the information about my capture of the hidden mist village in the water country has probably spread throughout the ninja world, right? Amemiya Kenichi yawned, then strolled leisurely through the streets of the water country. Namake's Minato wasn't there. He'd taken an airship back to the snow country to meet Naruto and Uzumaki Kushina, apparently wanting to discuss something regarding the Ninetales. Amemiya Kenichi remained non-committal. He had initially asked Minato if he could take Naruto and Uzumaki Kushina with him, but Minato refused. Amemiya Kenichi understood Minato's concerns. After all, even though the water country was occupied by them, it wasn't entirely stable. If the war spread there, it would be troublesome, so it was better to stay safe in the snow country. Just as Amemiya Kenichi was thinking, he suddenly felt a subtle fluctuation of chakra. Then, he subconsciously tilted his neck, and a long needle pierced the ground in front of him. Kenichi Amemiya's body instantly disappeared from the spot, and the next second, he was standing behind the two people. "Where are you going?" Kenichi Amemiya looked at the two people in front of him, one big and one small, quite harmonious. However, looking at the beheading sword in the hands of one of them, Kenichi Amemiya also revealed a playful smile. Coupled with the delicate face of the smaller man, Kenichi Amemiya already knew who the two people in front of him were: Zabuza Momochi and Haku. There was nothing much to say about Zabuza Momochi. Naruto became the first leveling baby of the ninja, and it also allowed Naruto's Ninetales power to erupt for the first time. If Sasuke was not a boy, Sasuke could have directly become the heroine. Haku was a typical example of a girl being drawn, but forced to be a boy. However, Haku and Zabuza Momochi were still very popular. Did you kill Yagura Karatachi? Although Zabuza Momochi was not the bandaged face of the future, he was almost there. Yes, it's me. Amemiya Kenichi wasn't worried about anything happening. Zabuza Momochi and Haku's strength was just so, not worth worrying about. Momochi's abuser gripped the beheading sword tightly. He had returned after learning of the destruction of the Hidden Mist village and had come to the capital. The reason he targeted Amemiya Kenichi was simple. He was the only ninja in the Water Kingdom capital at the moment. The others had disappeared. After testing Zabuza Momochi, he realized the man's formidable strength. The Hidden Mist village traitor, Zabuza Momochi, right? Who's this person next to you? Amemiya Kenichi looked at Zabuza Momochi and Haku with amusement. The two little guys were quite interesting. This is Haku. Momochi's abuser looked at the man before him cautiously. The fact that he could kill Yagura Karatachi and even destroy the Hidden Mist village proved his strength was beyond comprehension. He was definitely no match for the man before him. What are you doing here? And attacking me? Are you seeking revenge for the Hidden Mist village? Amemiya Kenichi looked at Zabuza with a hint of a smile in his eyes. Zabuza Momochi's strength was average, but he could serve as a captain or member of an assassination squad. After all, he excelled in silent killing techniques, which were quite useful for assassinations. As for Haku, although his bloodline limit was ice release, Amemiya Kenichi wasn't particularly concerned. He might have considerable attainments in medical ninjutsu. Chapter 403 Constitutional Monarchy. After hearing Amemiya Kenichi's words, Zabuza Momochi's eyes flickered with confusion. His life's mission was to kill the fourth Mizukage, Kirutaji, who initiated the blood mist policy. He hadn't expected him to die at the hands of the very ninja before him. Furthermore, the entire Hidden Mist village had been destroyed. He couldn't find a single survivor there, and for some reason, he felt uneasy being near it. So Zabuza Momochi didn't stay there for long, emerging a short while later with Haku in tow. "Would you like to serve me?" Amemiya Kenichi offered a rare olive branch. Was Zabuza Momochi powerful? It's hard to say. Although Zabuza Momochi was an S-rank rebel ninja and a jonin, his initial appearance wasn't particularly intimidating. This was likely due to Kishimoto's initial design. At the time, Zabuza Momochi had only a few jutsu at his disposal, and his water clones could be broken by a recently graduated genin. While Uchiha Sasuke was known for his cheating abilities, his strength at the time was certainly modest. When they broke the water clones, neither Naruto nor Sasuke had yet begun to exploit their abilities. It's clear that Zabuza Momochi's strength was relatively weak at the time, even vulnerable to attacks like Kyune Shuriken. However, the combat power of the jonin in the later stages of Naruto's history has skyrocketed. This is likely why Zabuza was reincarnated through the impure world reincarnation to enhance his abilities. It can't be helped, the differences in some of the settings before and after Naruto are indeed quite significant. With so many patches, some characters, like the Sannin, naturally become clowns. I don't seem to be able to refuse. Zabuza Momochi licked his lips. Although he was a renegade ninja, the most important thing for a renegade ninja in this world was to know when to seize opportunities. Zabuza Momochi didn't know the true extent of the man before him, but he knew he was much stronger than him, far stronger. That alone was all he needed to know. Very good, you. Amemiya Kenichi glanced at Zabuza Momochi. His strength seemed limited to being a ninja unit member. As for Haku, Amemiya Kenichi decided to assign him to the medical ninja unit, but that would undoubtedly make Haku feel uneasy, given his deep feelings for Zabuza. Kenichi Amemiya was also somewhat curious about the paths these two would take after their fates were changed. What would be the final outcome? Take this Haku, and go to this place to sign up. You'll serve as one of the guardians. Kenichi Amemiya had finally made his decision. Medical ninjas were generally quite capable. After all, medical ninjutsu required meticulous chakra control. However, he still planned to form a unit to protect them, to ensure the safety of the wounded. Okay, Zabuza Momochi nodded. Kenichi Amemiya glanced at him, then took out 2 previously prepared parasite pills, and handed them to Zabuza and Haku. Take them, and you learn my trust, Kenichi Amemiya said without question. Zabuza Momochi's face turned pale. Could this be some kind of poison? A poison meant to control him and Haku? But one must bow down under the eaves. Zabuza Momochi swallowed the parasite eggs Kenichi Amemiya had given him, and when Haku saw Zabuza swallow them, he swallowed them without hesitation. Amemiya Kenichi smiled. The eggs he had given Zabuza Momochi and Haku were high-level insect eggs. These eggs possessed the highest autonomy, and could provide the most assistance to ninjas, even allowing them to attempt to cultivate sage mode to a certain degree. However, production was limited, so he only gave them to a very small number of people. Giving them to Zabuza Momochi and Haku was simply to preserve the memories of the past. Don't worry, you'll like this, Amemiya Kenichi smiled. High-level insect eggs can help their hosts a lot, and aside from absolute loyalty, there are no drawbacks. However, in the ninja world, loyalty is both the cheapest and the most expensive commodity. Zabuza Momochi's face was grim, but he remained silent. Amemiya Kenichi didn't intend to explain either. They would learn in the future. After Amemiya Kenichi left, Zabuza Momochi's expression shifted. He checked his body, finding nothing unusual. Then he glanced at Haku and gave up. While Haku was kind-hearted and possessed the ice release bloodline, his strength was mediocre, and he hadn't learned any medical ninjutsu, so he couldn't help himself. Let's go, Momochi Zabuza sighed. He considered escaping, wondering if the other party had offered him a sweet treat. But thinking that the other party could easily wipe out the entire Hidden Mist village, Momochi Zabuza abandoned the idea. Amemiya Kenichi didn't follow Haku and Zabuza. It didn't matter if they escaped. They were minor figures who didn't matter to the greater good anyway. They hadn't even had their supposed moment of glory, and hadn't even met Naruto, so naturally, they weren't anything special. The detection device found 2 mining sites. That's good news. Amemiya Kenichi raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had just received a message from a self-destructed shadow clone. While searching for uranium ore, the shadow clone had successfully located 2 mining sites. Both were located in the water country, the closest of which was only a short distance from the capital. Then we need to speed up and build the second atomic bomb as soon as possible. That way, I'll have enough confidence to face the possible arrival of the allied shinobi army. Amemiya Kenichi twisted his neck, then returned to the water country daimyo's mansion and issued the order to start mining. After the order was given, the ninjas controlled by Amemiya Kenichi walked out resolutely. Amemiya Kenichi glanced at the ninjas affected by his parasite. They appeared fine, but he could tell that the prolonged mining of uranium ore had caused subtle changes in their health. During the blood tests, the ninjas' white blood cell counts were low. Is this due to the radiation? I wonder what will happen after this mining operation ends. Amemiya Kenichi strained his neck and then, carrying a tube of worm eggs, went to the daimyo side room. He opened the door and the daimyo of the Land of Water appeared before Amemiya Kenichi, stamping his document with a sullen expression. You seem unconvinced. Amemiya Kenichi waved away 2 ninjas who were about to salute him, then looked at the daimyo and asked. The daimyo remained silent, which made Amemiya Kenichi want to laugh. He couldn't understand where the daimyo got the confidence to act so arrogantly in his presence. The daimyo was not a ninja. Kenichi Amemiya had already determined this. The daimyo before him was just an ordinary man, a well-maintained ninja, nothing special. Compared to the ninja of Konoha, let alone those of the Hidden Mist village, the daimyo before him was nothing more than a weakling. Kenichi Amemiya casually walked over and kicked the daimyo to the ground. His force was gentle, considering he'd been wearing a lot of weights to practice the 8 gates ninjutsu. Even so, Kenichi Amemiya had underestimated the daimyo's physical abilities. Seeing the daimyo's chest swell and gushing blood, Kenichi Amemiya's mouth twitched. He helplessly used medical ninjutsu to treat the man's injuries, but it seemed his actions had caused him to misunderstand something. If you want to become the Mizukage, you must have my support. The daimyo coughed, and the pungent smell of blood washed over him. Kenichi Amemiya looked at the daimyo with a strange expression, wondering if he had a mental problem, or something else. How dare he say such a thing? Considering the setting of Naruto, it wasn't surprising to Kenichi Amemiya. After all, in a previous life, a certain country practiced a constitutional monarchy, and the symbol of the monarch was preserved. So, it wasn't surprising that the daimyo, an ordinary person in Naruto, would have such a status. It seems I'll wait until you reveal the secret before I'll let you sleep forever. Kenichi Amemiya stuffed the reagent in his hand into the daimyo's mouth. What did you feed me? The daimyo looked at Kenichi Amemiya in horror. He felt like he drunk something, but there was no special feeling after drinking it. This terrified him. After all, the greatest fear is the unknown. Kenichi Amemiya folded his hands and looked at the daimyo in front of him. He wasn't in a hurry, and Kenichi Amemiya's silence only made the daimyo more uneasy. He clutched his throat and tried to spit it out, but it was no use. The insect eggs had already entered his body and penetrated his blood vessels. The daimyo tried to call for help from his servants, but at this moment, there were no so-called servants in the daimyo's mansion. Even the ninjas who protected the daimyo were all lying in the laboratory, accepting the favor of Amemiya Kenichi. Amemiya Kenichi was stunned for a moment. He subconsciously glanced out the window, then retracted his gaze. Please, what are you going to do? The daimyo no longer had the arrogant look he had before. He hugged Amemiya Kenichi's legs and cried and begged with tears streaming down his face. He had thought that the Hidden Mist village should know about this matter and would just send someone to come, but he didn't expect that until now. The Hidden Mist village had not made any movement. Amemiya Kenichi yawned, then kicked the daimyo at his feet away. He held his chin and watched with interest as the daimyo in front of him kept begging and crying in front of him. But after a moment, he lost interest because the daimyo was incontinent. With a scowl, Amemiya Kenichi ordered his subordinates to clean up the mess, while he patiently waited for the parasite to crawl into the daimyo's spinal cord before he began his interrogation. Do you have any agreements with the daimyo of the other 4 kingdoms? Amemiya Kenichi asked, looking at the daimyo before him. No, the daimyo shook his head blankly. So, with the water country in this state, how do you think the daimyo of the other nations will react? Amemiya Kenichi asked with interest. This was the question he was most curious about. If the daimyo of these nations were not fools and understood the principle of lips and teeth are cold, then this would pose a certain obstacle to Amemiya Kenichi's next move. I don't know, but if other countries were attacked like this, I would probably test them to see if they were worthy of occupation. If they are not strong enough, I would divide them up. The daimyo of the water country had no resistance to the parasite. He honestly told everything he knew. Amemiya Kenichi stroked his chin. The daimyo of the land of water might not share the same sentiments as the daimyo of other nations, but this also proves that their private connections are not that close. The fact that the daimyo still holds such status in this superhuman world, Amemiya Kenichi believes, is a matter of the author's own design. This is why the daimyo holds such nominally high status. If that's the case, then it's easy to deal with. However, looking at the daimyo who was being controlled by the parasite, Amemiya Kenichi hesitated before deciding not to kill him outright, instead allowing him to continue his daily stamping duties. I thought you were going to kill him. The teacher emerged from the shadows nearby. Amemiya Kenichi's mouth twitched. He had been aware of the teacher's presence, and the teacher hadn't intended to hide it. This world, this country, is sick. Amemiya Kenichi shook his head. It would be easy for me to kill him now, but it's not easy for me to maintain the stability of the land of water. I need his presence to maintain relative stability. Once certain policies are gradually implemented, then it will be time for a public trial. Amemiya Kenichi glanced at the stunned daimyo. After war, stability is essential. A chaotic water country is detrimental to Kenichi Amemiya's rule. Furthermore, the daimyo's exalted status in this world makes it difficult to arbitrarily dethrone him. This world is different from the previous one. In the previous world, people were exposed to information overload, leading to more peculiar views of the monarch. However, this world is different. To the common people, the daimyo is the absolute king. Therefore, Kenichi Amemiya can't kill him directly. He needs to subtly change his mindset, ultimately hanging the daimyo from the streetlight. The attack on the hidden mist village in the water country went more smoothly than he had expected, so much so that Kenichi Amemiya didn't even have time to discuss it with Nagato. Kenichi had previously considered bringing Nagato along, but after Nagato's previous meeting, he knew that Black Zetsu was likely to be with Nagato during this period, so he decided not to ask Nagato for help. However, now that his plan to attack the water country has been exposed, he is genuinely curious about what Obito and Black Zetsu will think. Chapter 404 SSS level mission. The Three Tails is dead, Uchiha Obito said from his seat, his face dark as he looked at Black Zetsu. His hands gripped the armrest of the seat beneath him so tightly that they cracked it. He not only killed the Three Tails, but also the Mizukage and the entire Kirigakure. Now the land of water is under his control. Black Zetsu was silent for a moment, then spoke with exhaustion. Black Zetsu never dreamed that he had stayed in Kirigakure to monitor Nagato's movements, but in the blink of an eye, that madman, Kenichi Amemiya, would wipe out the Kirigakure and even conquer the entire land of water. Now, the land of water had become his own. The white Zetsu Black Zetsu left behind in the Kirigakure was supposed to gather intelligence, but for some reason, he died, unable to transmit any information. This left Black Zetsu completely clueless as to how Kenichi Amemiya had accomplished this. Did you go and see? How did he destroy the hidden mist village? Obito bit his finger, feeling a little irritated. To carry out the Moon Eye project, he had to resurrect the Ten Tails. But to do that, he had to capture the tailed beasts one by one, and in order, like capturing the One Tails first, and then the Nine Tails. But now the Three Tails was dead. The Three Tails' death meant that, if he wanted to carry out the Moon Eye project, he had to wait for the Three Tails' resurrection. But how long would it take for the tailed beasts to revive? Could anything really go wrong in such a long time? The thought of his inability to create a world with Rin made Obito want to rush to the land of water right now and kill that bastard Amemiya Kenichi. However, Obito had some concerns. He didn't know how Amemiya Kenichi had destroyed the hidden mist village, but it must have been quick. Otherwise the hidden mist village wouldn't have been able to release even detailed intelligence. This made him wonder how Amemiya Kenichi had done it. You know, when he'd previously gone to Konoha to provoke his mentor, he'd only managed to unleash the Nine Tails, only to be severely punished by his own teacher. He wanted to completely destroy Konoha, to the point of preventing it from even sending intelligence. Perhaps he'd have to acquire the Rinnegan before he could try again. I don't know. The white Zetsu I placed there died, leaving no useful information behind. And for some reason, the soil and plants in the hidden mist village have a strange energy. I feel terribly uneasy whenever I'm near it. Black Zetsu shook his head. He truly didn't know how Amemiya Kenichi had done it, but the hidden mist village was undoubtedly destroyed, and that strange energy persisted, leading Black Zetsu to believe there were no survivors. Because such a powerful energy was constantly plundering the lives of those within. To confirm his belief, Black Zetsu even kidnapped a person from a nearby village and threw him in. Initially, the person was fine, but as time passed, their body began to show signs of abnormalities. The Three Tails is dead. What about our plan? Without the Three Tails, the Moon Eye can't possibly work. Obito gritted his teeth in anger. He'd waited for so many years, but he hadn't expected to have to wait any longer. The tailed beasts can be resurrected, but it takes a long time. The Three Tails would probably take 8 or 9 years. Black Zetsu sighed, though he wasn't in a rush. Ever since his mother gave birth to him, Black Zetsu's sole reason for existing in this world was to free his mother and help her achieve freedom. Over the long years, he'd done countless things. He'd tampered with the Uchiha clan's stone tablets, leading them down a wrong path. He'd falsified the history of the ninja world. He'd deceived the idiot Uchiha Madara, making him believe he was his own clone. He'd done so much, and finally, after so many years, he saw some hope of success. He patiently guided Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito, guiding them on the path he desired. But he hadn't expected all of this to be undone by the unknown individual he'd previously ignored. When Black Zetsu thought about the first time he met Kenichi Amemiya, he wanted to travel back in time and let Obito kill Kenichi Amemiya, who was weak at that time, so that the Moon Eye plan could continue to be implemented. But the Three Tails was already dead, so he could only continue to wait. Fortunately, he had experienced countless years, and the thing he had the most was patience. Obito didn't want to talk. He leaned back in his chair, staring at the stone wall with his single lifeless eye. Waiting for the resurrection of the Three Tails for 8 or 9 years was almost killing him. Then how can you be sure that the madman will only be satisfied with the hidden mist village in the land of water? What if he wants to take action against Konoha? What if he wants to take action against the land of earth and other countries? If the One Tails and the Two Tails are also dead by then, how long will we have to wait? Obito looked at Black Zetsu with a gloomy look. Black Zetsu didn't say anything. He knew what Obito meant. He knew Obito had always held a grudge against Kenichi Amemiya. After all, Kenichi had desecrated Nohararin's body and nearly killed Obito. If Obito hadn't just happened to have a Sharingan installed at that time, he would likely be dead. He also knew Obito intended to target Kenichi Amemiya, but Black Zetsu had previously disagreed, arguing that if the Moon Eye project was successfully implemented, any of Kenichi Amemiya's schemes would be thwarted. No one could resist the infinite Tsukuyomi. No one could resist their own mother, the grown mother of chakra. Black Zetsu was incredibly confident, and considering that targeting Kenichi Amemiya might lead to complications with his plan, Black Zetsu had always disagreed with Obito's actions. He saw Kenichi Amemiya as a useful tool, ready to be used as bait when collecting the tailed beasts. But now, thinking of what Obito had just said, and how Kenichi Amemiya had devoured the hidden mist village in the land of water, Black Zetsu's eyes sharpened. The two of us alone are not enough to deal with him. Black Zetsu narrowed his eyes. He had observed the ninja world for so many years, and knew that Amemiya Kenichi's unknown method of destroying the hidden mist village alone had already put him above the cage. His power might even approach that of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, two exceptionally powerful beings. Under these circumstances, Black Zetsu didn't believe that Obito, with only one eye, could stand up to Amemiya Kenichi, unless he dug out Nagato's Rinnegan. However, Nagato was extremely useful to their plans, and couldn't be moved for the time being. At the border of the land of fire, Terumi Mei scowled at the Konoha ninja before her. The ninja smiled at her, but the words he spoke stirred immense rage within her. Terumi Mei, you should already know that the hidden mist village and the water country have been conquered, and are now destroyed. Akimichi Choza, patriarch of the Akimichi clan, rubbed his belly. He was the one sent to persuade Terumi Mei. The hidden mist village had been destroyed, and the land of water had fallen under the control of an unknown force. This naturally shocked and angered the 4 great nation states, and the 4 great ninja villages. However, they soon realized that a group of hidden mist village ninjas were still active outside the village, and even had some spies lurking in various ninja villages. But now that the hidden mist village had been destroyed, wouldn't these ninjas from the hidden mist village have lost their village? Could they then be used for their own purposes? Terumi Mei was a remarkable woman. Those who had fought her knew that she possessed the potential to become the next Kage. She was formidable, possessing a Kekkei Genkei. Although she was a woman, with a few children, she might be able to inherit this bloodline. Therefore, Terumi Mei instantly became a highly sought after talent by the 4 great ninja villages. After all, with the hidden mist village now gone, the enemy's ability to conquer the hidden mist village and destroy the land of water proved to be a formidable force. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Terumi Mei's ninjas were no match for them. So, you want to win me over too? Get me to join Konoha. Mei. Terumi sneered. A deathly silence fell on the team behind her. The ninjas of the hidden mist village still hadn't come to terms with their village's destruction. After all, they were one of the proud 5 great ninja villages. Unless the 4 great ninja villages intervened, they couldn't understand why their village would be destroyed. It simply didn't make sense. The former water country was very close to the fire country. Since they've swallowed up the water country, it proves they are likely to attack again. Stay in Konoha, and you can avenge your village. Narashikaku also stepped out. Winning over Meditarumi would naturally be no easy task, but convincing her to stay in Konoha and join them in fighting the madmen who annexed the water country was a sure thing. If she remained in Konoha, she would have more options at her disposal, making resolving the issue much easier. Meditarumi remained silent, weighing the pros and cons. A qualified ninja always learns to weigh the pros and cons. If she had just started, Meditarumi might have rushed back to the land of water, confronted the villain who had destroyed her village, and then bravely met her end. But would that be of any use? Terumi knew that, if she cooperated with Konoha, she might have been able to ensure the scoundrel's death. After all, while Konoha might be somewhat weak, it was still the undisputed leader of the ninja world, with many powerful figures. The retired 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, the 5th Hokage Tsunade, the Toad Sage Jiraiya, and even Orochimaru could all become powerful forces, not to mention the patriarchs of Konoha's major clans. These clan leaders possessed at least the strength of elite ninja. However, Meditarumi had spent some time with the master, and she knew that the ninja's high-ranking officials often considered things differently. She hesitated. Would Konoha really go to war with a rising power, just for the land of water and the destroyed Hidden Mist village? If war didn't break out, would she and her companions become bargaining chips in negotiations between the two sides? Perhaps you don't know yet, Meditarumi, but this is a large-scale mission. Because it's very rare, coupled with a high mission reward, its level is high. Narashikaku saw Meditarumi's concerns. He took out a mission commission and handed it to Meditarumi. Meditarumi took it, glanced at it, and her pupils shrank. An SSS level mission? Issued to the 4 major ninja villages, issued by the daimyo of the 4 major countries, and the mission requirement is to eliminate the ninja forces occupying the land of water? Reward. Looking at the long string of zeros, Meditarumi felt a little dizzy, but it was undeniable that the temptation of this mission was already maximized. An unprecedented 3S level missions. You have to know that regular missions are only S level, which is already very good, but who would have thought that there would be an SSS level mission, and the reward offered is 3 times the financial support that the Hidden Mist village receives from the daimyo of the land of water every year. 3 times. This meant that completing this mission and receiving the bounty would instantly make the village well off. Even Konoha, the foremost ninja village in the ninja world, wouldn't be able to refuse such a bounty. However, what concerned Meditarumi even more was the issuer of this mission. The daimyo of the 4 great nations had actually united to issue this entire mission. On a different note, such a generous bounty wouldn't be enough for just one daimyo, but if the daimyo of the 4 great nations came together, it wouldn't be a problem. This mission also meant that the seemingly peaceful 4 great ninja villages had already begun mobilizing their forces. Countless ninjas were about to set foot on their homeland, their country, their village, and eliminate the lunatics who had occupied it. Meditarumi licked her lips. If the 4 nations joined forces, she felt her chances of revenge would indeed increase. Alright, I'll join Konoha in defeating that guy, she thought for a long time before nodding solemnly. She had made her decision. If she wanted revenge, she naturally needed a good partner, and in her opinion, Konoha was the perfect partner. No long-standing stable power would allow long-held, unspoken rules to be easily broken. Clearly, the 5 nations, once scheming against each other, had chosen to join forces and respond with the strongest possible force when faced with the destruction of the water country, the disappearance of its daimyo, and the annihilation of the Hidden Mist village. This served as a warning to all ambitious individuals. If they wanted to replicate the water country's actions, they should consider whether they had the capacity to withstand the daimyo's retaliation. However, if such an action failed, it would also spread a raging fire. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 405. The enemy is on the other side of the sea. Without sufficient sources of intelligence, I feel like a blind man. Amemiya Kenichi licked his lips. He was sitting in the residence of the daimyo of the land of water, where the daimyo was silently stamping his seal. When you destroyed the Hidden Mist village, you didn't even consider leaving behind some intelligence personnel. It's only natural that you're in this situation now. The teacher drank his tea calmly. The land of water was now like an isolated island in the sea. Amemiya Kenichi had no idea what was happening outside. After all, the spies of the Hidden Mist village wouldn't pass on any information to him. This was within Amemiya Kenichi's expectations. He couldn't expect these Hidden Mist village ninjas who hated him so much to cooperate with him, could he? Frankly speaking, if they wanted to cooperate with him, Amemiya Kenichi would have to think twice. He would have to consider whether there were any problems with the intelligence these people provided. After all, it was hard to say whether some ninjas who sacrificed their lives for their country would give him false information to trick him. I didn't expect the new weapon to be so effective, Amemiya Kenichi sighed. He had originally assumed that the Hidden Mist village would be able to retain some strength, if not completely defend itself against the atomic bomb. He would then bring Minato Namikaze to deal with the surviving ninja of the Hidden Mist village, then decide whether to send Nagato into the fray, based on the situation. He would then appeal to the Mizukage, Kirutaji Yagira, through both emotional and logical persuasion, to convince them to abandon their narrow-minded prejudices and join forces to build a unified ninja empire. This would provide him with a significant source of intelligence from the water country, allowing Amemiya Kenichi to tailor his response to the other four nations, further facilitating his unification efforts. However, he hadn't expected the three tails to be killed in the explosion. The few ninja who managed to survive were only a handful, and the radiation exposure was so severe that even after Amemiya Kenichi's anti-radiation treatments and the assistance of medical ninja recruited from the snow country and the water country, most of them suffered from multiple organ failure. Even if these ninjas were revived, they likely wouldn't be able to participate in the next battle. Their fate would be to linger on, suffering from radiation sickness. Kenichi Amemiya felt that for these ninjas, a life of suffering might be better than a simple death. At least they wouldn't have to endure the torment of illness. However, there was no other way. These ninjas were invaluable test subjects, exposed to the atomic bomb's radiation at close range, which would be extremely helpful for studying the effects of radiation on the ninja's body. Therefore, Kenichi Amemiya chose to implant them with parasite offspring, paralyzing their pain nerves. This would at least insulate the ninjas from pain, allowing them to continue living in this world, and providing long-term experimental material for Kenichi Amemiya's radiation research. Your new weapon is quite interesting, but I've recently received intelligence that the land of Earth, Iwagakure village, seems to be mobilizing on a large scale, reportedly to be undertaking a major mission. The teacher looked at Kenichi Amemiya with a half smile. She was genuinely fascinated by Kenichi Amemiya's nuclear weapon. Although she didn't witness the full detonation, just the sight of the devastated Hidden Mist village gave her a clear idea of its power. During the attack on the water country capital, she'd wondered if Kenichi Amemiya would need her help, considering the city was populated by ordinary people and lacked many ninjas. However, Kenichi Amemiya's attack was even quicker than hers. Once news of the Hidden Mist village's destruction spread, the entire water country resistance collapsed, many losing their nerve and surrendering. This was a key reason Kenichi Amemiya and Orochimaru were able to quickly take control of the water country. A large-scale mission? It's not targeting me, is it? Kenichi Amemiya frowned slightly. He knew his teacher had his own intelligence network. After all, he didn't know how many testing bases he had. He had never even met characters like JGO, and after meeting Kimimaro once, he disappeared without a trace. So, he hadn't doubted his teacher's source of information. His only concern now was whether Iwagakure's massive mobilization was aimed at him. It's targeting you. According to intel from Konoha, the four daimyos of the four great nations seem to have joined forces to launch a massive mission aimed at overthrowing the thugs who occupied Kurigakure, the teacher said calmly, sipping her tea. She wasn't particularly worried about this. It wasn't that she wasn't afraid of the four great nations joining forces. After all, they were the elite ninjas from the four villages, a significant number of them. She wasn't worried simply because, even if she failed, she was confident the four great nations wouldn't find her. After all, her experimental bases were spread across the ninja world, even in remote locations. Amemiya Kenichi's mouth twitched. He hadn't expected the four great nations' reaction to be so intense. He couldn't help but glance at the water country daimyo, the instrumental figure stamping the document. He was now controlled by the parasite and could only obediently carry out the task Amemiya Kenichi had instructed. It seems even daimyo can make mistakes sometimes. Amemiya Kenichi felt a little frustrated. He had expected the four nations to react so violently. After all, when he decided to attack the land of water first, he had considered three possible scenarios. The best one was for the four nations to ignore him, allowing him to grow and build strength before moving on to the next nation, much like how Britain and France's appeasement policy during World War II led to the strengthening of Germany. If Britain and France had reacted strongly and sent troops directly into the battle, Germany might not have been able to sweep across Europe. If the four nations had ignored him, Amemiya Kenichi would have had enough confidence to grow and become stronger, eventually annexing the other four nations. Unfortunately, the four nations' reaction this time was so violent, which made Amemiya Kenichi feel that the worst case scenario had become reality. What a hassle. Amemiya Kenichi leaned back in his chair, staring at the ceiling in thought. He was thinking about how to solve this problem, but no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't come up with a particularly good solution. After all, since the four nations daimyo had jointly issued the mission, it would be difficult to sow discord between them. Of course, while the four nations had joined forces, it was impossible for them to coordinate their efforts. Only in the face of a top-level threat, one that threatened every one of them, would the ninja from these four nations unite, as was the case during the Fourth Shinobi World War. If I demonstrated the potential to threaten each of their villages, they might unite. However, if I failed to do so, the four villages would most likely continue to fight separately. Of course, to avoid excessive losses, they could either unite or fight independently. What are you going to do? With just these few ninjas, can you withstand it? The teacher swallowed his chi and looked at Kenichi Amemiya. The combined attack of the four villages would already be a terrifying number of people. Teacher, in war, numbers don't always win. Kenichi Amemiya glanced in the direction of the daimyo prefecture, where their nuclear weapons production site lay. Under Kenichi Amemiya's orders, the ninjas of the snow country and the civilians of the water country worked tirelessly to mine the minerals needed for Kenichi Amemiya's second atomic bomb. The advent of the atomic bomb changed the dynamics of warfare. Population alone was no longer the decisive factor in determining victory or defeat, and frankly, the ninja world's numerical advantage was completely useless. During the Fourth Shinobi World War, without Naruto and Sasuke, Uchiha was practically unstoppable. His only concerns lay with the powerful warriors of the four ninja villages, and Obito, lurking in the shadows. Amemiya Kenichi didn't know why, but he had a feeling Obito wouldn't let him easily defeat the water country. He was definitely plotting something. Orochimaru thought of Amemiya Kenichi's terrifying weapon and nodded. Indeed, a weapon capable of devastating the hidden mist village, even with such widespread impact, was truly more than a mere number of people could provide. If it were deployed, and the enemy didn't intervene, it could wipe out the entire village's ninja. If these weren't coming, I'd be researching hydrogen bombs. Their explosive power is far greater. Amemiya Kenichi sighed, observing the group busily transporting uranium ore. Nuclear physics offers a wealth of research and knowledge on hydrogen bombs. Kenichi Amemiya believes that given some time, he should be able to produce one, though it would be a waste of time, given the inherent technical complexity. The key lies in the design. A well-designed design would conserve materials, allowing for the same effect with less. Kenichi Amemiya is confident of this. While there are significant challenges, slowly overcoming them one by one is always possible. Unfortunately, he lacks the time. Faced with the onslaught of ninja armies from the four villages, Kenichi Amemiya can only resort to the next best option, using an atomic bomb to deter the enemy. Uranium-235 refining isn't a problem, but this time we are facing the allied shinobi forces, which are undoubtedly numerous. However, if the war spreads to the land of water, I'd be at a disadvantage, no matter how I fight. Kenichi Amemiya gazed at the uranium refinery continuously enriching uranium-235, lost in thought. The war theories and history books he'd read in his previous life taught Amemiya Kenichi that any war, once fought on home soil, would inflict a devastating blow. War, after all, was incredibly destructive. A certain beacon nation in his previous life had been able to maintain its top position for so long because war had largely avoided reaching its homeland, save for Pearl Harbor. If Amemiya Kenichi wanted to consolidate his rule over the water country and strengthen his own foundation, the best way was to keep the war burning there. Amemiya Kenichi gazed into the distance. Across the sea lay the fire country. He pulled out a map. The water country is closest to the fire country. While the ninja world now possesses airships, there are also various ninjutsu and weapons designed to counter them. Airlifting ninja on a large scale wouldn't be easy. Under these circumstances, the coalition forces would likely converge on the fire country. Amemiya Kenichi examined the map. Although Konoha, the fire country, had always had conflicts with other nations, if Konoha refused to allow these ninja armies to enter, the arrival of ninja from other villages in the water country would be significantly delayed. There's even the possibility of slacking off, perhaps using the excuse of the airship is too slow and arriving late, allowing ninja from other villages to go first, especially Konoha's. This would both complete the mission and weaken Konoha's strength, so why not? Ninja from other villages would undoubtedly have similar concerns. They were merely accepting the mission, not joining the coalition. They'd naturally expect others to die first, testing their intelligence, so they could reap the benefits. This was human nature and unavoidable. Therefore, ninja from all ninja villages would ultimately choose to march together, minimizing this problem. Konoha had Narashikaku, who couldn't fail to notice. So, Amemiya Kenichi narrowed his eyes. What if he brought the war to the land of fire? He could send his shadow clones carrying atomic bombs and detonating them while the allied ninja forces assembled. If successful, wouldn't he be able to completely dominate the ninja world? How are those old guys discussing this? Tsunade rubbed her temple, basking in the sun from the Hokage's position. Hokage-sama, the elders have expressed the opinion that the ninja from the other villages should gather at a designated location under supervision, Shizune whispered, clutching the documents in her hands. She knew all too well how exhausted Tsunade-sama must have been. The daimyo of the Land of Fire, in conjunction with the daimyo of the other three kingdoms, had issued a massive bounty. This was a good thing, but the problem was that it targeted all 4 ninja villages, and all 4 had accepted. This presented a dilemma. Who would go first? No one wanted to be at a disadvantage. Everyone wanted to know about their opponents, and probing for information was a deadly endeavor. Konoha, despite its vast power and proximity to the Land of Water, wasn't willing to proactively test the waters. The Hidden Cloud Village felt the same way. I might be the first cage to send ninja from the other 3 villages deep into the Land of Fire, Tsunade sneered. But she didn't have a better plan. After all, the facts were there. Unless Konoha wanted to fight that mysterious force alone, it would have to offer the town closest to the Land of Water to the ninja from the other villages. Chapter 406 The Fate of Ninja. These guys are really reacting fiercely. Amemiya Kenichi looked at the respectful Kabuto Yakushi before him, then glanced at the intelligence in his hand, and immediately pinched his brow. Although Amemiya Kenichi had already learned from his teacher about the 4 major nations joint bounty, after receiving further information from Kabuto Yakushi, Amemiya Kenichi couldn't help but sigh at the decisiveness of these shinobi daimyo's actions. Amemiya Kenichi had originally thought that offering such a high reward was already impressive, but he hadn't expected there to be another bonus. Upon completion, the water country's share of the mission would also be divided among the 4 ninja villages. This was a long-term benefit, and money was a powerful motivator, so it was impossible for the ninja villages not to be tempted. So, according to the intelligence we've gathered so far, Iwagakure has sent a considerable number of ninja, but some have also remained behind. Kabuto Yakushi lowered his head and recounted the information he had gathered. Previously, when he was trying to stir up trouble and draw the attention of the bigwigs in the ninja world to Taki no Kuni, he thought his actions were already quite bold. However, when he was about to leave, after completing his mission, Kabuto Yakushi realized that what he had done was really child's play. Although Kabuto Yakushi had also wondered what exactly Amemiya Kenichi wanted to do by taking out the hero's water, he felt that, if it were him, he would never reveal such a powerful thing to others. He had to guard it strictly and prevent other ninja villages from snooping. After all, as a ninja, he also understood the importance of the hero's water to a ninja village. So he thought that he might want to sell it for a good price, or he might want to join a certain ninja village, or even to attract an enemy to achieve revenge. However, he really didn't expect that Amemiya Kenichi would take out the hero's water to attract attention, and then take this opportunity to directly annex the Water Kingdom. You know, this is a huge country. Since becoming a spy, Kabuto Yakushi has gained some understanding of the history of the ninja world. Ever since the founding of the Shinobi Village, the 5 great nations have reigned supreme, truly behemoths. Even after 3 Shinobi World Wars, their status has remained unchanged, undiminished, and they have always been the undisputed leaders of the world. But now, the Land of Water has been annexed, and the Hidden Mist Village has been destroyed. This has caused a great uproar, but this news is currently known only to the ninja villages themselves. The civilians and smaller nations appear to be unaware. We'll definitely stay behind. After all, no one knows if these guys are willing to gamble on the fate of our nation. Amemiya Kenichi licked his lips. If someone were to choose to hold back their forces in this situation, waiting for the battle on the front lines to stealthily attack, Amemiya Kenichi pondered the intelligence in his hand. Indeed, the 4 great nations had jointly issued a bounty specifically targeting them, and the 4 ninja villages had, to some extent, cooperated, but Amemiya Kenichi was well aware of their wicked nature. Fighting is full of intrigue, dividing the spoils is a long struggle, and even during a fight, one has to worry about whether their home will be robbed by the neighboring ninja. If that's the case, then why not give it a try? There's no need for actual fighting. Simply have some ninja dress up in the clothes of another ninja village and attack that village. Even if they can't break in, it doesn't matter, just let them see which village did it. That's enough. While it might seem unlikely, it's actually enough. For these ninja who can't work together, this level of sowing discord is enough. Have you gathered intelligence on other ninja villages? Amemiya Kenichi asked Kabuto Yakushi. He wasn't particularly concerned. After all, he knew it would be difficult for the other party to gather intelligence on so many villages. Only some information about Konoha, that the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen has abdicated, and the 5th Hokage is Tsunade. The route has been rebuilt, and the current leader is Sarutobi Hiruzen. Unexpectedly, Kabuto Yakushi actually knew a piece of information. Upon hearing this, Kenichi Amemiya was stunned. The 3rd Hokage's abdication was within his expectations, though under his influence, his teacher probably had no intention of carrying out the Konoha collapse plan. However, the 3rd Hokage's health wasn't good, and Tsunade's return proved that he had considered abdicating. What Kenichi Amemiya hadn't expected was that it was the 3rd Hokage who was now the leader of the route. This was truly intriguing. Shimura Danzo had previously provided some interesting intelligence, though it wasn't particularly useful. However, considering all the bad things Shimura Danzo had done, it was clear that his survival was solely due to his support of Konoha. Kenichi Amemiya had previously assumed that Danzo's death would lead to the dissolution of the route, but he hadn't expected the route to be rebuilt, with the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, as its leader. How did you know? The route issued a call to arms? Kenichi Amemiya looked at Kabuto Yakushi with interest, believing this was the only possibility. The route has summoned me, demanding I report back to the route within 7 days, or I'll be treated as a traitor. Kabuto Yakushi said honestly. Kenichi Amemiya nodded. It looked like Sarutobi Hiruzen was planning to do something about it. Kabuto Yakushi was quite talented, both as a ninja and as a spy. He'd done well, even infiltrating Konoha and collaborating with Orochimaru to successfully undermine the group. He was a multifaceted talent with a 2-pronged approach. Kenichi Amemiya, however, wasn't sure what to do with Kabuto Yakushi. It seemed he'd replaced his teacher in the future, sparking the 4th Shinobi World War. It also seemed Uchiha Madara was Kabuto Yakushi's reincarnation. Then, Uchiha Madara freed himself from the reincarnation's control, gaining nearly limitless chakra, truly extraordinary feat. Have you met Nono? Kenichi Amemiya thought. Kabuto Yakushi smiled gently. He had indeed met Nono Yakushi before, though Nono Yakushi hadn't immediately recognized him. Luckily, after a few words, Nono Yakushi remembered him. This made Kabuto Yakushi feel quite happy. Is it too late to return to Konoha now? Amemiya Kenichi continued to inquire. Kabuto Yakushi was undoubtedly a person with some talent in Senjutsu cultivation, but Amemiya Kenichi had seen many such people. And even if Kabuto Yakushi was talented, it would take time to grow into a fighting force, possibly years. Yes. Amemiya Kenichi didn't know if he would still need Kabuto Yakushi's help by then. So, Amemiya Kenichi decided to let Kabuto Yakushi return to his old job as a spy. It's not too late, sir, Kabuto Yakushi said respectfully. He already knew what Amemiya Kenichi was planning for him to do. Sister Nono. Kabuto Yakushi, watching Nono bustle about the orphanage, held his breath for a long time before calling out. He'd always felt that Nono was more like his mother, but he was too embarrassed to say it. Hey, Kabuto, are you going on a mission? Nono wiped the sweat from her forehead and glanced over, only to see a beaming Kabuto. She'd forgotten who he was, but hearing his first and last name reminded her. Just looking at Kabuto's attire, she knew this unfortunate child still had things to do. Though she felt a little reluctant and a bit overbearing, she couldn't say anything. In this terrible world, Nono knew this was the fate of ninjas. It was inevitable. Yes, I have a mission to go on. Kabuto Yakushi looked at Nono, then at the starting point orphanage behind her, his eyes softening as he thought of his past. He hadn't expected that the pharmacist Nono would actually be brought to the land of water to do what she loved most, care for the orphans in the orphanage. While he didn't know why the elders had named the orphanage Starting Point Orphanage, he thought it sounded quite nice. Nono's expression was somewhat complex. She had initially felt a bit nervous after being brought to the land of water, but after actually taking on the role of director, her heart gradually calmed. From her perspective, the land of water was now more like the land of fire. Although the people there were actually living a more comfortable life. Taxes were less heavy, and the people were happier. She had also noticed that food prices had dropped when she went shopping. She had initially been curious why Amemiya Kenichi, a child from the Konoha orphanage, had named the orphanage Starting Point, but he simply told her that it would become world-renowned. Nono didn't understand, but she didn't question it. She was happy to be doing what she loved most. But seeing the man she had brought to the orphanage and given a name, Kabuto, leaving for another mission, Nono felt a mix of emotions. I'm fine, Nono. Seeing Nono's worry, Kabuto smiled and waved his hand. As a ninja, he never considered himself indifferent. Compared to serving the root and Danzo, he felt more hopeful working for Kenichi Amemiya. At least Kenichi Amemiya had actually allowed Nono to meet him, and he was living a peaceful life. He was a man of his word. Kabuto chatted with Nono for a while, then turned and left. Although Kenichi Amemiya hadn't set a time limit for him to leave, as a spy, he knew the value of time. After completing this mission, you can do what you like. The words of the man still echoed in his mind, and when he heard them, Kabuto was filled with disbelief. After all, as a spy, he faced countless missions every day, each one a task behind another. Finding time to pursue his own interests was nearly impossible. Kabuto Yakushi's first reaction was disbelief, but then, remembering that this man had fulfilled all he had promised, a glimmer of hope dawned on him. Perhaps, he could finally stop being a spy and work at the orphanage with Nono. What do you think of Kabuto Yakushi? Amemiya Kenichi stood in the laboratory, preparing the atomic bomb according to the formula. The ninja world lacked technical lathes, so everything had to be handcrafted. To achieve perfection, he would always use his main Gekio to polish the work. Capable, not ambitious, said Uchiha, pouring him a cup of hot tea. He nodded. While he knew Kabuto Yakushi, he wasn't entirely sure of his character, and he needed to learn more from Uchiha. He hadn't implanted the parasite in Kabuto Yakushi until now, because he was involved in espionage, and implanting a parasite would be easily discovered, so he had to rely on other means to control him. The only thing Kenichi knew about Kabuto Yakushi was that he cared deeply about Nono Yakushi, so he brought Nono Yakushi with him. Put this letter in a place 5 kilometers west of the test basin 300 meters north. Kenichi casually handed the letter, which lay on the table, to Uchiha, who was standing nearby. Uchiha abilities had developed quite well recently. She had started a delivery business. While Kenichi thought this ability might not be very useful in combat, it was still very useful in daily life. Okay. Without asking why, Uchiha took the letter and delivered it as Kenichi had requested, not even bothering to glance at it. This was Kenichi's greatest satisfaction with Uchiha. She was a smart person who knew what to look at and what not to look at. Lord Amemiya, Miss Hikari has been waiting for you outside the laboratory for a long time. Uchiha looked at Kenichi Amemiya, who was doing an experiment, and reminded him. Kenichi Amemiya was stunned when he heard it. Hikari? Okay, I see. Kenichi Amemiya looked at the atomic bomb that was slowly taking shape in front of him, then stretched and went out. Although making an atomic bomb is very important, it is also necessary to combine work and rest, and Kenichi Amemiya didn't want Hikari to wait for him too long. Hidden, what's wrong? Kenichi Amemiya looked at Hikari, who was standing not far from the door, and asked with a smile. Brother Amemiya. Hikari looked at Kenichi Amemiya with joy, and waved happily. Then, Kenichi Amemiya saw a golden giant appear in front of him. Chapter 407. War is an intelligence war. Susanoo. Amemiya. Kenichi stared at the golden skeleton giant before him, stunned. He hadn't expected Hikari to master Susanoo. But after thinking about Hikari's incredible Mangeki abilities and the experiments she'd undergone, it didn't seem so surprising. Hikari, you're amazing. Hikari was a little confused as to why Hikari was using Susanoo in front of him, but he still praised her. Hikari then cancelled Susanoo and trotted over to him, gently tugging at his shirt. Brother Amemiya, how can I help you? Hikari looked at him eagerly, and finally he understood what Hikari was trying to do with Susanoo. This clever little girl had clearly sensed war was brewing and wanted to help. To prove she could truly help, not just cause trouble, she used Susanoo. This touched Kenichi Amemiya. He looked at Hikari, the attachment evident in her eyes, revealing the depth of Hikari's affection for him. No need, Hikari. I can still handle the situation, he said, rubbing Hikari's head with a chuckle. While Hikari's desire to help touched him, Hikari's abilities were too special. Kenichi wouldn't send Hikari into battle or on any dangerous missions. Hikari was disappointed, her head lowered in frustration. She truly wanted to help. Hikari, your abilities are powerful and very useful. They'll revolutionize the world. So, I don't want you to go to war, okay? You should use them for the benefit of the ninja world. Kenichi Amemiya looked at the dejected Hikari, then smiled and pinched her cheek. Hikari looked up in surprise, her large watery eyes fixed on Kenichi, as if questioning the truth of his words. Of course it's true. Don't worry, you'll find out what this ability of yours truly means. Amemiya. Kenichi patted his chest, confidently assuring him. Throughout human history, the advent of the steam engine during the first industrial revolution transformed the world, allowing some nations to become world-renowned powers. In modern times, the internet age has become a new symbol. Its emergence has made the world even more extraordinary, connecting every nation in the world. An information explosion has begun. People can now buy foreign goods from the comfort of their homes and access knowledge they would never have known otherwise. This information explosion has also spawned new disciplines and scientists. Therefore, Amemiya. Kenichi believes that if the ninja world's current technology is to achieve a truly revolutionary advancement, the internet age is essential. And to unlock this internet age, Hikari holds the key. Hikari narrowed her eyes in delight. She believed her brother wouldn't lie, and this brightened Hikari's mood. With Hikaru no longer obsessed with him and eager to help on the battlefield, Kenichi Amemiya went to a BBQ restaurant in the capital for lunch. He then dropped Hikaru off and returned to his laboratory to continue assembling his atomic bomb. He needed to finish his second atomic bomb before the combined forces of the 4 great ninja villages attacked him. With a second atomic bomb, Kenichi Amemiya would have more options and could also show the 4 great ninja villages his cutting-edge technology. Given the current state of ninja technology, aside from the unknown Kumogakure village's lunar cannon, Kenichi Amemiya believed his atomic bomb was unrivaled. Even the tailed beasts would struggle to withstand it. If they could, well, there were still hydrogen bombs. Even against the Ten-Tails, Kenichi Amemiya had his own strategy. Did you know about that's a hydrogen bomb? Facing a hydrogen bomb capable of shaking the continental shelf, the Ten Tails would likely be in serious trouble. Of course, Kaguya was an exception. She could easily escape to another dimension to avoid that hydrogen bomb's devastating effects. However, whether Kaguya could be successfully released from her seal remained a question. At least until the Three Tails resurrected, Kenichi Amemiya didn't need to worry about her. Amemiya-sama, Minato-sama Namikaze has returned. Archer Hashirama knocked on the door. Upon hearing this, Kenichi Amemiya temporarily abandoned his plan to assemble the atomic bomb. Leaving a shadow clone to assist, Kenichi Amemiya left. He still needed to discuss with Minato Namikaze which location the Fire Kingdom would allocate 4 ninja from the other 3 ninja villages to attack the Water Kingdom. If we had a satellite, it wouldn't be so troublesome. Kenichi Amemiya sighed. Gathering intelligence in the ninja world still relied heavily on humans. If they had a satellite, all of its secrets would no longer be secrets. However, in the current state of the ninja world, with its increasingly bizarre technological landscape, Kenichi Amemiya felt that building a satellite would be a daunting task. Amemiya, is there something that has you rushing me here so quickly? Namikaze Minato looked the same, but his smile was now more pronounced. It seemed that returning to see Naruto and Kushina had healed him. Brother Minato, I'd like to ask if you were the Hokage, and if the ninja forces from the other 3 nations plan to station themselves and attack us, where would you choose to station them? Amemiya Kenichi looked at Minato and asked humbly. After all, Namikaze Minato had been Hokage, and while his tenure wasn't very long, he probably had some experience to share. The ninja forces from the 3 nations? Namikaze Minato was stunned. He had been living a happy and fulfilling family life with Kushina and Naruto. Aside from the feeling of being helpless facing Kushina's watery eyes every night, everything else was fine. Therefore, Namikaze Minato didn't really know much about the ninja world. Fortunately, Kenichi Amemiya was also aware of this. After he explained, Minato Namikaze understood. He frowned as he looked at the map he had laid out. It was a map of the Land of Water, but it also included some of the Land of Fire. However, the Land of Fire wasn't marked, just basic information about mountains, rivers, and towns. This information was gathered during the 7 ninja swordsmen's previous missions to the Land of Fire, and it was unknown whether it had changed. Logically, this place called Heibo Town is the most suitable location for our base. It's the closest, and the access to the sea is excellent, with few undercurrents or reefs. Minato Namikaze examined the map and pointed to a spot. As Konoha's 4th Hokage, he had some knowledge of the Land of Fire. After all, it would be absurd for a Kage to not know his own country and village. Heibo Town was the closest point in the Land of Fire to the Land of Water and the most suitable place for access to the sea. But if it's for military purposes, then this place is generally chosen. It's relatively hidden, and it's also Konoha's planned bridgehead for attacking the Land of Water. Namikaze Minato's finger slid to another spot, a hidden corner that wasn't very noticeable on the map. Amemiya Kenichi glanced at it. According to the topographic map, it looked like a cliff. In fact, Konoha has always had war plans against other countries. At the time, the second Hokage, Senjuta Birima, believed that if Konoha wanted to attack another country, the Land of Water would be the first choice. So he supervised the construction of such a hidden base. Namikaze Minato noticed Amemiya Kenichi's confusion and explained. Amemiya Kenichi understood. It seemed that Konoha was not a pushover, or rather, the second Hokage, Senjuta Birima, was not a pushover. He had great political skills and excellent military acumen. Of course, if Amemiya Kenichi were Hokage, he would have chosen the Land of Water as the first point of attack without hesitation. After all, it was quite hidden. I understand. Amemiya Kenichi nodded. He thought they could follow Minato's instructions and survey the 2 locations. But I think you could resurrect Shimura Danzo and ask him about it, Minato added. Although he was the Hokage, he still had a lot to deal with daily, and there were things he didn't fully understand. But Shimura Danzo was different. As a member of the Konoha elders, he knew a lot. Even when he took the position of Hokage, the Root was a relatively independent intelligence agency, so it was hard to say whether the Root knew anything else. Amemiya Kenichi thought Minato's words made sense, so he resurrected Shimura Danzo. What do you want from me? Shimura Danzo asked after opening his eyes and looking around. He knew Amemiya Kenichi's attitude towards him wasn't very friendly, and he probably wouldn't call him out unless there was something special. I want to ask you something. Amemiya Kenichi repeated what he had asked Minato. Upon hearing this, Shimura Danzo narrowed his eyes. He glanced around curiously, then looked at Amemiya Kenichi in amazement. I thought you were just dreaming, but I never thought you'd actually conquer the hidden mist village in the land of water. Shimura Danzo looked at Amemiya Kenichi in amazement, and at the same time, a hint of regret welled up in his heart. He wished he had simply and forcefully asked Amemiya Kenichi to serve under him back in Konoha. It was a shame to give such a talented ninja, so capable of action, to Orochimaru. Amemiya Kenichi shrugged non-committally. Frankly, he hadn't anticipated the sheer power of the atomic bomb. If he hadn't immediately destroyed the hidden mist village, allowing its inhabitants to escape, he'd probably still be hunting them down. Fortunately, Mediterumi was still out there. Amemiya Kenichi was deeply interested in such a unique talent, and he wanted to study her genes, to see how they differed from those of other ninjas. The daimyos of the 4 great kingdoms have finally joined forces. Humph, I've told Sarutobi before, that these daimyos aren't the type to sit around waiting for death. Keeping them under control will alleviate all the trouble. Shimura Danzo sighed again, and Amemiya Kenichi's mouth twitched. The old man was quite the talker. But I do have some opinions on your question. Shimura Danzo pulled out the map on the table. He glanced at it, and immediately recognized it as a map of the land of water. He sneered at the sight. Oh, the land of water still harbors treacherous ambitions. Shimura Danzo licked his lips. He could clearly see the significance of the land of water painting. Wasn't it just a plan to attack the land of fire in the future and seize vast tracts of land? If it were me, I'd give this place to the allied ninja forces. Shimura Danzo placed his hand on a spot. Amemiya Kenichi glanced at it. It was different from the 2 locations mentioned by Minato Namikaze, and it was also further from the land of water. What month is it now? Shimura Danzo inquired. Now, March. Amemiya Kenichi answered Shimura Danzo's question directly, unsure why he was asking. That's where it is, Shimura Danzo said confidently. He glanced at Namikaze Minato, who seemed oblivious to the situation. In March, southeasterly winds blow, often strong. Locations close to the land of water will definitely be the focus of your investigation. Don't treat Narashikaku like a fool. This location, with the help of the wind, will make it easy to reach the land of water, and the landing site won't be easily detected. Shimura Danzo explained calmly. Amemiya Kenichi nodded. If that were the case, it was indeed possible. However, Amemiya Kenichi planned to investigate all 3 locations simultaneously to see where the allied shinobi forces were stationed. This would be a safer bet. With the intelligence in hand, Amemiya Kenichi planned to send Danzo back to the Pure Land. The enemy was of little use to him, and it would likely lead to conflict with Nagato. I want to ask, who is the Hokage of Konoha now? How is my route? Danzo Shimura also knew what Amemiya Kenichi meant, and he asked. Amemiya Kenichi raised his eyebrows after hearing it, but thinking of the contribution that Shimura Danzo had just made, he still answered Danzo Shimura's question. After hearing that Sarutobi Hiruzen abdicated, and Tsunade took the throne, Danzo Shimura had a blank expression on his face. This was within his expectations. When Tsunade came back, he knew that he was doomed. But after hearing that Sarutobi Hiruzen took over the position of the leader of the route, Danzo Shimura laughed crazily. His laughter did not dissipate in the air until he returned to the Pure Land. Chapter 408, The Lonely Soul of the Hidden Mist Village. Elder Danzo seems to have changed quite a bit. Namikaze Minato sighed as he watched the vanishing Shimura Danzo. He recalled his time as the 4th Hokage, when Shimura Danzo had always been hypocritical, acting in a veiled manner. He'd verbally cooperated, but in reality, he'd only provided perfunctory information. He hadn't lost his temper then. After all, as both an and an elder of Konoha, some preferential treatment was natural. He also had a lot to deal with during that time, and he'd planned to deal with the route later. But before he could free up his hands, he died. Unexpectedly, after Shimura Danzo's death, he seemed to have come to terms with things, becoming more indifferent and even reminiscent of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, he's dead now, and perhaps he's seen the second Hokage and quite a few others. Those who still seek to stir up trouble after death are few and far between. Amemiya Ken swept up the ashes of the impure world reincarnation and dumped them in the trash. Impure world reincarnation is a good thing, but the ninja world doesn't seem to particularly care about interfering with the world of the living. Even powerful figures like the Sdame and the Nidame didn't intend to continue living in this world through impure world reincarnation. Even the Yondaime and his wife wouldn't have planned to stay in the living world if they hadn't offered Naruto as leverage. The same goes for Kushina. The living and the dead are two separate worlds. The dead shouldn't continue to interfere with the living. Minato glanced at Kenichi Amemiya. The child he had watched grow up had changed drastically, even using Naruto to bind him. Minato considered ignoring Kenichi Amemiya's influence, but there was no way. Seeing Naruto's past, he couldn't bear to let him continue living in such pain. Who knows? Kenichi Amemiya smiled. It wasn't certain. Even after his death, the old man Uchiha Madara was completely absorbed in his Moon-Eye project. Even after his impure world reincarnation, he showed no attachment to the world of the dead. Uchiha Madara is undoubtedly a staunch idealist, and his infinite Tsukuyomi plan is quite unique. If it weren't for the fact that the infinite Tsukuyomi ultimately resulted in the White Zetsu becoming the target of the attack, Kenichi Amemiya believes this plot point would have been even more controversial. However, the entire plot has completely collapsed. The Three Tails is dead, the Ten Tails cannot be revived, and the Outer Path Demon statue is nothing more than an Outer Path Demon statue. Without the Ten Tails, can Uchiha Madara still display such immense power? Furthermore, the Rinnegan is now in Nagato's possession. Without it, Uchiha Madara will never reach the heights he achieved during the Fourth Shinobi World War. How do you plan to survey the allied shinobi forces base this time? Minato Namikaze asked, sensing a hidden agenda, but unable to pinpoint any specific question. He simply asked about something else. All these issues were left to Kenichi Amemiya to deal with. He had promised Kenichi his help, so he decided to focus on what he was best at, and gathering intelligence was something he was confident in. I plan to survey all three locations. Although Shimura Danzo also mentioned that it might be that location, what if Narashikaku doesn't take the usual route? Therefore, it's absolutely necessary to survey all three locations. Amemiya Kenichi pointed to 3 points marked on the map. He planned to assign the surveys of these three locations to different people, while he himself would remain in the laboratory in the water country capital to continue preparing his atomic bomb. The more he had, the better, so that he could truly deter the allied ninja forces. Witnessing the power of an atomic bomb explosion would surely shake their confidence. Of course, this could also potentially exacerbate their reaction, leading to a reckless attack. It had its pros and cons, so to speak. I thought you had your own ideas. Namikaze Minato smiled at Amemiya Kenichi. Amemiya Kenichi shrugged. What ideas could he have? I've always adhered to the principle of leaving professional matters to professionals, and keeping outsiders out of the way. Amemiya Kenichi hadn't considered where Konoha might attack. In terms of his familiarity with the Land of Fire's geography, he was far inferior to Minato Namikaze and Danzo Shimura. Furthermore, their former positions meant they knew many things that Amemiya Kenichi didn't. For example, regarding the secret base, or the assembly point indicated by Danzo Shimura, such intelligence gathering tasks were left to the professionals. Minato Namikaze and Danzo Shimura had already made plans, so there was no need for him to intervene. Rather than these matters, he should focus on how to deal with the possible appearance of Uchiha Madara and what he might do. Okay, then I'll lead the team to scout this secret base. Minato Namikaze was pleased. He loved Amemiya Kenichi's approach. He hated it when people gave orders without understanding anything. Amemiya Kenichi nodded and allowed Minato to select the necessary ninja for his team. However, before doing so, he unleashed his impure world reincarnation ability on Minato Namikaze, and then created a new body for him. Otherwise, his previous body had already been in use for 11 days. It would be quite interesting if his impure world reincarnation body disintegrated automatically during the intelligence survey. After seeing off Minato Namake's, Kenichi Amemiya looked out the window at the gloomy weather inside. While the water country was a much better place than the snow country, the destruction of the hidden mist village had left him with fewer ninjas to use. After plundering the entire water country, he only found a few ninjas, some of them small and some of them small. Now, some former hidden mist village ninjas were attacking the city. These were ninjas from the hidden mist village who had originally been on missions, but after their missions, their village was gone, and they became wandering ninjas. Only a few were willing to serve the fire country. Most ninjas had ties to the hidden mist village. Kenichi Amemiya's atomic bomb had killed their friends and family, making him their sworn enemy. While the atomic bomb explosion helped him quickly overwhelm the entire hidden mist village, the aftermath was also immense. He now had to maintain a limited force to maintain stability in the land of water. The captured hidden mist village ninjas were all injected with parasite eggs by the Jonin of the land of snow. These enraged Avengers were continuously transformed, becoming Kenichi Amemiya's most loyal war dogs. I have to say, the Six Paths Sage's decision to eliminate this parasite made sense. This thing really exists. Kenichi Amemiya smacked his lips. This parasite was indeed incredibly powerful. Even the most enraged Avengers, once infected with the parasite and unable to find a solution, became his war dogs. They followed Kenichi Amemiya's orders, their actions utterly inhumane. Meanwhile, the Land of Water's Avengers numbers were constantly shrinking, their numbers dwindling, while the enemy swelled. Even some hidden settlements were destroyed by the Jonin of the Land of Snow following reports from renegade ninjas. Lord Amemiya, there's a stronghold we might need. Uchiha pushed open the door and entered, speaking quickly and quietly. Why? Why would you betray us? Hazuki stared at the figure before him in shock and fury. This was one of his own clansmen, one of the few geniuses of the Hazuki clan, once the pride of the Hazuki clan, Hazuki Sujetsu. But now, wearing the forehead protector of the ninja who claimed to belong to the Flame Kingdom, he led a large group of ninjas and surrounded them, surrounding the final resting place of the lonely souls of the hidden mist village. Uncle, times have changed. The backward and decadent hidden mist village of the Water Kingdom has become a scorched earth. Joining the Flame Kingdom led by that great being is our only hope. Hazuki Sujetsu spoke passionately, his eyes filled with reverence for Amemiya Kenichi. This pained Hazuki's heart. He was silent for a moment, then silently raised his weapon, held it across his chest, and slashed his palm, blood slowly dripping from the blade's tip to the ground. The Hazuki clan has been the protectors of the hidden mist village for generations. As a prominent clan of the hidden mist village, how can we bow to our enemies? Sujetsu, from today on, you are no longer part of my Hazuki clan. Hazuki Shao glared at Sujetsu before him with resentment. The Hazuki clan, which had once produced a Mizukage, had actually become a traitor? The look of astonishment and disbelief from his companions chilled him to the bone. He had never dreamed he would be betrayed by his own nephew. Oh, the Hazuki clan will prosper again under my leadership. Old antique, you deserve to die. Sujetsu rushed forward with his weapon in hand, while the Fire Nation ninjas behind him began unleashing their ninjutsu. The encirclement and suppression of the remnants of the hidden mist village began. The clash of swords, the clashing of ninjutsu, wailing, and screaming became the dominant rhythm of the swamp. Hazuki Shao gasped as he looked at his nephew before him, sadly realizing he was no match for his traitorous nephew. But then again, he was the second genius of the Kizuki clan after Kizuki Mainjutsu, a genius once cherished by the Kizuki clan. How could a useless old man like him possibly stand a chance against him? Suddenly, an inexplicable emotion washed over him. Looking at his proud, talented nephew, Kizuki didn't know whether to feel happy or sad. Old man, you're old. If you pledged allegiance to that great being, you still had a chance to survive. Kizuki Sujetsu sheathed his weapon and looked coldly at his uncle. Kizuki spat out a mouthful of blood and turned to look. The war had subsided. Faced with the attacks of the 5 main Jiki Jonin, the spirits of the hidden mist village were completely powerless. Many had been subdued, and some had already perished, their blood irrigating the swamp. By this time next year, the plants here should be growing well. Kizuki wiped the blood from his mouth. He looked at his fellow Kizuki villagers, who were filled with despair and unwillingness, then at his companions, and then at his nephew. The other party awaited his response, while beside him, Two Jonin from the fire country, their eyes adorned with strange patterns, stared at him. Only death. Hazuki stood up, crushing the pill he had placed in his mouth. This pill allowed him to briefly burst forth with even greater strength, but it would soon kill him. A powerful force instantly filled his body, and in that moment, Hazuki felt he had even reached the level of a Jonin, a level he, a former Chunin, had never dared to dream of. The hidden mist village will never be enslaved. Hazuki roared, raising his long sword high, then charged towards Hazuki Sujetsu. But then, he was met with two pairs of eyes, those strange patterns, those strange designs, staring back at him simultaneously. You ungrateful old man. Hazuki Sujetsu raised his long sword expressionlessly, piercing his uncle's chest with one blow. The breath of life drained from Hazuki Sujetsu's eyes, and he collapsed to the ground, weakened. The manger key illusion was lifted at that moment, and everything in Hazuki's vision began to blur. He reached out tremblingly, as if to touch Hazuki Sujetsu's cheek as a child, but then his hand fell limply to the ground. So, even Jonin are just chickens to be slaughtered. Hazuki thought of the eyes he had just seen. He had taken the medicine, and used his life force, to launch a burst of energy, but in the end, he could do nothing. Sujetsu. Hazuki's breathing gradually weakened, and his chest gradually became silent. Submit, or die. Hazuki Sujetsu casually swung his knife, flicking the blood from it onto the ground. He then looked at the remnants of the hidden mist village and demanded. They exchanged evasive glances, and then more and more people fell to their knees, knocking their once held heads against the mud. We are willing to submit to the great existence. A cacophony of voices rang out. You made a wise choice, said Sujetsu Hazuki calmly. Immediately afterwards, the remnants of the hidden mist village laid down their weapons, lowered their heads, and, following the instructions of the flame ninja, came to a specific location, to be injected with insect eggs. Sujetsu Hazuki watched silently, without saying a word. Is this the last major resistance site? The flame ninja beside him asked. Sujetsu Hazuki remembered the other person's name as Kuroki Ryuji, a strange name. Well, that's the only one I know of. Sujetsu Hazuki nodded. He didn't know of any other resistance sites. Oh, then. Kuroki Ryuji was stunned for a moment. Then a flash of fanaticism flashed in his eyes. Get ready. That lord is coming. Kuroki Ryuji uttered a sharp and joyful voice. Sujetsu Hazuki's mind was shaken, and an inexplicable emotion flashed in his eyes. Chapter 409 The Blade of Rebellion. So, where is that ruin? Amemiya Kenichi gazed at the swamp before him, a touch curious. He had just been assembling his atomic bomb at the test base, but he hadn't expected Uchiha Hashirama to mention finding an interesting relic. It also seemed similar to the pictures in the books Amemiya Kenichi had given her. He had heard this before, and it was only after hearing it that Amemiya Kenichi decided to come with Uchiha Hashirama, otherwise, he wouldn't have come. Even so, Amemiya Kenichi chose to send a shadow clone instead of coming in person. After all, with a shadow clone, he didn't have to do everything himself. It's in this swamp, Amemiya-sama. It's also the base of a resistance group in the Land of Water, Uchiha Hashirama said respectfully, and Amemiya Kenichi nodded. The existence of resistance wasn't surprising. After all, Amemiya Kenichi didn't expect to bend anyone's knees with a single blow. He knew that wasn't realistic. He simply needed to use the parasite to control the rebels, and over time, the threat would naturally be eliminated. After the Qin dynasty unified the Six Kingdoms, too little time had passed, and the laws of the Qin dynasty were too harsh. If the common people had been able to survive, and if Qin Shi Huang had not died, then perhaps the collapse would not have been so fast. So Kenichi Amemiya's idea was to slowly use time to erase the national memory of these countries, and then let these people identify themselves as belonging to one country, so that there would naturally be fewer disputes. But all of this takes time. Following Uchiha Hashirama, Kenichi Amemiya saw a group of fanatical ninjas standing in front of him. Many of them were ninjas from the snow country, but there were also some ninjas from the water country. Kenichi Amemiya nodded and planned to continue to see the ruins, but when he passed by a ninja, he couldn't help but stop and turned his head to take a look. White hair, purple pupils, such a face is relatively rare even in the ninja world. From the Hazuki clan. Amemiya Kenichi looked at the ninja before him. He had recently read some information on the Land of Water, including information on the Hazuki clan. The man's face was registered under ninjas to watch. He remembered his name as Hazuki Sujetsu. He seemed to be a talented ninja in the Land of Water, someone the daimyo of Water Country was eager to recruit. The daimyo of Water Country clearly had some knowledge of the Hidden Mist Village. The daimyo's residence even contained information on Hidden Mist Village ninjas. It was unknown how the daimyo of Water Country had managed this, but now it was a good opportunity for him. Amemiya Kenichi hadn't expected to see Hazuki Sujetsu in such a place, and that he had become his subordinate. Just by looking at the man's eyes, he knew he was infected by a parasite. While the daimyo of Water Country valued this ninja named Hazuki Sujetsu, Amemiya Kenichi didn't think much of it. After all, he had seen many geniuses, but many had failed to realize their talents. "Yes, sir. My name is Sujetsu Hazuki." Sujetsu's face was filled with excitement, his eyes full of enthusiasm. He even wanted to shake hands with Kenichi Amemiya. Kenichi Amemiya nodded. He remembered that the ninja before him seemed to be a character who had appeared in the plot, but he couldn't remember exactly where. He seemed to be hanging out with Uchiha Sasuke, and Sujetsu Hazuki looked very young now. Kenichi Amemiya extended his hand and shook Sujetsu Hazuki. He valued such plot characters. After all, those who appeared in the plot were often geniuses among geniuses. But then he looked down. A long sword pierced his abdomen fiercely, and the man even struggled several times. Kenichi Amemiya watched Sujetsu Hazuki with interest. He was of course aware that something was wrong with this man. He even felt it when Sujetsu Hazuki attacked. If he wanted to, he could have just dodged or used defensive ninjutsu to protect himself. He didn't attack because he wanted to see the extent of this man's ability. The parasite's control has failed. Kenichi Amemiya asked with interest, looking at Sujetsu Hazuki, who was controlled by a group of angry ninjas. To be honest, since he got the parasite, in the attempts made by Kenichi Amemiya, as long as the parasite reached a certain stage, it was basically impossible for him to break the control without the help of outsiders. Lord Amemiya. For the first time, there were other emotions on Uchiha Shira's face. She looked at Kenichi Amemiya in panic. Under her leadership, the Lord was assassinated. At this moment, Uchiha Shira even thought about where to bury herself. It's okay. Kenichi Amemiya pulled out a long sword. His shadow clone was about to dissipate. After all, it was just a shadow clone without a body. It was already amazing that it could withstand such a sword. "Bring him back to me," Amemiya Kenichi said, then vanished. The atmosphere in the swamp grew even more tense. Uchiha Shira gritted her teeth as she stared at Hazuki before her. Then, swiftly advancing, she slapped him in the chest, sealing his chakra. What had he been trying to do? Though she didn't know if he intended suicide or continued his attack, Uchiha Shira wouldn't let him succeed. Fortunately, she had it under control, but a chill still ran down her spine. Fortunately, Amemiya Kenichi had used a shadow clone, not his real body, to escape the blame. Even so, she knew she was in trouble. The thought of this man causing trouble filled her with a desire to chop him into pieces. Are there any survivors of the Hazuki clan? Uchiha Shira took a deep breath. Hazuki was someone Amemiya Kenichi wanted, so she couldn't touch him or assault him. But she had plenty of other solutions. Hazuki Sujetsu's pupils shrank. There are 23 women and children, and 3 men who have received the gift. The Jonin of the Snow Country said respectfully. Lock up those 3 guys, seal their chakra with a sealing technique, and kill anyone who resists. Bring those 23 women and children here. Uchiha Shira suppressed her anger. After she hurriedly gave her instructions, she took the already immobilized Hazuki Sujetsu away. Although she wanted to take revenge right now, she also knew what could not be delayed. No matter what, Amemiya Kenichi's order had to be completed. Threats like yours are useless to me. Hazuki Sujetsu tried to adjust her mood and pretended to be disdainful. Because of your action, 23 people must die. Uchiha Shira looked at Hazuki Sujetsu beside her with indifference. She wanted to stab her to death with a knife, but she couldn't do that. Hazuki Sujetsu sneered. Then I'll dig up the graves of your Hazuki clan and feed their bones to the dogs. Uchiha Shira continued, and Hazuki Sujetsu finally broke down. What the hell are you going to do? Kill me, if you dare. Watching Hazuki Sujetsu roar at the top of his lungs, Uchiha smiled faintly. Then, she used a sealing technique to seal Hazuki Sujetsu's mouth. She had just seen clearly that he was attempting to bite his tongue to commit suicide. Strictly speaking, biting the tongue to commit suicide is impossible. The tongue is rich in nerves and extremely sensitive to pain. Furthermore, the tongue is very long. Even if a normal person could muster the fortitude, they wouldn't die if they only bit off a portion of it. The actual cause of death would be suffocation caused by the severed tongue falling into their throat. But the ninja world is the ninja world after all. If a ninja here truly wanted to bite their tongue to commit suicide, they could still do so. So, to avoid trouble, Uchiha immobilized Hazuki Sujetsu, leaving him with only his eyes rolled in anger. However, all his efforts were meaningless. Soon, Sujetsu Hazuki was taken to the capital of the Land of Water and met with Kenichi Amemiya. Yes, the parasite is still there, but how did he break free? Kenichi Amemiya curiously examined Sujetsu Hazuki's body. Sujetsu looked normal, the parasite still there, and the stab he had just made was indeed real. This begged the question, how did Sujetsu Hazuki break free from the parasite's control? How did you break free from the control? Kenichi Amemiya demanded directly. Sujetsu's expression began to turn into a state of agony as he tried to resist the parasite's influence, but to no avail. Soon, a miraculous scene occurred. A wriggling parasite was slowly expelled from the back of Sujetsu's head by Sujetsu Hazuki. I understand. Kenichi Amemiya observed Sujetsu Hazuki, who remained uncooperative, and suddenly understood how he had been able to avoid the parasite's control. You're truly a genius of the Hazuki clan. You've mastered the ability to liquefy. Amemiya Kenichi gazed at the silent Hazuki Sujetsu with a hint of interest. He understood that Hazuki Sujetsu possessed a unique ability to liquefy his body, and with that, his brain and other parts naturally became liquid. This made it so that Hazuki Sujetsu wouldn't be controlled by the parasite. After all, the parasite controlled the human brain, not water. If the parasite possessed this ability, then its power would be incredibly powerful. Amemiya Kenichi walked around the lab. Ever since he learned of the shadow clone's removal, he'd been wondering how Hazuki Sujetsu achieved this, but he didn't expect the truth to be so simple. Liquefaction. However, the liquefaction ability was indeed a powerful weapon against external, physical entities. After all, if your body tissues liquefied, you wouldn't be able to liquefy as well, would you? Therefore, being expelled from the body by the liquid wasn't surprising. I think very few of you Hazuki clan members have parasites. Amemiya Kenichi smacked his lips. Forget parasites, even losing weight has become easier. After a full meal, the body liquefies, excreting any unabsorbed food residue. In extreme cases, you might even avoid using the restroom. Hazuki Sujetsu remained silent. He wanted to commit suicide, but sadly, he found himself unable to do so. I saw intel that you led the team that killed your uncle. So, you're planning to endure humiliation and kill me? Amemiya Kenichi looked at Hazuki Sujetsu. Though not particularly old, he had such a plan. It was clear that Hazuki Sujetsu was truly a character. If his talent could be realized, and his strength improved rapidly, becoming the Mizukage wasn't out of the question. Hazuki Sujetsu remained silent, and Amemiya Kenichi felt a bit bored. While he remembered that Hazuki Sujetsu was a character who appeared in the plot, his talent was clearly not exceptional. Otherwise Amemiya Kenichi would have seen him many times. So, Kenichi Amemiya opened his main Juki Sharingan and controlled Sujetsu Hazuki before him. Then he looked at Uchiha, who was kneeling on the ground at a loss. Frankly speaking, Kenichi Amemiya was not very angry. Sujetsu Hazuki's liquefaction ability was something no one had expected. The parasite had always existed in his brain. Obviously, Uchiha was not responsible for this matter. But someone had to be found to take the blame, and it could only be Uchiha. It won't happen again. Kenichi Amemiya waved his hand. He really didn't care about this matter, but there was nothing he could do. Uchiha herself seemed to care very much. If he didn't say a few words, Uchiha would probably feel bad, so Kenichi Amemiya could only say this. Thank you, sir. Uchiha breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the sir was not very angry. That was good. But then Uchiha glanced at Hazuki, who stood there with lifeless eyes. She took a deep breath, feeling she might never see Hazuki again. This person's future might be bleak. But Uchiha Hashirama didn't say much, instead asking if the remaining Hazuki clan members should be punished. After a moment's deliberation, Amemiya Kenichi decided not to ask Uchiha Hashirama to do so. After all, the Hazuki clan was quite interesting, and the ability to liquefy was clearly not something that could be mastered by ordinary people. Without it, they would be unable to escape the parasite's control, posing no threat to Amemiya Kenichi. Looking at Hazuki's lifeless eyes, Amemiya Kenichi led her into the laboratory. He wanted to understand one question: was the ability to liquefy unique to Hazuki, or was it part of the Hazuki clan's bloodline? However, this question would have to wait until he had defeated the allied forces of the ninja world before he could study it. Chapter 410, Ninja Alliance? Have the ninjas from the other 3 villages reached that location? Tsunade asked, looking up from her desk in the Konoha Hokage building, tending to various Konoha village affairs. Konoha's entire focus was now on this SSS level mission. It could even be said that everything was focused on this mission, from intelligence input to supplies and even high-end combat power. Tsunade-sama, Elder Sarutobi Hiruzen has already gone with Master Jiraiya to greet them. According to the intelligence they've received, they're almost at their destination. Shizune clutched the documents, about to hand them over to the ANBU, but since Tsunade had asked, she felt obliged to answer. Tsunade nodded. This S level mission was not only the first of its kind in the ninja world, but also the first to require the cooperation of 4 ninja villages. Behind these 4 villages stood the 4 great nations, and Tsunade knew the intentions of the daimyo of these nations. To put it bluntly, they felt the conquest of the water country was a slap in the face, and they coveted the juicy morsel of the land of water, like a long-starved wolf eager for a feast. Ordinary small nations couldn't satisfy these people's appetites. Therefore, during the 3 great ninja wars, the 5 great powers often fought against other major powers, not smaller nations sandwiched between them as buffer zones. The sole function of these smaller nations was to serve as strategic buffer zones, minimizing the risk of conflict between them. But now that the water country has fallen and been conquered, the daimyo of the 4 great powers naturally desire to establish their own sphere of influence there. After all, acquiring such a vast territory would be a source of honor, worthy of a separate page in the daimyo's family tree. However, this great honor also carries with it complications. For example, how would the water country be divided among the 4 powers? Dividing it among the 4 nations would be no easy task. These people, others were able to conquer the land of water, occupy the hidden mist village, and even keep the 4th Mizukage, Kirutaji, at bay. Are they that confident? Tsunade pinched her brow. Compared to this matter, the suspected discovery of Orochimaru's base and the collusion between the ninja school teachers and Orochimaru seemed less significant. Tsunade felt a little uneasy. Having served as Konoha's war commander, she knew that the hidden mist village, while somewhat weak, were also exceptional ninja, not to mention the Three Tails. But what about now? The intelligence only mentioned the destruction of the hidden mist village, with statements like people nearby heard a loud explosion and saw a massive mushroom cloud. But no surviving spy could report the details of how the village was destroyed. This proved that the force that conquered the hidden mist village was enormous and possessed numerous powerful individuals. Even more terrifying, the enemy might have crushed the village instantly, leaving the spies hidden within no time to escape. It could even be argued that the force was incredibly powerful, having directly suppressed the tailed beasts. Otherwise, if the Three Tails and the other party had stalled for a moment, the spies from the ninja villages would have surely fled, their identities no longer having to worry about being exposed. Shinobi who were determined to escape were extremely difficult to capture, unless they were vastly superior in strength. Furthermore, each ninja village was aware of the presence of numerous spies from outside their own villages, and their numbers were undoubtedly substantial. Yet, despite this, not a single spy escaped from either Konoha or Kumogakuya. While no information on other ninja villages was mentioned, judging by their actions, it's likely they hadn't received any useful intelligence. And to be able to suppress the tailed beasts, and a behemoth like the hidden mist village, how terrifying would their methods be? This reminded Tsunade of her grandfather, the first Hokage. Senju Hashirama, the man known as the god of ninja. While her teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was once considered the most powerful Hokage of all time, Tsunade knew her grandfather was the true god of ninja, the man who could keep a tailed beast as a pet. I hope it goes well. Tsunade stood up and looked at the bustling Konoha outside the window, a little lost in thought. If they couldn't fight against the force that had occupied the land of water this time, then something serious was about to happen. In a makeshift base, Sarutobi Hiruzen was smoking, and next to him sat Jiraiya, who was yawning. Sarutobi, I didn't expect that you wouldn't be able to enjoy your retirement after abdicating. An old woman walked out from the shadows and laughed coldly. Old woman Chiyo, you are the least qualified to say that here. Huangtu yawned, then glanced at Jiraiya, all because she had been infected by Jiraiya's yawn when she was looking at him just now. When Grandma Chiyo heard this, her face darkened, but she snorted coldly and said nothing. After all, she was not young anymore, and if she really wanted to be picky, she really had no right to criticize the old man Sarutobi Hiruzen. Alright, everyone's here to complete a mission, not to argue, Sarutobi Hiruzen said calmly, taking a puff from his pipe on the table. He was old and in poor health, but he had come this time to bring glory to Konoha and pass on the will of fire. Yes, but hasn't Meditarumi joined your Konoha? Why don't you get her to share some information about the land of water? Deru squinted his eyes, looking half asleep, but every ninja present couldn't help but glance at him. This was because the other party represented the Hidden Cloud village, and according to their intelligence, when Deru and his men led the ninja army, the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, had also left the village, but their whereabouts were unknown. It couldn't be ruled out that Killer Bee was also planning to go to the land of water. Terumi Mei emerged, looking considerably more haggard. The news of her homelands and villages' destruction weighed heavily on her heart, weighing on her every day and every night. She could almost see the wronged souls of the Hidden Mist village questioning why she hadn't taken revenge on their enemies. Meditarumi also had family in the village, but now that the Hidden Mist village has been destroyed, those relatives are likely dead. Such emotions have long permeated the Hidden Mist village ninja team, the pain brewing over time into a mellow wine of revenge. For Meditarumi now, revenge is her only concern. The Hidden Mist village is now destroyed, and I don't know if there are any survivors, but I can hand over information about the land of water. Meditarumi's eyes were dark circles. The ninja present, looking at her haggard appearance, couldn't help but recall her smug smile when she burned the tree that produced the hero's water. Time had passed, and when they met again, she had become so different. The once 5 great nations had become 4, and Meditarumi had gone from a ninja of the Hidden Mist village to a homeless wanderer, even joining Konoha. However, as a former ninja of the land of water, Meditarumi knew a great deal about its affairs, even providing crucial information. In the northern part of the land of water, there's a secret base that only appears once a month due to factors like tides and wind. Originally used as a special training base for the Hidden Mist villages and ANBU, it was later abandoned due to maintenance costs. Despite its abandonment, the base still has 2 abandoned secret passages leading directly to the village. So, if that's the case, then we can take a boat there, launch a boat when we get close to the base, and sneak directly into the land of water from there. Huangtu understood Meditarumi's intention. But we'd have to make sure the abandoned base isn't discovered by the forces attacking the Hidden Mist village, and we'd also have to have a way out, Deru added. The Hidden Mist village's biggest problem right now is that no one knows how the village was destroyed, whether there are any survivors, and what the enemy has taken from the village. If they learn of this secret base, wouldn't that mean they're walking into a trap? For a moment, the ninja present were engulfed in heated discussion. After all, this mission was too important to be decided lightly. As for whether to launch a joint attack, all the ninjas tacitly avoided discussing it. They knew that no ninja village would lead the charge, unless they were extremely confident in their own strength. However, facing an unknown force that could conquer the Hidden Mist village, and even do so quickly, no ninja from any village would dare to be so confident. They were eager for the other ninja villages to take the lead, waiting to see the strength of their opponents before deciding how to attack. Unless Konoha sends a Jinchuriki, Granny Chiyo glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was smoking silently. On the Konoha side, Meditarumi and Jiraiya were talking, but the old man Sarutobi Hiruzen was almost silent. This unusual scene made Granny Chiyo wary. What was the other party planning? Was Konoha sending the Ninetales Jinchuriki? The closest major power to the Land of Water was the Land of Fire, with the Land of Lightning being relatively far away. With such a lucrative opportunity, so close at hand, Granny Chiyo didn't think Sarutobi Hiruzen would be unmoved. The more powerful a ninja, the more unwilling they are to spend their later years in such an ordinary way. For Sarutobi Hiruzen, leading Konoha to conquer the Land of Water and making it their sphere of influence would undoubtedly be the perfect funeral. Looks like it's right here. Atop a nearby hill, several black-clad ninjas carefully observed the movements below. They didn't dare to look closely, only taking a cursory glance. After confirming the number of people present, they lowered their heads. The ninja's sixth sense was incredibly sharp, and some perceptive ninjas could sense being watched. Therefore, they only dared to glance, but this single glance confirmed one thing: the ninjas from the four great kingdoms were stationed in this area. After all, there were no towns on the map, and theoretically, no one should live there. Yet, the sheer number of people present was clearly unusual. Disband. Convey this information to the Lord. The ninjas exchanged glances, and then one of them vanished into thin air. Shimura Danzo was right. These people actually set that place as the base for the allied shinobi forces. Amemiya Kenichi raised an eyebrow as he examined the intelligence in his hand. He hadn't expected the old man, Shimura Danzo, to have outdone himself and actually guessed the allied shinobi forces' location. Minato Namikaze had also received intelligence. No signs of a large force had been found at the secret base. He was about to investigate the town near the Land of Water, but that wasn't necessary now. Amemiya Kenichi had already sent a letter to Uchiha, confirming that the location Shimura Danzo had mentioned was real. Now that he knew their intelligence, it was time to set off. He wasn't one to sit idly by and watch the enemy attack him. The war couldn't spread to the Land of Water. That would be detrimental to his rule there. Only by spreading the war to the Land of Fire would it serve his own interests. I wonder if they've taken action yet. Amemiya Kenichi glanced in the direction of the Land of Rice. He had previously sent a letter to a location in the Land of Rice. This letter was naturally addressed to the Uchiha clan, as he had some plans requiring their cooperation. The atomic bomb here will take a while. Amemiya Kenichi observed the bomb before him. Time was short, and to ensure it was flawless, he had to carefully polish it, which slowed him down. However, thinking about the current situation in the Land of Water, he felt a new headache. The Land of Water was larger than the Land of Snow, with numerous scattered islands, each with its own towns. Ninja from the Land of Snow were needed to maintain order. Originally, Amemiya Kenichi had considered attacking the Land of Water and retaining some of the Hidden Mist Village's strength, thus minimizing the potential for his own rule. However, the power of the atomic bomb was far beyond his expectations. This presented a new challenge: insufficient manpower. The ninjas brought from the Land of Snow and the few surviving ghosts of the Hidden Mist Village proved difficult to maintain control of the Land of Water, not to mention the need to deal with the occasional Avengers from the Hidden Mist Village who appeared from nowhere. So defense is necessary. We don't have enough manpower. Should I take Minato Namikaze with me? Should we call him? Kenichi Amemiya pinched his eyebrows. But with the atomic bomb, it shouldn't be a big problem, right? Chapter 411 Prelude. Having more people has its advantages, and having fewer people has its advantages. However, in the world of Naruto, where extraordinary powers exist, having more people does not mean having an absolute advantage. If the strength of the fewer people is beyond the norm, then the more people will just become the minions in the game of Musou. So, in the end, Kenichi Amemiya did not choose to withdraw the ninjas who maintained law and order to accompany him to fight in the Land of Fire. I never thought that I would set foot on the Land of Fire again under such circumstances. Danzo Shimura looked at the dim ground below the airship with a sigh. Kenichi Amemiya looked at the ground below and could not see any lights. Although the ninja world had electric lights, it often looked like a retro medieval era. This also made it possible to see the bright starry sky in the ninja world. However, the only pity was that he could not see the Milky Way. This is true. If he could see the Milky Way, it would make Kenichi Amemiya even more entangled. After all, if he could see the Milky Way or some of the more famous stars from his past life, Kenichi Amemiya would begin to wonder where in the universe the planet where the ninja world resided, and whether he could develop a spacecraft capable of intergalactic travel and visit his homeland. Elder Shimura, the location you mentioned is correct. According to intelligence, the allied shinobi forces are indeed stationed there, said Minato Namikaze, who had returned from his previous investigation. His return was quite simple. Kenichi Amemiya had released the impure world reincarnation Minato Namikaze, and prepared a new living sacrifice for him. He then had Minato reincarnate in the land of water, and Uchiha Hashirama had retrieved the soul restraint device from Minato's head. This effectively avoided the need to wait for Minato Namikaze. It's a formidable and flexible force. If the enemy is willing to assist them, they can march en masse without having to worry about direct attacks. If they attempt to attack their base, they simply undo their reincarnation and redo it. However, it seems Uchiha Madara knows how to undo this, and that's becoming a significant problem. This must have been suggested by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Neither the town nor the secret base you mentioned is suitable and easily exposed. It's better to set it up right here. It's more concealed, and most importantly, there aren't any important strategic facilities here. Shimura Danzo folded his arms, having also been resurrected by Amemiya Kenichi this time. The main purpose of Shimura Danzo's reincarnation was to allow him to contribute to the upcoming war. While he didn't want to attack Konoha's ninja, he felt no pressure to do so against the allied forces of the other 3 ninja villages. Kenichi Amemiya wasn't entirely sure of Shimura Danzo's true strength, but he was undoubtedly an elite jonin. His impure world reincarnation body made him fearless, and could prevent the loss of numerous ninja. Shimura Danzo gazed at the distant light, unsure whether it was Konoha or somewhere else. He felt a wave of mixed emotions. He had fought with the old man Sarutobi Hiruzen for so long, only to find that Sarutobi Hiruzen would ultimately inherit his position as leader of the root. Was the former Konoha leader about to experience life as a root leader? He wondered what the future held for his old friend. While he hadn't inquired about how Konoha would treat him after his death, he knew many would applaud. So, what's the plan for this battle? Namikaze Minato couldn't help but ask. He glanced around. No one was around. The place was practically empty, a bit unsettling. There weren't many people on the airship right now. Just 3 people, Amemiya Kenichi, Shimura Danzo, and Namikaze Minato. Thinking to directly confront the combined forces of the 4 ninja villages was truly insane. Even Shimura Danzo, upon hearing this, couldn't help but look at Amemiya Kenichi with a strange look, calling him a lunatic for even having such a crazy idea. Amemiya Kenichi didn't comment, frankly stating that he could even do without Minato and Shimura Danzo, and go it alone. He could simply use the face erasing technique to replace a face from the periphery, then reach the center of the ninja forces. Then, he'd deploy the atomic bomb, leave behind shadow clones, and retreat with his main body. Detonating the atomic bomb would effectively wipe out the ninja forces. Amemiya Kenichi now had a clearer understanding of the atomic bomb's power. He had to admit that the culmination of his previous life's technology was truly a formidable artifact, easily shattering the hidden mist village and even severely damaging the tailed beasts. If the allied shinobi had brought along the 8-tailed fox and the 7-tailed fox, casualties might have been lessened. However, without them, all but a few high-ranking ninjas would have perished. Bringing along Minato Namikaze and Danzo Shimura was simply to prepare for any potential crisis. It would be convenient to have a backup plan. This time, the plan is simple. I'll sneak in and detonate my weapon. Then, Amemiya Kenichi rubbed his chin. He could already see the distant glow of fire, and it was time for their airship to descend. The recent development of airships would surely have led to each ninja village developing its own specialized counter-jutsu and scouting techniques, and Amemiya Kenichi didn't want to alert them. If the allied shinobi noticed his airship, his plan to easily infiltrate would be even more difficult. Let's descend. If we see fireworks exploding in the sky, I'll have you, Minato-sama, and Danzo Shimura harass the outside world and draw their attention. Amemiya Kenichi maneuvered the airship downward. He decided to prepare a backup plan. If anything went wrong, Minato Namikaze and the Shimuraden would hide outside to draw fire and create an opening for him. But looking at the dim forest, a strange feeling of unease settled over Amemiya Kenichi. He scanned his surroundings, but found nothing unusual. What's wrong? Amemiya Kenichi thought, frowning. This is truly remarkable. It seems that bastard Amemiya Kenichi has truly incurred public wrath this time. In an unidentified cave in the Land of Fire, Obito reviewed the intelligence gathered by Black Zetsu and smiled grimly. Hehe, that guy killed the Three Tails, destroyed the Hidden Mist Village, and now has the daimyo of the Four Nations issuing a joint mission. He's got it all his own way. Black Zetsu smirked wildly. He had been contemplating how to deal with Amemiya Kenichi. He had even considered using the impure world reincarnation of Uchiha Madara to help. But unexpectedly, Kenichi Amemiya had actually destroyed the Hidden Mist Village, conquered the Land of Water, and then drawn the combined ninja forces of the four great nations to join forces to attack them. This was incredibly good news for Black Zetsu, as Black Zetsu wouldn't have to do anything. He could just watch Kenichi Amemiya being attacked by the ninjas from the four great ninja villages, then use some means to temporarily restrict Kenichi Amemiya's movements. This would allow him to eliminate this troublemaker. That guy. Obito's eyes gleamed with hatred. He still remembered how Kenichi Amemiya had desecrated Rin's remains in Konoha, something Obito absolutely could not tolerate. HMPH. But how did that bastard Kenichi Amemiya kill the Three Tails? I know Yagura Karatachi isn't very strong and was severely injured after being released from control, but there's no reason he'd be so weak. Uchiha Obito was puzzled. He had once controlled the fourth Mizukage of the Hidden Mist, Kirutaji Yagura, and was well aware of the Hidden Mist's strength. While it was relatively weak among the 5 ninja villages in the ninja world, its strength had even further declined due to his blood mist policies, with many of the 7 ninja swordsmen defecting. However, the Hidden Mist was still a major ninja village, and Uchiha Obito could destroy it. It would just be extremely troublesome and time consuming, and controlling it so the spies couldn't escape was also impossible. I don't know, but I think we need to be on guard. Considering Kenichi Amemiya's previous tactics, I suspect he's created something similar to that strange weapon, but even more powerful, enough to wipe out the entire Hidden Mist. Black Zetsu thought of the dire situation in the Hidden Mist. He had previously assigned White Zetsu to oversee intelligence gathering in the Hidden Mist, but that day, not a single White Zetsu was alive. Remember, those were White Zetsu, incredibly stealthy and capable of evasion, but even so, none escaped. If that's the case, do you think there's a possibility that Kenichi Amemiya found the allied shinobi forces and detonated his weapon? Obito couldn't sit still anymore. He stood up, walked around twice, and then asked. He was becoming increasingly unsure about dealing with Kenichi Amemiya. He was becoming increasingly powerful, and there was no way he could send Nagato to deal with Kenichi Amemiya without a valid reason. Right now, Obito believed the allied shinobi forces were the most likely to succeed. It's possible, but I've already. Black Zetsu was silent for a moment. Although he wanted to say that the ninjas weren't so useless, he still thought it was a possibility. As he spoke, Black Zetsu suddenly froze, stood up, and looked into the distance. You guessed right, someone has arrived near the allied shinobi forces. Black Zetsu rubbed his hands together, then burrowed underground. He needed to gather intelligence on the other party to see if it was Kenichi Amemiya. Obito also stood up. Did they come? But, Kenichi Amemiya, you won't have the chance to launch a surprise attack on these allied ninja forces now. I will expose your plan. Prepare to face the pursuit of powerful forces from the 4 ninja villages. Brother, when will Brother Shizu and the others return? Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help but ask his brother, looking at him from Magatama village in the Land of Rice. Itachi Uchiha looked away, glanced at his brother, then reached out and rubbed Sasuke's head, his eyes filled with fondness for his brother. I'll be back once the mission is completed, Itachi Uchiha said, feeling a mix of emotions as he surveyed the now decreased village. The Uchiha clan had fled Konoha, leaving behind their ancestral village, and arrived in the Land of Rice, originally to escape the threat of war and the cruelty of the ninja world. However, with the arrival of that letter, the Uchiha clan once again embarked on a journey. The once bustling Magatama village had become much quieter. Shisu took his powerful clansmen with him, and before leaving, he visited Uchiha Mikoto and her 2 brothers. Itachi could see the determination in Shisu's eyes, so he said nothing. Just as Shisu had said, this was a debt the Uchiha clan owed, and it must be repaid. They didn't want to live on the backs of favors, or else the thought of losing money every night would keep them awake. What's the mission? Sasuke looked at Itachi curiously. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Mikoto came over, fed Sasuke a piece of candy, then picked him up, and looked at her eldest son. Itachi's eyes were filled with a tangle of emotions, some hesitant, some eager. If you want to go, go ahead, Mikoto said gently, hugging Sasuke. Mikoto looked much older now, with more white hair and more pronounced wrinkles on her face. Ever since Uchiha Fugaku's death, Mikoto had aged. Itachi was stunned, even wondering if he had misheard. Mom, Itachi Uchiha hesitated, feeling pained by the sight of his prematurely aged mother and his young naive brother. Go, Itachi. Mikoto Uchiha smiled softly, the tenderness in her eyes silencing him. He nodded, pinched Sasuke's cheek, and told him to wait for him to bring him the 3 colored dumplings. Then, grabbing his long-prepared backpack, he left the house. Watching his brother hurried away, Sasuke fell silent. Though still young, he knew his brother seemed about to embark on something dangerous. Mom, Sasuke clutched Mikoto Uchiha's clothes, a touch afraid. Sasuke, this is what a ninja is. Mikoto Uchiha's gentle smile remained, but tears welled in her eyes. After losing her husband, Mikoto's only source of support in this world was her 2 sons. But she couldn't stop them. In this terrible world, no one could stay out of it. Every ninja was bound to fight to the death, to kill each other, for one purpose or another. This is a ninja. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 412 High Altitude Hot Air Balloon. A fiery, dazzling light blazed across the night sky, illuminating Kenichi Amemiya's face. 6 or 7 roaring fire dragons burst forth from the dark forest, charging towards the ninja camp. They were quickly stopped, but the attack put the ninjas on high alert. Could it be that someone else is planning to attack the ninja camp here? Namake's Minato wondered. This was where ninja from 4 ninja villages were stationed. Why would anyone even consider attacking? Shimura Danzo narrowed his eyes, staring ahead. He didn't think this was an attack, more like a warning to the ninja camp, but that didn't make sense. Their arrival hadn't alerted anyone. Could it be that the Hyuga clan ninja had observed them? If they had, wouldn't they have issued a warning and launched an attack? Why, then, was this jutsu being unleashed towards the ninja camp? Unless the attacker is mentally ill. Shimura Danzo looked in the direction of the attack. The only attack from there was a single fire dragon jutsu, nothing else. However, the allied shinobi's base was already ablaze with lights, and then swarms of ninja began searching the surroundings. How interesting, Amemiya Kenichi chuckled. Although he didn't know what was going on, he had a clue who was most likely to use a fire dragon jutsu of this magnitude to attack, or alert the allied shinobi. Besides Obito, Amemiya Kenichi couldn't imagine anyone else who would have the time to do such a thing, given their arrival was a secret. Furthermore, unless Konoha was mentally ill, it wouldn't have chosen to attack ninja from the 3 major ninja villages. It would have been digging its own grave. Even if Konoha's ninja attacks Sand Village or Iwagakure, it would have been far more reliable than attacking here. Having ruled out these possibilities, Amemiya Kenichi knew who would do such a wicked thing. It had to be that bastard Uchiha Obito, and the one who discovered them was most likely Black Zetsu. With this thought, Amemiya Kenichi quickly opened his main Gekio and scanned the area. The composition of the soil, stones, minerals, and small shadowy creatures crawling about, all sorts of information instantly flooded into his mind. He frowned slightly and closed the main Gekio. He hadn't fully developed his eye technique. He felt that, if it were fully developed, it could not only analyze the nature of things, but also detect enemies. After all, if he could detect the element of a human body in complete darkness, then there must be someone inside. So, Amemiya Kenichi had just thought about trying to see if he could see any strange element, perhaps revealing Black Zetsu's hiding place. Unfortunately, before he could even finish his scan, his eyes began to ache. A patch of ground looked ordinary, seemingly just dirt, but it held a terrifying array of creatures, all sorts of microorganisms, small insects, and more. Let's go, let's get out of here. They're already on alert, Amemiya said, a little annoyed, but he had no choice but to leave for now. He had seen several ninja teams approaching. I think we can just kill one of the teams and then take their place and sneak in. Shimura Danzo thought differently. Amemiya Kenichi glanced at Shimura Danzo. If the three of them attacked simultaneously, it wouldn't be a problem. He possessed the Manga Key, Mangekyo, and could even cast illusions and control them. Combined with Namikaze Minato and Shimura Danzo, he could certainly pull it off. However, Amemiya Kenichi had other concerns. Killing these ninja teams and replacing them wouldn't be a problem. The erasing face technique could accomplish that. But the trouble wasn't with these ninjas. No, retreat first, Amemiya Kenichi insisted. Shimura Danzo didn't say anything, but followed Amemiya Kenichi out of the area. Amemiya Kenichi's fear wasn't really about the allied ninja forces, but rather about Black Zetsu and Obito, who were hiding somewhere. Black Zetsu, in particular, possessed exceptionally strong stealth abilities, and seemed to possess a strange, powerful control ability. Even with his Manga Key, Mangekyo, active, Obito could be controlled by Black Zetsu for a brief moment. While it wasn't long, it was deadly enough. If Black Zetsu rushed out and controlled him, it would be troublesome. Kenichi Amemiya knitted his brows. Before he could find Black Zetsu, he had to admit that he was simply the most disgusting person in the world. In his previous life, his abilities would have made him a fortune as a paparazzi reporter. I wonder if the teacher's research has yielded any results, Kenichi Amemiya thought, sighing. After conquering the land of water, Kenichi Amemiya had chatted with his teacher while they were conducting experiments, and the mention of Black Zetsu had come up. It was just a hypothetical question, but it had piqued his interest, and he was still in the lab. Looking down at the forest below, Kenichi Amemiya felt a bit depressed. His plan had seemed highly feasible, but he'd only just arrived at the forest to infiltrate, and it was ruined. Perhaps it was just a case of plans failing to keep up with the times. What do we do now? Minato Namikaze asked Kenichi Amemiya. They were already here, and the allied shinobi forces would likely be on guard for a long time, making it impossible to easily sneak in. Amemiya Kenichi rubbed his brow. After Obito's commotion, the chances of them getting inside had diminished. Konoha would undoubtedly have the Hyuga clan's ninja conduct a thorough search, and the search teams would likely have to undergo another round of inspections upon their return. However, he had his own solution, to fly the airship to the highest possible altitude and drop the bomb from high altitude. However, this would expose him to possible anti-aircraft ninjutsu attacks. If the garrison destroyed the atomic bomb before it detonated, the bomb would be wasted. To avoid alerting them, the best approach would be to fly the airship at a higher altitude than a conventional airship, minimizing detection. Then, paint the atomic bomb black to minimize the likelihood of detection. This approach should have a similar effect, and Amemiya Kenichi decided to give it a try. However, the airship couldn't fly that high. Any higher would exceed the limits of its material. Fortunately, Amemiya Kenichi had other options. For example, the hot air balloon he had initially proposed. Strictly speaking, an airship can usually fly higher than a hot air balloon. However, this is a ninja world, and the materials and technology of the ninja world dictate that an airship cannot surpass the soaring height of a hot air balloon. The materials used to make hot air balloons can cause tiny air holes to form in the airship. Therefore, when constructing an airship, Kenichi Amemiya uses different materials and coats it with a special oil for protection. However, hot air balloons don't have such restrictions. Simply aiming for height, they can fly very high, and the presence of shadow clones can also solve these problems for test pilots. He can even stay here to attract the attention of Obito and Black Zetsu. Although he can't see Obito right now, as long as he knows that Obito and Black Zetsu are definitely watching him, it's enough. Let me think about it. Kenichi Amemiya boarded the airship with Minato Namikaze and Danzo Shimura, temporarily withdrawing from the forest below. Meanwhile, Kenichi Amemiya began preparing to build his high-altitude hot air balloon. There are some differences between high-altitude hot air balloons and ordinary ones, but Kenichi Amemiya himself wasn't confident he could build one. After all, even the most technologically advanced and versatile zero-pressure balloons weren't feasible in the current ninja world. Kenichi Amemiya could only try to create a balloon with a stable material structure and a certain degree of stretchability. Inflation was left to his shadow clones, which made the balloon disposable. Even the people aboard were consumable, rarely able to get off. After all, the higher you fly, the more unpredictable the weather becomes, and whether the ninja world's weather would remain the same as it had been in his previous life was also a question. Fortunately, Kenichi Amemiya's scroll contained sufficient materials, allowing him to create a pure black hot air balloon. This balloon would only be used at night. It wouldn't work during the day, as direct sunlight would heat the balloon rapidly and make it explode. Though it's not entirely safe right now, Amemiya Kenichi observed the hot air balloon before him. Flying wouldn't be a problem, but how high it could fly was a question. With this in mind, Amemiya Kenichi sent a shadow clone aboard and watched it disappear into the night. After a while, a memory returned to him, leaving him lost in thought. In the shadow clone's memory, the high-altitude balloon had indeed risen slightly. While not significantly higher, it was still a difference of about 200 meters compared to the balloon Amemiya Kenichi had previously built. While he wondered if other ninja villages would be able to build balloons that could fly higher, Amemiya Kenichi felt the possibility was unlikely. Furthermore, he had no other options, so he simply built a new high-altitude balloon, painted it black, and sent the shadow clone aloft, carrying the scroll containing the atomic bomb. Meanwhile, Amemiya Kenichi took his airship to a nearby forest and observed the allied shinobi forces base from the treetops. Midway through, Amemiya Kenichi opened his main Gekkai Sharingan again and scanned the surrounding area, but still nothing. He even spotted some flying proteins catching proteins emerging from the ground, but he saw nothing resembling black Zetsu. I should have just cut black Zetsu down and taken a piece of meat. That way, I could analyze it directly, and then. Amemiya Kenichi was stunned. A question occurred to him. The main Gekkai Sharingan analyzes matter to determine its constituent element. While no two leaves are exactly alike, and everyone's composition varies, one might have more fat, another less. It's possible that within a given species, like the metasequoia-like plant beneath his feet, its basic element should be similar. At the very least, there's a significant difference between humans and soil insects. So, could he try to analyze the complete composition of metasequoia tree in one go, file it away, and then, next time, skip the metasequoia and focus on something else? It seems feasible, Amemiya Kenichi said, aroused. After all, he had to pretend to attract Black Zetsu's attention and study something else. The only problem was that Kenichi Amemiya wasn't sure his plan would work, but he felt his main Jiki abilities weren't limited to this. So, Kenichi Amemiya opened his main Jiki and stared at the metasequoia trees beneath him, analyzing their composition, deliberately ignoring the squirming proteins within. Main Gekkai Sharingan? Danzo Shimura looked into Kenichi Amemiya's strange eyes, a look mingled with shock and a hint of greed. The main Jiki was truly a valuable tool. He had used Ai's energy to successfully evade a pursuit by remnants of the Akatsuki organization. It was incredibly powerful, and Danzo was confident that with it, he could reach the rank of Kage. What do you want to do? Minato Namikaze narrowed his eyes at Danzo Shimura, then took a step forward, ensuring that whatever he intended wouldn't threaten Kenichi Amemiya behind him. Don't worry, Yondaime, I no longer have those desires. Danzo Shimura's eyes returned to their usual clarity, and he shook his head calmly. When he first saw the main Jiki, he admitted he'd been deeply moved, but he quickly calmed down. He was already dead, so what good was the main Jiki? And most importantly, he couldn't defeat Kenichi Amemiya. Kenichi Amemiya raised his head, his main Jiki now deactivated. Witnessing the impure world reincarnation was a drain on his eyes, and he didn't intend to abuse it until he reached the eternal main Jiki. He'd naturally noticed the earlier altercation, but he didn't care. Danzo hadn't had a chance to attack. He could dissolve the impure world reincarnation with a single thought, so he didn't need to worry about Danzo's attack. I've analyzed the meta sequoia, but can this idea of mine be realized? Kenichi Amemiya said excitedly. At that moment, a roaring fire dragon rushed towards the ninja base from a short distance ahead of him. Kenichi Amemiya's eyes narrowed, but even faster than him was Minato Namake's, who instantly rushed to the location of the jutsu. Chapter 413 Nuclear Explosion. Namake's Minato, known as the fastest man in the ninja world, mastered the Flying Thunder God technique to perfection. His ability to create a dazzling yellow flash with his powerful hand was a formidable feat. However, this didn't mean he was also incredibly fast. His speed was based on the Flying Thunder God mark. Just now, after witnessing the attack, Minato rushed forward, hoping to catch the troublemaker. However, as he rushed, he unexpectedly sensed a familiar mark, the Flying Thunder God mark. Is this the Flying Thunder God mark? Namake's was surprised, but he ran even faster, because he knew what the Flying Thunder God mark might be. After all, the last time he used it, it had left a mark on the attacker. Could this attacker be the same one who had attacked Konoha before? Namake's Minato had used the Flying Thunder God technique many times, but few had survived the mark. The one that impressed him most was, of course, the mysterious masked figure who had attacked Konoha the previous time. With this thought, Minato Namake's couldn't help but quicken his pace. Soon, he arrived at the forest and spotted the black-robed figure preparing to leave. The figure wore a mask, revealing only one eye. The moment he saw him, he knew for sure that this was the man who had attacked Konoha. He hurled two kunai, which lodged in front of the man. Then, in an instant, he flashed to where the kunai had been, and launched his Rasengan into the man's mask. Minato had no intention of greeting him. The man was the one who had killed him and his wife. He'd better wait until they reached the Pure Land to discuss anything. It's you. Obito sensed something was amiss the moment he saw the familiar kunai, but when he actually saw Minato, he was still taken aback for a second. He hadn't expected to see his former teacher there. Despite a hint of surprise, Obito, facing the close attack, activated his own ability. Though his body appeared intact, Minato passed right through him. The Rasengan blasted a massive crater in the ground. You attacked Konoha last time, what are you doing here this time? Minato glared sternly at Obito. He wasn't sure of the other man's identity, but he knew he was a formidable opponent. His strange abilities had caused him trouble before. But that was the last time, and with that experience, Minato had a better understanding of the man before him. Obito stared at Minato in silence. This man was his teacher, once the most important person to him, yet he hadn't recognized him at all, and hadn't saved Rin, the fastest man in the ninja world. Huh. Immortal reincarnation? I never thought the fourth Hokage would be reincarnated. Obito, noticing Minato's strange state, sneered, a new plan forming in his mind. Obito had no intention of arguing further with Minato. His recent attack had clearly attracted the attention of the allied shinobi forces, and Amemiya Kenichi was poised to attack from behind. He needed to leave quickly, but before he could react, Minato lunged forward, his Rasengan illuminating the surrounding vegetation and even Obito's eyes. See you later. Obito glanced at Minato, and, without hesitation, turned and left. Minato was momentarily bewildered, but then he felt something grab his foot. For a moment, it felt as if he had lost the ability to move. He could only watch helplessly as Obito vanished into the dark forest. Minato's body returned to normal, and he fell to the ground. He flung the Rasengan in Obito's direction, but it hit nothing. He could sense that his Flying Thunder God seal had vanished. Why does this feel so strangely familiar? Minato looked down. There was nothing on the ground. So what had happened to the feeling of being grabbed? He was a ninja, so there was no way he'd been caught on a plant root or something. The pulling sensation was so intense, there was no way he was mistaken. Minato Namake's was a little confused, but seeing the flames in the distance, he decided to leave. If he stayed any longer, the ninja squad would have discovered him. He would be a nuisance to any ninja now. Fortunately, the ninja hadn't noticed the Flying Thunder God mark he'd left on him. The next time they met, Minato Namake's would definitely surprise them. I think we need to move our location as soon as possible. We've been exposed. Huang Tu frowned, his expression unpleasant. Since the previous attack, the entire allied shinobi base had been awakened, but a search of the area had yielded no particularly useful clues. but they hadn't expected another attack like this. Old Sarutobi, you can see this isn't an attack, it's more of a warning. Chiyo glanced at the ninja present. These were the powerful figures who could decide the allied shinobi's direction, and of course, they were all ninja from their own villages. They had no control over the ninja from other villages. They were only an alliance, in name only, but without a war commander unanimously recognized by the 4 ninja villages. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. He also felt that this was not an attack. After all, the attacker had not continued to perform ninjutsu, and the attack was far away from here, which was not reasonable. This was not an attack at all. If it were an attack, the opponent's level and intelligence would be extremely worrying. I agree with Grandma Chiyo. This is not an attack, it's a warning. Someone is reminding us that we are about to be attacked. Deru agreed with Grandma Chiyo, but he seemed a little fearless. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Deru and took a puff of his cigarette. Deru was so confident. Could it be that he was already in the ninja team of the Hidden Cloud Village? If so, would the Hidden Cloud Village send the 8 Tails Jinchuriki to occupy the Land of Water? I think we should arrange a retreat as soon as possible. If this is truly a warning, an attack could still happen at any moment, and it's clearly from those who have occupied the Hidden Mist Village. Jiraiya's face grimaced. He'd been woken from his sleep, but he knew the urgency of the situation, so he kept quiet. Is there enough time? It wouldn't be easy for so many ninja to evacuate, Meditarumi retorted. She'd considered evacuating, but it wasn't easy, especially in the pitch darkness. Who knew where the attack might come from? Konoha had even deployed a team of sensory ninjas led by the Hyuga clan during their previous exploration, but to no avail. Just as the ninja were debating whether to evacuate, a Konoha ANBU ninja rushed in and whispered something in Sarutobi Hiruzen's ear. Evacuate immediately. Sarutobi Hiruzen abruptly stood up, his voice drawing the gazes of all the ninja present. We just received intelligence that a ninja from the hot air balloon team spotted what appears to be a hot air balloon high in the sky, and it's already flying higher than them. Sarutobi Hiruzen, aware of the urgency of the situation, spoke urgently, then quickly left with Jiraiya and Meditarumi. The ninja present reacted quickly. While the sighting was only suspected, an attack could come at any moment, and they had to retreat. Furthermore, with a hot air balloon flying high in the sky, the enemy's attack could be coming from above, which reminded all the ninja present of a name, the Heavenly Demon. The enemy preferred to launch attacks from the air, and their power was immense. If it was indeed the Heavenly Demon, they were here. Suddenly, various defensive barriers illuminated the bases of the allied shinobi forces, and the vast majority of the ninja began to evacuate, leaving behind even their tents. As for the defensive barriers, they had no hope of them being effective. The Hidden Mist Village also had a defensive barrier, and as a major ninja village, they had far more personnel to deploy. Yet, despite this situation, they were still destroyed, with no news reaching them at all. The village's long-established defensive barrier was useless, let alone a makeshift one. Is it really the Heavenly Demon? Jiraiya ran quickly. He already knew some information about the Heavenly Demon. For example, Konoha was almost certain the Heavenly Demon was the traitorous ninja from Konoha village, Kenichi Amemiya. While there might be some uncertainty, based on various intelligence reports, it was indeed the Heavenly Demon. Not sure, but it's possible. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed overhead. He knew that the Heavenly Demon's attacks tended to launch from the air, and if they could be detected in advance, there would be a way to counter them. Furthermore, the ninja forces from the 4 villages were stationed at a distance from each other. After all, it was difficult to expect these ninja to trust each other. Unexpectedly, this actually reduced the possibility of being wiped out by the Heavenly Demon. There. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils shrank as he saw something rapidly falling in the dark night sky. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't have time to use his shadow clones. The object was falling incredibly fast. He opened his mouth and unleashed a thunderclap, striking the falling object at breakneck speed. He also saw several ninjutsu flying towards the unknown object from all directions. Deploy a defensive barrier. Use your strongest defensive ninjutsu. Jiraiya shouted. The destruction would be left to the teacher. His responsibility was to minimize casualties among the Konoha ninjas. But the next second, everything around them suddenly fell silent. Then, a sharp explosion echoed. Simultaneously, a blazing light spread from a distance, transforming into a crimson flame that rose into the air. A tremendous force instantly broke through the defensive barrier, carrying with it a surge of intense heat. Jiraiya's pupils shrank. Could such a powerful force be exerted from such a distance? But he didn't have time to think. He immediately unleashed his most comprehensive water-based ninjutsu, followed by his earth-based ninjutsu without hesitation, creating a towering wall to protect the Konoha ninja behind him. But the speed was too great. The intense heat instantly evaporated Jiraiya's water-based ninjutsu, and the shockwave swept through one defensive ninjutsu after another. The ninja's hastily deployed defensive ninjutsu were obliterated by the brilliance of the atomic bomb. At the same time, a strong sense of discomfort washed over Jiraiya. The dazzling mushroom cloud continued to rise, and the radiation, heat, and shockwaves ravaged the land. For a moment, nothing could be heard, and the ninjas were practically deafened. The surrounding trees collapsed to the ground, and those near the center of the explosion were either reduced to charcoal or vanished, their whereabouts unknown. This is it. Obito's pupils shrank. What could be so powerful? Was this a ninjutsu? What scale of ninjutsu was this? And why, even standing there, could he still feel a wave of discomfort, even a scorching wind sweeping towards him? This must be the thing that destroyed the hidden mist village. Black Zetsu also watched in amazement, though his inner awe was less intense, for he had witnessed far more terrifying power before. While this power was terrifying, it wasn't absolutely invincible, unlike the one he'd witnessed before. However, he now understood why the hidden mist village had been destroyed, and why the white Zetsu he had buried hadn't transmitted a single message. This thing was truly awe-inspiring. The instantaneous explosion, the intense heat, and the immense destructive power must have destroyed White Zetsu and the spies, just as they were about to escape. The Three Tails had likely been killed, or severely injured in its encounter with this thing, ultimately being taken away by Amemiya Kenichi. Obito couldn't help but step back, the discomfort subsiding slightly. He gazed at the red mushroom cloud and the flames illuminating the forest in the distance, his expression darkening. That guy's still getting stronger. This can't go on. Obito clenched his fists. If the other party was determined to oppose him, how long would he have to wait before he could create a world with Rin? Thinking about his previous idea, Obito felt more and more that it had a certain degree of feasibility. After all, the world was littered with the remains of powerful individuals. He only needed to find them to create a powerful enough army to suppress Amemiya Kenichi, and perhaps even allow him to return to this world. Let's give it a try. Chapter 414, Death of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Cough, cough, puff. Jiraiya spat out a mouthful of blood, and touched his chest. Even so, a suppressed discomfort made him want to spit out more blood, and the discomfort only grew stronger. Injury. Jiraiya turned his head and looked. The powerful explosion had finally died down, the mushroom cloud still towering behind him. Its calmness belied the fact that it had instantly killed countless ninjas. But the scene that greeted him was a hellish scene that even Jiraiya, a veteran ninja, could not bear to watch. Most of the original forest was gone. Burning trees, blackened trunks, and charred figures stood there, their movements still intact, as if hiding from something. But the world-destroying explosion had instantly taken their lives, and destroyed their defensive ninjutsu. The shinobi thrashed on the ground in agony. The explosion was over, but the deadly nuclear radiation was constantly eating away at their cells. Ninjas are superhuman beings with a tenacious life force, but this very strength now brought them even greater pain. An ordinary person would have died long ago in the face of this level of radiation, but the ninjas were so physically fit that the radiation, far from killing them instantly, began to steadily destroy their vital energy. Jiraiya. An old weary voice called out. Jiraiya turned and saw a small, shattered hillock behind him. His teacher's voice emanated from behind it. Jiraiya could tell it was a jutsu of earth escape, a high level one at that. A defensive jutsu of this magnitude couldn't protect many people. At that moment, Jiraiya felt a surge of anger. If the demon was truly Amemiya Kenichi, then what had he done? Although Jiraiya hadn't yet counted the bodies, a single glance told him that the casualties were numerous. Teacher. Jiraiya swiftly approached. Sarutobi Hiruzen lay weakly on the hill. He looked at Jiraiya quietly, at his disciple, a soft glint in his eyes. His efforts hadn't been entirely in vain. As they drew closer to the center of the explosion, the discomfort grew stronger, making their entire body ache. Jiraiya walked closer, and as he drew closer to Sarutobi Hiruzen, he noticed something was amiss. His teacher's back was pitch black, like charred charcoal. Jiraiya was silent for a moment. He gently lifted his teacher up, using a gentleness never before applied to him, but his hand pressed into the layer, as if it were a biscuit. There was no flesh inside, just the charred consistency. Jiraiya gritted his teeth and slowly lifted his teacher onto his back. Suddenly, he realized how light he had become. The strong man who had once used his inner decapitation technique to drag him down to the ground and tease him was now eerily light. Jiraiya slowly carried Sarutobi Hiruzen out, and along the way, any Konoha ninja still breathing helped him along. The further they got from the mushroom-like cloud, the less uncomfortable they felt. Jiraiya. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was weak, and Jiraiya's nose felt sore. He widened his eyes, then softly replied. Try to bring out as many ninja from the village as possible. Sarutobi Hiruzen was exhausted. He slumped over Jiraiya's back, feeling as if he had no strength left. A deep weariness washed over him. He could feel Jiraiya's hand behind him, but it didn't hurt, not at all. Jiraiya replied, then took a deep breath, and continued carrying his teacher through the hellish atmosphere, filled with the smell of charcoal and destruction. Once the discomfort completely subsided, Jiraiya set his teacher and the other Konoha ninja down. Then he took a deep breath and rushed back. There were still many Konoha ninjas he needed to save. Or perhaps he was trying to avoid something, a future he knew was coming, but didn't want to see. Shikaku, are you there? Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed twice and asked. Soon after, Shikaku slowly approached. He had been performing a defensive jutsu, water style, when the explosion occurred. He had also noticed Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was performing an earth-style jutsu, and naturally positioned himself behind him. Though he was also seriously injured, at least he was still alive, albeit occasionally spitting blood. Intelligent people generally thrive in any world. Shikaku, take a look at the casualties later and quickly call for Tsunede's help. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He clutched his chest, the intense burning sensation tingling in his chest and abdomen. Only after spitting out blood did he feel better. Black blood flowed onto the ground, some dripping onto Sarutobi Hiruzen's tattered clothes, where it spread like a small flower. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that seeking the help of a medical ninja was the most appropriate option in this situation. And if anyone could simultaneously treat so many wounded, he couldn't think of anyone other than Tsunade. I'm doing it, Elder Sarutobi, Shikaku said, watching Sarutobi Hiruzen spit out black blood. A wave of inexplicable sadness welled up in his heart. Sarutobi Hiruzen was old, and after such a severe injury, he probably wouldn't be able to hold out for much longer. While Sarutobi Hiruzen's performance as Hokage had drawn mixed reviews, and his own policies had their critics, his actions had left a lasting impression on Shikaku. Regardless, Sarutobi Hiruzen was truly willing to sacrifice everything for Konoha, even going so far as to create a massive earth-style defensive jutsu to protect the ninja behind him, while Sarutobi Hiruzen himself relied solely on smaller defensive jutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen spat out another mouthful of blood, his vision blurring. He knew his body was failing. He hadn't given much thought when he'd just used Earth-style's Earth Flow Wall to protect the Konoha ninja behind him. He'd simply used a vast amount of chakra, and by the time he'd cast Earth Flow Wall to protect himself, he'd run out of chakra. Facing the blinding white light of destruction, Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned for a second before a relieved smile broke out. Elder Sarutobi. Shikaku grasped Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand. He could tell the old man before him was nearing death. Where Konoha dances, cough cough, fire also burns. Sarutobi Hiruzen reached out in vain, unsure if he, a cage, had done enough for the village. In an instant, countless images flashed before his eyes. His childhood training in ninjutsu, his later studies with his teacher, Tobirama Senju, his rivalry with Danzo, his marriage to Biwako, and the birth of Asuma. Then his own portrait appeared on the Hokage rock. He became the Sandaime Hokage and led Konoha to another path, restraining the Uchiha, leading the Ninja World War, abdicating to the 4th Hokage, and dying in Lake Biwa. The appearances of Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru from childhood to adulthood appeared before his eyes. In the end, when the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze sacrificed his life, he silently participated in the 4th Hokage's funeral while holding the young Naruto. Now, it was his funeral. Shikaku. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly got better. He showed a relieved smile, and that smile seemed to be mixed with some ease and some reluctance. Elder Sarutobi. Shikaku looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of him. He knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen had regained his strength. The doctor who once dominated the ninja world would eventually return to the Pure Land. Tell that bastard Jiraiya that next time he publishes a new book, remember to burn it for me. Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed heartily, but his laughter was replaced by a cough. Then Sarutobi Hiruzen violently coughed up several mouthfuls of blood and collapsed on the cushion, his hands drooping limply. Shikaku's eyes widened, and he clenched his fists tightly, but even so, he couldn't help but let the tears fall. He had never expected that participating in a mission against the Hidden Mist village in the Land of Water would lead to Sarutobi Hiruzen's death here. I will burn all the hardcover and collector's editions for you, teacher. Jiraiya walked out, looking up at the sky, not looking at his teacher, but Shikaku saw the tear marks on Jiraiya's cheeks. When you get beaten by Biwako-sama, don't blame me. Jiraiya smiled and sat down, sitting cross-legged, with a black and red mushroom cloud behind him. Looking at the old man who had raised him, Jiraiya couldn't help but laugh. Tears streamed freely from his eyes, dripping onto the ground. The surviving Konoha ninjas who were still able to move slowly gathered around, each knowing who had protected them. Sarutobi Hiruzen's earth flow wall was unleashed behind him. No matter what, the 3rd Hokage had lived up to his oft-repeated slogan. Wherever Konoha dances, the fire burns. Terumi Mei stood nearby. She too had survived. Watching the miserable Konoha ninja before her, she felt a pity. She knew her village would likely be destroyed by such an attack, yet someone had warned them. If no one had warned, and the demon's attack had unleashed itself, how many would have perished? Terumi Mei didn't know. She also wondered if anyone in the Hidden Mist village had sacrificed themselves, like Sarutobi Hiruzen, to protect the flame. Perhaps it was this spirit that made Konoha the foremost ninja village in the ninja world. What the hell are you, Konoha? A furious voice called out. Jiraiya turned back with a cold face, his rage uncontrollable, his body trembling with fury. Huangtu and Eru were standing nearby. Their angry faces suddenly quieted as they noticed the lifeless old man lying in the middle. The Iwagakure village had suffered heavy losses. Although they were skilled in earth-style ninjutsu, the atomic bomb still killed many of its members. Huangtu was also feeling the pain. His friend had died protecting him. No body could be found. Only a shadow of his friend could be seen on the shattered rock face. Huangtu was silent for a long time before he cut through the rock face entirely, knowing it was the only remaining evidence of his friend. After rescuing the wounded, Huangtu angrily led his team to search for Konoha. Along the way, they encountered the Kumogakure village, which had also suffered heavy losses. The Sand village wanted to send someone, but with Chiyo dead, they were still busy. So Deru and Huangtu came. They came to exact revenge. After all, Konoha had provided this location, and Konoha was bound to bear the blame. But looking at the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, lying on the cushions, and the enraged Konoha ninjas, Deru and Huangtu suddenly quieted down. Something terrible had happened. The 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was dead. He was the village Kage, the absolute leader among all the ninjas in the village, and now he was dead. And just looking at the expressions of the Konoha ninjas, it was clear that they were as furious as anyone else. If Konoha was held accountable at this time, the 4th Shinobi World War would surely begin. For a moment, the entire forest fell silent. I have a feeling that, if I go down here now, I'll become a supervillain, said Kenichi Amemiya, gazing at the mushroom cloud in the distance. If the atomic bomb detonated at the center without warning, it was safe to say that all these ninjas would be dead. But now that Obito has intervened, the atomic bomb explosion is destined to not wipe out everyone. This means there must be survivors. Not seemingly, but definitely. Namake's Minato glanced at Amemiya Kenichi. Although it wasn't his first time seeing this amazing weapon, seeing it a second time made him feel a little older. Shimura Danzo looked at Amemiya Kenichi, then at the mushroom cloud ahead. He now deeply doubted whether Amemiya Kenichi needed his impure world reincarnation to help. The enemy seemed to be able to handle the situation on their own. Amemiya Kenichi rubbed his chin. He longed to go down and see the results of the battle. However, with such a big commotion, he didn't know when Konoha would send troops. What would happen if he used that jutsu now? The moral balance in Amemiya Kenichi's mind swung back and forth, causing him great distress. War has no morals. Amemiya Kenichi narrowed his eyes, his decision made. Thinking of this, Kenichi Amemiya opened the airship and jumped down, disappearing into the night. Minato Namake's and Danzo Shimura also jumped down. Chapter 415, Immortal Technique. Killiyama. I'm also deeply saddened by the passing of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The attacker's actions this time were truly outrageous. I have every reason to suspect Tenma was involved in the attack on the hidden mist village in the Land of Water, and perhaps even the mastermind behind it, Deru whispered. Originally, he had come to exact revenge. After all, the hidden mist village had been attacked because of the base provided by Konoha, and the casualties were heavy. Honestly, even if they wanted to start the Fourth Shinobi World War, it wouldn't be impossible. However, the problem was that there were two sides to the story. Konoha had also been attacked, and the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had died in the battle, along with many of its own men. It could be said that Konoha was also a victim, and its losses were far greater than those of other ninja villages. After all, Konoha had lost a cage, and if other ninja villages refused to submit, they would have to kill their own cage. Otherwise it would be a disparity in status. Even Chiyo, the powerful elder of the Sand Village, a figure of cage-level power, still lacked the seniority and prestige of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yes, this attack method is what Tenma is best at. The demon strength is constantly improving. Huangtu nodded. He was considered the next Tsuchikage successor. Although he had little personal interest, he had some knowledge of the ninja world. Huangtu was naturally aware of Tenma, the most powerful ninja in the ninja world at the time. The old man had originally commissioned Tenma to carry out the mission. Jiraiya felt a complex emotion as he listened to the attention these people paid to Tenma. He didn't know whether to be happy or sad, or perhaps a mixture of both. Tenma was most likely Kenichi Amemiya, a disciple of Orochimaru and a former member of Konoha, but now a traitor to Konoha, his hands stained with the blood of countless Konoha ninjas. Jiraiya had already entered Sage Mode. After all, the attack had just ended, and no one knew if the attacker would strike again. If they did, it would be extremely dangerous. Jiraiya needed to ensure he was at peak combat power, while Narushikaku had already dispatched a reinforcement team to Konoha. They simply needed to buy time until Tsunade arrived. With their ships and hot air balloons, the speed of summoning reinforcement was significantly increased. Using wine-style ninjutsu, they could quickly reach Konoha. Normally, it would take several days for Tsunade to arrive, and by then, many wounded would likely have died. I have a suggestion. Deru looked at Jiraiya. With Sarutobi Hiruzen dead, ultimate commanding Konoha fell to Jiraiya. Narushikaku wasn't incapable, but he was seriously injured and still recuperating. Terumi Mei was capable, but she was from the Hidden Mist Village, and not yet fully part of Konoha, so Jiraiya was the only one he could turn to. What? Jiraiya glanced at Deru, frowning as he glanced around. For some reason, a strange sense of danger gripped him, making him wary. I'd like to discuss sending Killer Bee, the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki of the Kumogakure village, here. Otherwise, I'm worried. Deru didn't finish his words, but everyone understood what he meant. Now, whether it was Konoha, Kumogakure, or Sand Village, they had all dispersed their forces to prevent a second such attack. So many had already died in the previous attack, who could withstand another? Ninjas were ninjas after all. After the recent trauma, they quickly analyzed that this powerful attack exploded from the center of the impact point and spread out in a circular pattern, with the damage decreasing the further outwards they were. Therefore, all the ninjas were moving, while the top fighters from each ninja village gathered together to prepare for a possible attack from the heavenly demon. If they were to gather together, they would have a fighting force. Killer B. A voice called out, and the ninjas present immediately raised their heads and looked towards a location. 3 figures crouched in the treetops, illuminated by the moonlight. They all wore strange, swirling masks. The man in the center wore a recognizable mask, instantly recognizing his identity. A demon. How dare this guy actually come down and attack them? If you're talking about that crazy giant, he might already be here. Amemiya Kenichi glanced off into the distance. Just as he jumped down, he noticed fallen trees in the distant forest. Clearly something approaching. Demon. Huang-Tu angrily thrust his rock spear at Amemiya Kenichi, but the attack was blocked by the masked man beside him. Ahem. Huang-Tu from the Iwagakure village, right? I'll be your opponent. Shimura Danzo jumped down, gazing at Huang-Tu with a hint of amusement in his eyes. As the former leader of the route, Shimura Danzo had accomplished many things, but Huang-Tu's presence in the Iwagakure village left the deepest impression on him. He was no simple character, and he wanted to test his own strength without the aid of the Sharingan. Jiraiya's brow furrowed. The masked man's tone sounded familiar. But then he ignored all else. Looking at the demon and the other masked figure still crouching above, Jiraiya launched a fire dragon bullet at them both. If the demon was truly that little bastard Amemiya Kenichi, then Jiraiya felt he had some understanding of him. After all, he knew his teacher, Orochimaru, well. The fire dragon bullet slammed into the treetops with great force, setting the tree ablaze. However, Amemiya Kenichi and Minato Namikaze had already switched positions. The moment they appeared, Deru's gratitude wave and Meditarumi's water dragon bullet were simultaneously unleashed. The attack was blocked, and a kunai flew over, piercing the ground. Then, a masked man appeared eerily before them, swiftly slashing the kunai at their necks. Your opponent is me. Namikaze Minato glanced at his teacher, Jiraiya, with a complex expression. He truly didn't want to attack his mentor, so the attacks of Meditarumi and Deru seemed to have helped him escape. Flying Thunder God. Who are you? Deru stared in surprise at the strange ninja who had appeared before him, then glanced at Jiraiya. Was this really some Konoha plot to wipe them out? Jiraiya stared blankly at the masked man before him, Flying Thunder God, and that familiar accent. Jiraiya might have mistaken many people, but he couldn't mistake his student, Namikaze Minato. He immediately recognized Minato's voice, but wasn't Minato dead? He remembered that his student had died on the night of the Ninetales. By the time he returned, it was too late, and he regretted it for a long time. However, Jiraiya was a little unsure. He felt that the man was Minato, but he was wearing a mask. Could it be Minato? Just as Jiraiya hesitated, Minato Namikaze's subconscious use of the Rasengan completely exposed his identity, and Jiraiya's face instantly turned red. Angry. But just as Jiraiya was about to say something, he noticed something was wrong. Why hadn't that little bastard Tenma made a move yet? He glanced at the treetops. Amemiya Kenichi had already stood up, and was rapidly forming hand seals. The hand seals were very fast and even complicated, which made Jiraiya confused for a moment about what ninjutsu Amemiya Kenichi was planning to perform. After all, at their level, ninjas could often perform ordinary ninjutsu with just one hand seal or even without any hand seals. But despite his confusion, Jiraiya still made his move. A qualified ninja would not watch the enemy prepare a ninjutsu easily. Jiraiya shook his head, then opened his mouth and spat out a ball of yellow oil that flew towards Amemiya Kenichi. Third uncle, come and fix the gate. A shadowy clone rushed out from the side and clapped his hands. A Rashomon suddenly appeared on the ground, but it was immediately pierced by dense white spikes, and the oil was spat onto the gate. Isn't this a single Rashomon? Jiraiya couldn't help but grumble. He was now even more certain that the figure before him was Kenichi Amemiya. The Rashomon was a defensive jutsu favored by Orochimaru. However, Jiraiya didn't hesitate, and unleashed a fire ninjutsu, combined with the toad oil he had spat, instantly shattering the Rashomon. At the same time, a massive Rasengan appeared in Jiraiya's hand, and was hurled towards Kenichi Amemiya's position. However, a masked man suddenly appeared in the path of the giant Rasengan and directly blocked the attack. The giant Rasengan also shattered a large part of Minato Namikaze's body, but Minato was unharmed, and even rapidly recovered. In Pure World Reincarnation, Jiraiya, who had fought Orochimaru before, instantly recognized the jutsu. Watching Minato Namikaze fly back, to hold back Meitarumi and Eru, he finally understood what was happening. Amemiya Kenichi had clearly used Impure World Reincarnation, then unleashed his student, Minato Namikaze, into the Impure World, revealing his masterful Flying Thunder God technique and familiar jutsu. So who was the other person? Was he also Impure World Reincarnation? Meanwhile, Amemiya Kenichi's hand seals finally concluded. The main Gekkai stared silently into the sky. Before Amemiya Kenichi, chakra formed a mysterious gate. This was a jutsu Amemiya had adapted, based on his previous research on the reincarnation and impure world reincarnation techniques. Previously, it had been in the experimental and theoretical stages. Now, on this land, where countless lives had been lost, Amemiya Kenichi was using this untested jutsu. Senjutsu. Killiyama. Amemiya Kenichi's imaginary cry instantly captured the attention of the ninja present, and for a moment, the battlefield fell eerily silent. Then, pairs of withered skeletons crawled out of the ground, their bodies covered in mud, forming animal shapes. The entire forest suddenly became lively, and even Jiraiya could hear the other ninjas' gasps of surprise. Countless ninja, dead but still alive, opened their eyes. In the Konoha stronghold, a ninja, mournfully preparing the remains of the third demon Sarutobi Hiruzen, was horrified to see Sarutobi Hiruzen open his eyes, and, from his mouth, unleash a stream of blazing flames, instantly igniting him like a torch. The corpses that had been gathered for collective placement also rose to their feet, recklessly attacking any living creature nearby. Although Jiraiya hadn't seen the situation at the stronghold, he knew what this man had done. This madman, this lunatic. How could he desecrate so many dead? He actually asked the dead to rise and fight. Deru and Huangtu also realized something was wrong. They wanted to go back, to check on the ninjas of their own village, but they were both held back. The beasts made of bones and mud also bared their teeth, and pounced on them fearlessly. Even if a kid could break their bones, as long as there were bones left, these beasts would continue to harass them. Seeing this, Shimura Danzo exclaimed that he was an expert. Compared to Amemiya Kenichi, Shimura Danzo felt that he was as pure as a small white flower. It seems to be working quite well. Amemiya Kenichi looked down, surprised that this jutsu could even utilize the corpses of these beasts. But were there still souls of these beasts in the Pure Land? Amemiya Kenichi really didn't know. As for the names in Yanluo, it was naturally because this jutsu was a large-scale resurrection level jutsu, so he simply named it Zanyanluo with 100,000 banners. However, calling it that name directly was too complicated, so he simplified it. But before Amemiya Kenichi could even admire his victory, two toads were already perched on Jiraiya's shoulders below. Jiraiya's fury was completely uncontrollable. Even if this person was truly Amemiya Kenichi, Jiraiya would destroy him right here. Senjutsu. Gomen. Incredibly intense, with a vast expanse of heat, and the high speed afforded by his wind escape technique, Gomen's raging fire instantly engulfed Amemiya Kenichi. But before Jiraiya's astonishment, a gigantic wooden figure slowly emerged from the flames, roaring at him with a deafening roar. Botanic Man technique? A closer look revealed that this wooden figure before him didn't resemble any previously recorded wooden figure techniques. But what shocked Jiraiya the most was that Amemiya Kenichi possessed a wood-release jutsu of this caliber. Botanic Man technique? Tsunade, aboard the airship, stared in amazement at the giant emerging from the forest. Chapter 416. Why no one dares to marry Meitarumi. The Woodman technique, the signature jutsu of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama Senjutsu, is even more advanced than the true Thousand Hands, a jutsu capable of crushing Uchiha Madara's fully formed Susanoo. However, Kenichi Amemiya is still developing his wood-release technique. Therefore, for now, the most advanced jutsu he can perform is the Woodman technique. However, Kenichi Amemiya has also studied the true Thousand Hands, combined with the Buddha transformation technique. He believes that technique is a bit wasteful and could be improved. Watching the giant wooden figure swinging its fist towards him, Jiraiya was too stunned to react. He opened his mouth and unleashed the Senpogoman technique once again. However, the first Hokage was called the God of Ninja because wood release was not countered by fire release. Otherwise, Hashirama Senjutsu wouldn't have been such a formidable threat to the fire-loving Uchiha clan. Looking at the massive wooden figure, its surface ablaze, but still able to strike down, Jiraiya's eyes flickered with helplessness. This jutsu was truly too powerful. He could now truly understand the helplessness others felt when facing the Shodaime. This level of jutsu is truly unfair. Jiraiya could only dodge helplessly. The massive wooden figure's punch sent a shower of dirt flying everywhere. But before Jiraiya could find his proper position, Amemiya Kenichi, controlling the figure, struck down again, kicking the dirt in the process. Jiraiya leaped up, his massive Rasengan slamming fiercely into the figure's fist. The powerful twisting force instantly shattered the figure's fist, even twisting it down to its forearm. But that was all. For an ordinary person facing this level of injury, the outcome would be practically certain. After all, with one hand missing, forming seals would be difficult, and the intense pain and bleeding would leave the opponent vulnerable. But Jiraiya was facing the Bokujin Jutsu, and this level of injury was no problem for the Bokujin. Jiraiya could only dodge the Bokujin's second punch. Meanwhile, a surge of chakra surged through the Bokujin's wrist, instantly repairing the damaged wrist. How am I supposed to fight this big guy? Jiraiya thought, a little troubled. Huang Tu was in dire straits. Facing the giant foot, swelling with mud and immense force, Huang Tu tried to dodge, but the masked figure across from him was relentless, clinging to him with a relentless determination. Huang Tu, desperate, pierced the masked figure's chest with his rock spear. Even then, the figure held on tightly. Then, accompanied by a hearty laugh, Huang Tu and the masked figure were both struck by the kick, the masked figure's lower body completely obliterated. Huang Tu spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards, crashing through several trees, before coming to rest. These lunatics. Huang Tu coughed up a mouthful of blood. The other side showed no sign of stopping. Did they completely disregard their teammates? Fortunately, just as he was about to take in his results, Huang Tu saw that the masked figure had stood up. His lower body, which had been about to be shattered, had returned to its original state. Huang Tu's pupils shrank. However, the immense force also shattered the mask, and as it shattered and fell, a familiar face came into view. You are Shimura Danzo. Huang Tu looked at the man before him in surprise. Of course, he recognized this face. For each ninja village in the ninja world, gathering intelligence on other villages has always been a top priority. For Konoha, the root was always present in the intelligence gathered. As the leader of the root, Shimura Danzo naturally came into the sight of the higher-ups of the various ninja villages. Furthermore, the other party had committed many evil deeds. Today, they could ally with Iwagakure to trip up Kumogakure, and tomorrow, they could ally with Kumogakure to set a trap for Iwagakure. They had done everything they could to commit evil. After Shimura Danzo's death, the various ninja villages rejoiced for a long time. After all, with such an old man gone, it was a sign of God's mercy. But he hadn't expected to encounter him again. Shimura Danzo had no intention of chatting with Huang Tu. He had come out to test his strength, but there were some issues. Without adequate preparation, he wouldn't be able to defeat Huang Tu for a while. Now that Huang Tu was seriously injured, failing to defeat him would be humiliating. Shimura Danzo formed hand seals, then opened his mouth, and launched a vacuum ball at Huang Tu. Huang Tu looked grim. He had just been kicked by the wooden man, and both his legs were broken. Dodging the vacuum ball proved difficult, so he quickly formed hand seals, and used the earth flow wall to protect himself. But then, a figure suddenly landed in front of him. The figure stomped on the ground, instantly kicking up a large amount of earth. Combined with the earth flow wall, it successfully blocked Shimura Danzo's vacuum ball. At Tsunade, Shimura Danzo was a bit surprised, having not expected Tsunade to arrive so soon. Tsunade's face darkened as she stared at Shimura Danzo. He was dead, and she had even attended his funeral, so this Shimura Danzo was clearly not a normal, living person. That bastard, Kenichi Amemiya, must have used the impure world reincarnation jutsu. Looks like that's why Killer Bee has entered the fire country, Tsunade said, taking in a deep breath as she took a look at the chaotic battle and the wooden figure chasing and beating Jiraiya. As the foremost ninja village in the ninja world, when had Konoha ever suffered such a heavy loss? Tsunade, while in Konoha, had heard reports from the ANBU that Killer Bee had entered the Fire Country. This was a major event. After all, as the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee was the hidden god of Kumo village, second only to the fourth Reikage, AI. But now, he had actually entered the Fire Country. To put it bluntly, this was a matter of immediate concern, potentially sparking a war. So Tsunade hurried to the gathering place of the allied shinobi forces, but on the way she met Konoha ninjas who came for help. She then learned that the allied shinobi forces had been attacked by the Tenma, with heavy casualties, and that the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was dying. When she came over, she first noticed the wooden man chasing Jiraiya, and also noticed Huang-Tu who was on the verge of death, so she hurriedly jumped down. Huang-Tu must not die, and Eru must not die either. If all these people were wiped out in the Land of Fire, Tsunade could imagine the enormous pressure Konoha would face at that time. Only if these high-ranking ninjas stood up and spoke could Konoha be cleared of suspicion. Elder Danzo, are you planning to betray the village? Tsunade looked at Shimura Danzo who had stopped and said with a bad expression. You have to know that Danzo Shimura was a powerful elder in Konoha, and his funeral was a grand occasion. The Sandaime had made his death a much more dignified one. But now, Danzo Shimura had actually stood against Konoha, and even had his face seen by Huang-Tu. Isn't this just putting Konoha on the fire? Immortal reincarnation. You should know this Japsu, right? I only did what I could. Danzo Shimura looked at Tsunade. This woman's presence was a real problem. Danzo Shimura was well aware of the gap between himself and Tsunade. Even when he had the Sharingan, he had to be extremely cautious against Tsunade. Now without it, he was at a disadvantage. While Tsunade and Danzo Shimura were squaring off, Meditarumi was on the other side, making a big move. This won't work. Meditarumi dodged Minato Namikaze's Rasengan and then, with a frustrating flickering body technique, dodged the wooden figure's kick, taking a breath. That guy must be Minato Namikaze. Deru dodged the wooden figurine's kick and crouched in the treetops. Before he could finish his words, Minato's Kyune pierced the tree trunk next to him. Hold off the yellow flash. I have a ninjutsu that might work on this giant. Terumi Mei glanced at the giant wooden figurine, a cold glint in her eyes. Terumi Mei was a powerful figure ready to take over the Mizukage position at any moment, while Deru's strength and intelligence were also impressive. The fourth Reikage, AI, had already trained him as the next Reikage. The 2-Kage level warriors had the upper hand against Minato Namikaze. If it weren't for the elusive flying thunder god jutsu, Minato would have had a difficult time entangling them. Fortunately, after Amemiya Kenichi used the wooden figurine jutsu, the situation was reversed. Facing the giant wooden figurine's attack, even Terumi Mei and Deru couldn't afford to be complacent. This situation, coupled with Minato Namikaze's interference, instantly put them at a disadvantage. Deru nodded. Then, just as Minato Namikaze appeared beside him and launched a Rasengan, he forcibly used physical techniques to grab Minato's wrist, then struck him directly with a black spot. This earned him a kick to the stomach, but Deru withstood it. The black spot temporarily restrained Minato, but it wouldn't last long. Terumi Mei, a cage-level powerhouse, seized the opportunity and unleashed 2 ninjutsu on the wooden figure, one in front and one behind. A flood of sticky acid immediately coated half of the wooden figure, its corrosive properties emitting a foul odor. The monster dissolving jutsu also caused a large amount of smoke to billow from the wooden figure's massive form. Terumi Mei didn't stop, opening her mouth and spewing a stream of superheated mist that enveloped the wooden figure. The mist instantly emitted a strong corrosive sound, a sizzling sound that was terrifying. Jiraiya, being pursued by the wooden figure, naturally didn't miss the opportunity presented by Meditarumi. He unhesitatingly used a Rasengan to blast one of the wooden figure's legs, restricting its movement. Combined with Meditarumi's 2 ninjutsu, the wooden figure was instantly corroded and turned black. Its body froze. This is truly disgusting, Amemiya Kenichi said, leaping into a nearby treetop, just as the monster dissolving jutsu reached the wooden figure. Clearly, facing the combined attack of Meditarumi and Jiraiya, the wooden figure was at a disadvantage. While Amemiya Kenichi could continue injecting chakra to compensate, He didn't want to jump over. He could smell the pungent odor even from here. Seeing this, Amemiya Kenichi couldn't help but stare at Meditarumi a few more times. Meditarumi was still as fair-skinned and beautiful as ever, with a stunning figure, especially her exaggerated pectoral muscles, which were truly eye-catching. I suddenly understand why Meditarumi can't find someone to marry. If it were me, I wouldn't dare to do that either. What the hell? Thinking of the rotten banana, Kenichi Amemiya understood why Meditarumi couldn't find a partner. After all, normally, a strong woman like Meditarumi, who was beautiful and had a great figure when she was young and was also very powerful, should not lack suitors, but Meditarumi just couldn't get married. Now seeing Meditarumi vomiting corrosive things at every turn, Kenichi Amemiya understood. That's enough. If it goes on like this. Kenichi Amemiya glanced at Tsunade, who joined the battle and beat up Danzo Shimura and touched his chin. The purpose this time was very simple, which was to show his deterrent power to the 4 major ninja villages and kill some ninjas at the same time. If he continued to chase, he might have to face the encirclement of the 4 cages. After all, his chakra wasn't infinite. The Zanganra and Woodman Jutsu were nearly draining him, especially the Zanganra Jutsu, a first-time ninjutsu. To maximize its reach, the chakra Amemiya Kenichi summoned was enough to consume several Kakishis. Continuing the battle was pointless, and they would be surrounded. With that in mind, Amemiya Kenichi swiftly left the battlefield, stepping on the treetops. As for Shimura, Danzo and Namikaze Minato, Amemiya Kenichi wasn't worried. He could simply disband the impure world reincarnation technique, and there would be no problem. As for whether the 4 great ninja villages would unite, Amemiya Kenichi cast his gaze into the distance. It all depended on whether Konoha could cleanse itself of the filth. Are you trying to start a war? Noki glared in shock and anger at the ninjas before him, all dressed in uniform, concealing their identities. Retreat. But it was obvious that these ninjas had no intention of fighting with Inoki. They just ran away. Inoki wanted to chase them, but just as he caught up, the leader of the other side suddenly turned around, and a pair of strange eyes caught Inoki's eyes. Inoki's body stiffened, and he immediately got rid of the illusion, but the other side had already escaped. It's Kid-sama, we found the 4-head protector of the hidden cloud village. An ANBU covered in blood ran over and handed over a 4-head protector. Inoki looked at the 4-head protector in his hand, thinking of the pair of eyes he had just seen. His expression was ugly. Was someone trying to deliberately provoke them? Chapter 417. What? I changed my job to become a necromancer? The dark clouds of war once again descended upon the ninja world. This damned fellow, Tsunade raged as her teacher, clearly already dead, continued to resist, even after being subdued, unleashing ninjutsu upon her. She longed to smack Kenichi Amemiya to death. Although Tenma had never revealed his identity, Tsunade was now almost certain it was Kenichi Amemiya. All the clues pointed to him, and if it weren't him, Tsunade didn't know what would have happened. Tsunade had previously been quite critical of Kenichi Amemiya. The brat had helped cure her hemophobia when she was with Orochimaru, which was a good thing, but it couldn't make up for Kenichi Amemiya's increasingly outrageous actions. He had previously attacked Konoha, and now he was attacking the 4 villages coalition, even killing numerous ninja. Even more outrageous was the fact that her teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had been killed in this battle, a devastating loss for Konoha. Moreover, the teacher was the leader of the Sarutobi clan, and also the leader of the root. With the teacher dead, Asuma Sarutobi would certainly not let it go. Furthermore, with the position of root leader now vacant, it meant another scramble for power in Konoha. Unless she abolished the root as a department. The teacher is dead now. What do you plan to do with Kenichi Amemiya? Jiraiya asked Tsunade, his expression now difficult to understand. He had survived the nuclear explosion and personally carried the teacher out, and the aftermath was that he could still feel his hand pressing into the teacher's back. Kill him, if there's a chance. Tsunade took a deep breath, looking at her old friend and understanding what he meant. Jiraiya nodded. If he might have felt some so-called friendship with Kenichi Amemiya before, now he felt only hatred. He had become someone he could never forgive. What if Orochimaru knew about this? Jiraiya said hesitantly. Sarutobi Hiruzen was their teacher. After all, if Orochimaru knew, wouldn't that cause trouble for Kenichi Amemiya? I understand. Tsunade paused, then nodded. She understood her friend's meaning. She only needed to reveal that Sarutobi Hiruzen died at the hands of the Tenma. There was no need to reveal that the Tenma was Kenichi Amemiya. Konoha planned to keep the fact that Kenichi Amemiya was the Tenma hidden, as the situation was precarious. The 4-village coalition was attacked within the line of fire, and each village suffered heavy casualties. Chiyo of Sand Village also died there. It was said that she had her hand extended, as if controlling a puppet. The casualties in Kumogakure and Iwagakure were equally devastating, and they were even planning to attack. If Tsunade hadn't seen her teacher's death there, she felt the 4 villages would be in turmoil before they even reached Kirigakure. If the truth about Kenichi Amemiya being the Tenma were revealed at this point, Konoha would undoubtedly be hated by the 3 ninja villages, and even Meditarumi would leave Konoha for another village. Although Kenichi Amemiya had long been labeled a traitor to Konoha, there was no other way. Under such circumstances, the major ninja villages wouldn't care if he was a traitor. Even if he was, they needed a vengeance, and what better place than Konoha? Ultimately, everything in this world was about profit. Looking at her teacher, who continued to struggle and attempt to attack her, at Tsunade's side, there was nothing she could do now. She could only forcibly bury him. This was a difficult process. Kenichi Amemiya's jutsu, the Zanyan Luo/Inyama, was clearly a self-created jutsu. Its effect was to summon the dead within a certain radius to fight for him, seemingly retaining some strength. While not reaching peak power, it was still quite troublesome. Sarutobi Hiruzen had demonstrated exceptional Jonin level strength. If it weren't for his severe injuries, subduing his teacher would have been a struggle. Fortunately, that problem had been resolved. Just as Tsunade was about to say something, an ANBU rushed in, handing her a piece of intelligence. Tsunade glanced at it, then angrily slapped it, crushing the information in her hand. The paper crumbled to pieces in her hand, unrecognizable. What's wrong? Jiraiya looked at Tsunade, a bad feeling welling in his heart. That such a kid sent ninjas to ask if Konoha is planning to provoke the 4th Shinobi World War. Tsunade said angrily, what does the attack on Iwagakure have to do with Konoha? Even if they had Sharingans, it could have been done by the defecting Uchiha clan. But there was no other way. Noki needed an explanation. It wasn't just Iwagakure ninjas who saw the Megatama in his eyes. With subsequent sightings, it was clear that Konoha was the culprit for the Iwagakure ninjas. Unless Konoha could provide irrefutable proof, they would have to do it. And the worst part was, the ninjas were using the Kumogakure 4-head protector, a clear attempt to sow discord. The Uchiha clan originated from Konoha, as everyone in the ninja world knew. While some Uchiha clan members also knew they had defected, for many, Konoha still stood behind the Uchiha clan. I remember those defecting Uchiha clan members seemed to have a connection to Tenma, Jiraiya recalled. He recalled the intelligence he had seen earlier. When the Uchiha clan defected, they saw airships, and it was from that time that Konoha began developing airships. Tenma's invention was a fact everyone knew, and Tenma even later sold the airship technology to other ninja villages, effectively thwarting Konoha's hopes of recouping its losses. Do you think it's possible that Tenma was the one who attacked the Hidden Mist village and conquered the Land of Water? Tsunade asked Jiraiya, her questioning voice a declarative tone. Tsunade was clever. From Jiraiya's description, she knew that Kenichi Amemiya's attacks were instantaneous and powerful, which fitted the mysterious disappearance of the Hidden Mist village. Furthermore, this incident was a joint mission issued by the 4 major ninja villages. If it weren't the work of the Tenma, there's no reason for them to attack the 4-village coalition, unless one village secretly contacted the Akatsuki organization and attempted to pave the way for them. However, all 4 villages suffered heavy losses this time. Unless the enemy was extremely ruthless and willing to sacrifice their own ninja to create an opportunity, Tsunade still believed that it was more likely that Amemiya Kenichi was responsible. After all, Konoha had been slammed with such a huge smear, and the culprit was an Uchiha. Although Konoha still had some Sharingan ninja, they were secretly imprisoned and used as humanoid breeding machines, unable to leave. However, this time the Tenma had indeed incurred public outrage. Tsunade even glanced at the other side of the forest, where a man with a mouthful of rapping was engaged in a passionate rapping session. Killer Bee had also come to Konoha, which was why Tsunade had come. The Eight Tails Jinchuriki entering the Land of Fire was no small matter, but Tsunade knew why Killer Bee had come. But now that this has happened, it's unclear what the future holds for the ninja world. The world's progress won't stall with the death of the great Sarutobi Hiruzen. Amemiya Kenichi has already left the Forest of Death, cancelled his impure world reincarnation technique, and sent Minato Namikaze and Danzo Shimura to rest in the Pure Land. He didn't immediately return to the Land of Water. He needed to continue gathering intelligence and see if his backup plan had worked. If it did, that would be good. If not, he'd have to rethink how to handle the situation. The nuclear detonation has undoubtedly caused concern among these people. While its current power essentially leaves them defenseless, a single countermeasure isn't enough, Amemiya Kenichi said as he sat in his airship, having already switched to a different one. He had no choice but to blow up his own airship and switch to another for his own safety. Atomic bombs are powerful and excellent, but they are also difficult to create. For some reason, the ninja world doesn't have a lot of uranium. Of course, this might also be due to the water country's small size and island-based nature. After conquering the water country, the enriched uranium they extracted could only produce 1.5 atomic bombs. Combined with the enriched uranium previously found in the snow country, they could make 2 in total, one of which had already been used against the 4 villages coalition. Furthermore, it seems the bomb killed a prominent figure. Judging by Jiraiya's grief and indignation, it must have been the Sandaime. This would be a major incident, and I wonder what the teacher would think. 1 atomic bomb is too few. It's fine for deterrence, but it's impossible to subjugate the ninja world with just 1. Who knows if some old timer will suddenly appear, or perhaps some unwilling Uchiha remnant is out to get him killed. Therefore, Amemiya Kenichi needs to develop some new weapons to address the dire situation in the ninja world. Perhaps the development of new weapons could lead to hydrogen bombs? Amemiya Kenichi scribbled his thoughts on a piece of paper and touched his chin. Is a hydrogen bomb powerful? It's quite powerful, orders of magnitude greater than an atomic bomb. If an atomic bomb could destroy a village, a hydrogen bomb could sink an island in the Land of Water. If a hydrogen bomb had been detonated against the 4 allied ninja armies this time, few ninja present would have survived. A hydrogen bomb is powerful, formidable, and a powerful enough deterrent to stand a chance against Uchiha Madara. However, the difficulty lies in its production, at least for the ninja world, and for Kenichi Amemiya right now. However, with the advent of the atomic bomb, few weapons can surpass its deterrent power. Conventional weapons also have thermobaric bombs. Further development requires either increasing the quantity or achieving qualitative improvement. As he pondered this, Kenichi Amemiya spotted the lawn below. The airship wasn't particularly high, but even so, the lawn seemed vast. This immediately gave Kenichi Amemiya an interesting thought. Once, at a United Nations meeting, a certain Mr. World Lighthouse, who wished to remain anonymous, produced a small tube of white laundry detergent to justify their brutality, claiming it was the reason for their brutality. Of course, this incident later became public knowledge. After the unfortunate nation was destroyed, no further copies of this substance were ever found. Thus, this Mr. World Lighthouse, who wished to remain anonymous, completely exposed his brutality. Of course, due to his immense strength and shamelessness, he completely ignored the criticism. While many discussed Mr. World Lighthouse's shamelessness, few paid attention to the substance he had previously produced, and why it had given them such an excuse for their violence. That substance was anthrax. Virus. Bacteria? Kenichi Amemiya swallowed. Is this thing powerful? It is, just like the anthrax he remembered, possessing an incredibly strong vitality, making it difficult to eliminate with conventional means. Given the right opportunity, it will multiply wildly and destroy its host. Inhalation anthrax, in particular, has a high mortality rate. But this thing is a bit too cruel and full of unknown possibilities. Who knows if the virus will mutate into a supervirus that even the initiator cannot defend against. Although bacteria are relatively stable, what if? Who dares to bet? As for whether this thing can work, Kenichi Amemiya is not very worried. It is true that the ninjas in the ninja world are very strong and powerful, but are they really invincible? How is this possible? If it is really that powerful, then what is the meaning of the existence of Konoha Hospital? What is the meaning of the existence of medical ninjas? And you have to know that in Naruto, there are many ninjas who died of terminal illnesses. The most famous one is Uchiha, who was suffering from a terminal illness and was about to die. If ninjas really can't get sick, then how did Uchiha die? So it's not that ninjas are truly immune to illness. They can get sick, but they have a higher tolerance for illness. However, some diseases can still destroy them. All Amemiya Kenichi needs to do is find that particular virus or bacteria, and then, hiss. Amemiya Kenichi scratched his head. When the plague breaks out, he can then perform the Yama slaying technique. Wouldn't that mean he'll be directly transferred to a necromancer in the ninja world? Thinking about it this way, it really doesn't seem impossible. Moreover, compared to nuclear weapons, this method of attack is more secretive and difficult to detect. Chapter 418 Patients in Konoha Hospital. Amemiya Kenichi was caught in a dilemma. Should he develop biological weapons? But he quickly gave up the struggle. Regardless of whether he hesitated or not, he didn't have any way to create such a weapon. So, perhaps he could try to find one first. It would be up to him to decide whether to use it later. Having a weapon and not using it are two different things. But how do you find such a virus or bacteria? Amemiya Kenichi scratched his head. Admittedly, the question was a bit troubling, but he quickly came up with a good place. The hospital. It's well known that if someone is in excellent health and doesn't need to go to the hospital at all, and even their family members don't, then their understanding of illnesses will be limited. They might even think that the number of sick people is low and that the claim of medical resources being in short supply is completely unfounded. But if they've been to the hospital, they wouldn't have such a notion. Just like if you want to find people who like sports, you go to the gym, or if you want to find people who hang out at bars, you go to the bar. So, naturally, if you want to find people who are sick, you have to go to the hospital. Since arriving in the world of Naruto, Kenichi Amemiya hadn't fallen ill. Even now, he hadn't visited a doctor or hospital. But everyone else would get sick, so he simply needed to go to the hospital, and he'd find the person he was looking for. And which hospital would be his first choice? Kenichi Amemiya had already figured it out. This could be a good time to avoid meeting my teacher for a while. I'm not sure what he thinks of me now, he said, scratching his head. After all, his teacher was Sarutobi Hiruzen's disciple, albeit a more filial one. But Kenichi Amemiya didn't know if his presence would cause any changes. At least his former teacher didn't hold as much hatred towards Konoha and Sarutobi Hiruzen anymore, which was a real problem. I hope things go smoothly. If we find him, then. Kenichi Amemiya stretched and piloted the airship towards Konoha. Konoha Hospital was arguably the place where Konoha had heard the most confessions and sincere prayers. Nowhere else could it be found. Every day, countless patients and their families hurried into this place, faces filled with sorrow, faces beaming with joy. Here, lives were passed on, and here too. Kenichi Amemiya licked his lips as he gazed at the Konoha Hospital. He had lived in Konoha for quite some time, but he'd barely visited the hospital. The only time he'd been there was when he'd taken materials from the morgue for a search, as instructed by his teacher. So, the morgue was the place Kenichi was most familiar with, more than anything else. But upon entering the hospital, the atmosphere instantly transported Kenichi back to his past life, a time when he'd visited a friend in the hospital. "Hello, are you feeling unwell?" a nurse asked gently. Asking such a question elsewhere might have earned him a beating, but in a hospital, it was perfectly normal. "Where's the IQ?" Kenichi asked with a smile. The nurse quickly explained its location. Kenichi thanked her and followed the nurse's instructions to the second floor of Konoha Hospital. Upon arriving on the second floor, Kenichi Amemiya immediately noticed the atmosphere was completely different from the first, but he didn't look around any further, instead scanning each ward. The patients here were in poor condition. He even spotted some ninja, their breathless bodies lying in beds, strapped to ventilators, and monitored by medical equipment. Kenichi Amemiya frowned slightly. While there were certainly many critically ill patients here, he wasn't a doctor or a nurse, and the beds didn't have symptoms written on them. He didn't know where to look for the person he was looking for. "Hello, are you looking for someone?" A familiar voice sounded. Kenichi Amemiya turned to look. It was Shizune. She was standing there, holding a medical file, looking at him intently. Kenichi Amemiya wasn't alarmed. This time, he was borrowing the face of a genin. When he found her, she was helping the nearby townspeople harvest sweet potatoes. This was a common quest for genin, and many hopeless chunin ninjas would complete more quests to earn money in an attempt to trade for advanced ninjutsu. However, Shizune's presence was a significant help to Kenichi Amemiya. The Mangekyou Sharingan shone through Kenichi Amemiya's eyes, catching Shizune off guard. Her gaze immediately glazed over. The Mangekyou Sharingan is incredibly powerful, unparalleled in Jinjutsu. Even a Jinkriki can be controlled by it, as exemplified by the heroic sacrifice of the fourth Mizukage, Yagura Kurutaji. Despite being both Mizukage and Jinkriki, he remained a mere puppet in the face of Obito. If it weren't for Aoki's Byakugan, which saw through his mind, he might still be in a state of daze. "Please tell me, are there any ninjas suffering from incurable diseases?" Kenichi Amemiya said gently, looking at Shizune. If he so desired, Shizune could become a mother, but he was more concerned with his research project. "Women only slow down my progress toward the stars." Moreover, Kenichi Amemiya knew that once technology developed to a certain level in the future, the pleasure this behavior brought would be almost non-existent. If he wanted, he could even communicate with different beauties in a virtual space. It wouldn't affect his body, it would just be a mental pleasure. "Yes," Shizune nodded calmly, then took Kenichi Amemiya to the archives of Konoha Hospital. As the hospital's vice president, she was naturally qualified to access the archives. It could even be said that when Tsunade was away, she was the director. "It's all here." Shizune placed all the documents in front of Kenichi Amemiya. There weren't many, just over 300, but many of them were from deceased patients. Only 23 ninja were still alive. Kenichi Amemiya didn't pay any attention to Shizune. After letting her go out and go about her daily life, he picked up the documents and flipped through them one by one. Yamashita Nagakawa, Chunin, male, 54 years old, experiencing unexplained organ failure. Laboratory data confirms he suffers from Fired Land Syndrome. Currently, there's no treatment. Life expectancy is 5 months, and data is being tracked. Amemiya Kenichi pinched his brow. What the hell was this Fired Land Syndrome? Having no choice, Amemiya Kenichi summoned Shizune back. If Amemiya Kenichi were to research something else, he'd be very interested, but medicine wouldn't be an option. Medicine is an extremely complex discipline. Medical universities even specialize in training medical students, and those students are often specialized. Training a well-rounded doctor is incredibly difficult. Even with the Ninja World's chakra, which has enhanced both physical fitness and mental abilities, becoming a medical ninja is still difficult. Fialga syndromes, when a patient is infected with the Fialga virus, causing organ failure. The Fialga extraction technique is ineffective, and conventional medical ninjutsu is ineffective. Lady Tsunade examined the patient, and couldn't completely eliminate the virus from his system. Shizune explained patiently. Amemiya Kenichi raised an eyebrow, surprised by his luck. The first patient he saw met his criteria. Is it easily contagious? What's the mortality rate? Amemiya Kenichi asked again. In previous lives, there were many viruses and bacteria, some with even higher mortality rates. But why weren't they used as biological weapons? The answer is, of course, because they don't meet the requirements of biological weapons. High lethality and high transmission rates within a short period of time. It's not airborne. It can only be transmitted through the bite of an animal infected with the Fialga virus. The mortality rate is very high, almost 100%. Shizune continued. Amemiya Kenichi frowned slightly. This didn't meet his requirements. He didn't need a virus like that. Did it have to bite? It looked a bit like Resident Evil, but the T-virus in Resident Evil was airborne, which is how it could reach so many people. He continued flipping through a file, leaving Shizune here to facilitate his questioning. Waves of the sea, systemic immune disease. This is an unidentified disease. Patient. Amemiya Kenichi shook his head. It didn't meet his expectations. There was no virus in the patient's body. Tsunade didn't even know how he'd contracted the disease. All she knew was that the patient's immune system had completely collapsed, actively attacking organs like the eyes, which were normally invisible. Meanwhile, any trace of the virus could flourish in the patient's body. It was like turning a ninja's body into a virus incubator. The downside was that you never knew when the infection would occur. By the time it struck, the immune system was already in a state of collapse, and the only obvious sign was unbearable eye pain. This was because the immune system was attacking the eye. The human immune system was a marvel. While the eye was a vital organ, it normally went unnoticed by the immune system. If it did, it would treat the eye as an invading virus or something and attack it. This situation often occurs with patients with damaged eyeballs. Doctors often recommend removal if they determine it's incurable. This is because the damaged eyeball is detected by the body's immune system, leading to an attack, but the immune system also attacks the healthy eyeball. Unexpectedly, this also happened with a ninja. What about this one? Amemiya Kenichi asked patiently. However, the viruses and bacteria in this case either didn't meet the high transmission rate requirement, or took a long time from onset to death. It was almost impossible to find a case that perfectly met Amemiya Kenichi's requirements. This gave Amemiya Kenichi a headache. Hinata Hinori, Jonin, female, 27 years old, chakra abnormalities, severe dehydration, multiple organ failure, respiratory failure, hydration has not been effective, blood viscosity, indications consistent with nanovirus infection, admitted to the intensive care unit, life expectancy of 3 days. Amemiya Kenichi raised an eyebrow. Wow, a Jonin from the Hyuga clan. A 27-year-old Jonin? He had to admit he was a genius. After all, becoming a Jonin wasn't something you could just get away with, otherwise there wouldn't be so few Jonin. At 27, he'd already experienced the Ninja World War. To have survived like this was truly a genius. What is the nanovirus? Amemiya Kenichi looked at Shizune curiously. Nanovirus, it's a virus discovered by Tsunade-sama, Shizune continued, a deadpan answering machine. Amemiya Kenichi rubbed his chin. This virus met his requirements perfectly, rapid onset and a high mortality rate. He just wondered if it was contagious. Take me to see it. Amemiya Kenichi stood up, and Shizune led him outside the ward. It was still on the second floor, but this time the ward looked much more upscale. After all, he was a Hyuga clan ninja, and a Jonin at that, so it was only natural that he would be treated differently. Is it contagious? Amemiya Kenichi asked, looking at the emaciated Hyuga Hinori in the ward. There's no confirmed case, and no cases have been reported from the Hyuga clan. Shizune shook her head. Amemiya Kenichi was a little disappointed, but the virus was impressive, and he didn't want to give up. So, Kenichi Amemiya created a shadow clone and walked in. His real body naturally couldn't go in. The other person was a patient, and who knew how this thing was transmitted? If he went in and got infected, it would be really ridiculous. While waiting for the shadow clone to examine her, doctors and nurses would come to Shizune from time to time. Kenichi Amemiya let Shizune do her own thing, while he waited for the shadow clone to bring out the disinfected report. Then he took the report and sat down with it, while the shadow clone continued to examine her. The temperature is very high, and it has been running high. It has reached 42 degrees Celsius. Kenichi Amemiya looked at the report in his hand and raised an eyebrow. 42 degrees Celsius? This really meant that one of the human and the virus had to die. The blood is very viscous, the body is severely dehydrated, and breathing is extremely difficult. Does he need a ventilation tube? Kenichi Amemiya pondered. This virus shouldn't be able to be transmitted through the air, otherwise the Hyuga clan would have been destroyed long ago. So, it was transmitted through bodily fluids? Kenichi Amemiya planned to do an experiment and take some of the opponent's blood clots with him, but there was no way, because the opponent's blood was about to coagulate into blood. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 419, Virus Transmission Routes. Amemiya Kenichi looked at the test tube in his hand, which contained thick plasma. Honestly, at this point, it couldn't really be called blood anymore. It was more like plasma, similar to the texture of Meoxuang, a type of Chinese herbal medicine. It wasn't quite as exaggerated, but it was close. Blood clotting is normal when it's exposed to the element. That's how Meoxuang is made. Even at some sites, if a large amount of blood is present, it might form clots. Amemiya Kenichi pondered the plasma in his hand. He once witnessed a traffic accident where the victim's blood had visibly clotted on the ground, but that was after it had left the body. If it were inside the human body, inside the blood vessels, such a situation would be extremely deadly and dangerous. In medicine, there's a term called embolism, and blood clots are a particularly lethal cause. Pulmonary embolism, which occurs in the lungs, is extremely fatal. In that case, the clot isn't liquid, but something like Meoxuang. Even the smallest blood clot can be fatal. In my previous life, it was a necessity. It's less common in the ninja world, where ninjas tend to be very physically fit. Even a small blood clot could be life-threatening, let alone Hinata Hinora's current condition, where her entire body was clotting. It was likely that blood would accumulate in the heart and block blood flow. Never mind, let's do a test first. Amemiya Kenichi took the test tube and placed another sample of Hinata Hinora's blood in a syringe. This would be used for future experiments. If the disease was transmitted through blood, then the virus causing it might be lurking in the bloodstream. Then, Amemiya Kenichi went to the general ward on the 3rd floor and selected a cold-stricken ninja with the same blood type. He then injected the sample with Hinata Hinora's blood. Amemiya Kenichi didn't want to risk a sudden death without checking the blood type, as that would hinder his ability to observe whether his test subject was infected. However, for ninjas, was it really important to have the same blood type? Amemiya Kenichi doubted this. After all, ninjas were indeed physically very strong. As the blood was injected, the ninja's face, which had previously been quite rosy, became even more rosy. Amemiya Kenichi wasn't anxious. After all, the ninja was in a private room, and his family had already been caught in his ninjutsu, now lost in a dreamlike illusion. His face even flushed slightly, and he wondered what the ninja had seen. Since Tsunade and Jiraiya hadn't returned yet, Amemiya Kenichi didn't have to worry about being held up here. Moreover, with his face erasing technique, Amemiya Kenichi didn't need to worry about being discovered, unless he deliberately showed off in front of Tsunade and Jiraiya. 2 hours passed, and Amemiya Kenichi glanced at the instrument. The data on the instrument was normal, and the ninja didn't seem to have changed. This made Amemiya frown slightly. Could he have been mistaken? But he decided to wait. There was no clear research data on nanopathosis, and the time it took from infection to onset was unknown. But for Amemiya Kenichi, if it took too long, he could simply give up on the ninja. Even if the other person fell ill, it wouldn't be a major concern for him, because he needed a virus with a rapid onset and a high mortality rate. As for the transmission rate, that could only be addressed through other methods. Other diseases presented various problems, most of which were characterized by a long delay between onset and death. Uchiha Itachi was a case in point, having endured an incurable illness for a long time before dying. That didn't meet Kenichi Amemiya's requirements. 3.5 hours later, Kenichi Amemiya, who was reading, noticed something was wrong with the monitor beside him. The ninja's heartbeat had accelerated, and his demeanor had changed. His face began to pale, and his breathing became increasingly rapid. Upon feeling him, he discovered he had a fever, and the temperature was likely to rise further. This was a pleasant surprise for Kenichi Amemiya. These symptoms were consistent with the early symptoms of the nanovirus. Kenichi Amemiya touched the mask he had put on a long time ago, and breathed a sigh of relief. Although he knew that the virus would not be transmitted through the air, and if he guessed correctly, the virus should be transmitted through blood, or even through body fluids, but it is always better to be careful. Strictly speaking, such protection still has some problems. In some serious virus research institutes, the protection of experimenters can be said to be very comprehensive. When they enter, they all wear chemical protective clothing and undergo various disinfections. It's just that the technological level of the ninja world is really weird. There are computers, but no protective clothing. There is no way. Kenichi Amemiya can only deal with it this way. Protective clothing may seem simple, but it is actually quite difficult. One of the difficulties is isolation. Viruses and bacteria are very small, and conventional clothes may not be able to block them. The most difficult part is the respiratory filtration system, to prevent diseases from entering through the mouth, and the ninja world does not have such strength. At 4 hours and 4 minutes, the target's temperature had climbed to 40 degrees Celsius, approaching that of Hyuga Hinori. Simultaneously, the instrument began to alarm, indicating organ failure according to Shizun's detection. At the 6th hour, the target's blood viscosity had increased. Even if the target's wrist was cut, only a single drop of blood would flow out. Furthermore, the target's condition was becoming increasingly worse, with repeated episodes of irregular heartbeats. Amemiya Kenichi glanced at the ninja before him. He was a genin. Could it be that the nanovirus's severity depended on the host's strength? No, that wasn't the case. It was the host's own strength that determined their resistance. The stronger the strength, the more refined the chakra, the greater the benefit to the body, and naturally, a greater resistance to various diseases. At 6 hours and 45 minutes, the genin's heart stopped beating, but life-saving efforts were successful. At 7 hours and 20 minutes, the patient's blood had thickened to a near-solid consistency, completely unable to circulate normally. The subject suffered severe damage. Amemiya Kenichi looked at the genin before him. She was barely breathing, nearly dead. This was normal, given her body's already been severely damaged. A large amount of blood had coagulated within her, even forming lividity. This was due to the blood being unable to circulate properly, creating a stagnation of blood. By this time, the body monitor's alarm had already blared throughout the ward. Under Amemiya Kenichi's gaze, the subject's breathing ceased, her eyes withered, and she silently died on the bed. Interesting. Amemiya Kenichi licked his lips. He glanced at the family member next to him. She was also a genin, presumably the ninja's wife, but she showed no signs of abnormality, proving that the infection wasn't airborne. Otherwise, she would be dead by now, not living like this. The final time of death was 7 hours and 53 minutes after the injection of the infected blood. The mortality rate is very high, and conventional resuscitation methods are ineffective. Amemiya Kenichi continued writing. He had previously ordered Shizun to organize a rescue, but Shizun had tried everything but failed. Medical ninjutsu such as the fine-grained extraction technique are ineffective. It cannot be airborne. It requires. Amemiya Kenichi took out a test tube and extracted a small amount of bodily fluid from the deceased ninja, then had Shizun applied to a specific area. He then opened the ninja's abdomen and instructed Shizun to isolate it with medical gloves. He also dug out some fresh orage, then controlled a genin from outside, had him lie on the bed next to the deceased, and fed it to the deceased. A bit disgusting. Amemiya Kenichi's mouth twitched. It had to be said that medical research was not easy. These dangerous bacteria and viruses were extremely dangerous and pervasive. Some research even involved the unavoidable encounter with feces, urine, and farts. Many people feel awkward when going to the hospital, especially for procedures like hemorrhoid surgery or urine or fecal tests. They find it difficult to bring themselves to the table, even touching their own belongings. But for doctors, these are the very things they need to examine. Nurses can suction sputum without batting an eyelid, but they too experience nausea and discomfort. It's only because of their sacred mission as a medical professional that they suppress this discomfort. Therefore, Kenichi Amemiya holds both doctors and nurses in high esteem. This assumes they are qualified medical professionals, not unscrupulous ones seeking to enrich themselves by extorting bribes. Conventional disease transmission is often airborne, but that's been proven wrong. This disease doesn't have airborne transmission. So, the next steps are to verify transmission through body fluids and fecal oral transmission. Kenichi Amemiya stroked his chin. Diseases often spread through these several pathways, with airborne transmission being the most aggressive and difficult to prevent, while fecal oral transmission often occurs in areas with poor hygiene practices. Transmission through bodily fluids is more specialized. Blood can spread, as can certain fluids, so testing is also required. If a virus possesses 3 transmission methods, its potential is truly terrifying. The Black Death. a notorious plague that nearly devastated Europe and inspired theological reflection, is an example of a disease that can be transmitted in multiple ways. Amemiya Kenichi observed patiently. Experiments are never quick to complete, and Amemiya Kenichi had the patience to slowly observe whether these two unfortunate individuals could transmit the virus. However, before doing so, Amemiya Kenichi collected some tissue samples from the deceased ninja. He needed them for research to determine where the nanovirus was lurking. This would allow him to identify its true origin. "Where's the lab?" Amemiya Kenichi casually asked. Shizune, still controlled by the main Gekkai illusion, answered honestly. Then Amemiya Kenichi created several shadow clones. One remained in the ward for observation, while another took the pathological tissue to the laboratory to see if the research equipment there could be used to locate it. If they couldn't find it, they would have to take it back to the snow country. Kenichi Amemiya planned to use it as a base for his scientific experiments. It was a remote location, and the temperature was ideal for experiments. While the water country was a good option, it was still facing the risk of war, and Kenichi Amemiya wasn't sure how the other 4 ninja villages would react. As for Kenichi Amemiya's true form, he had his own priorities. "What's the situation now?" Tsunade pinched her brow, exhausted. She was exhausted. Numerous wounded needed her care, and she did it without hesitation, even borrowing the power of the Slug Sage. Only in this way could she heal the injured ninja from the 4 villages. However, even the Slug Sage showed caution regarding the injuries sustained by these ninja. Some ninja, in particular, were experiencing a strange energy or other influence within their bodies, causing severe damage that continued to worsen. Tsunade could only do her best to alleviate the damage. Despite her physical and mental exhaustion, she gritted her teeth and completed the treatment. The Kumoga cure has relented, and the Tsunaga cure hasn't said anything either, but you can tell they're not in a good mood. Jiraiya looked at the weary Tsunade, a flicker of heartache in his eyes. He silently poured her a cup of hot tea. "The Kumoga cure casualties aren't very severe, and my treatment has mostly healed them, so that's to be expected. But the Tsunaga cure probably still holds a lot of grudges." Tsunade snorted. Of the 3 ninja villages, Konoha suffered the most damage. The Sannin was killed in battle, and most of the ninja were also seriously injured. Furthermore, the Sannin's remains caused trouble, killing several more. However, she still treated the people from the other villages for the sake of the overall situation. But even so, these guys still refused to give in. This was unacceptable. It's mainly the Iwagakure, who hasn't received the intelligence yet. If he had, Jiraiya frowned. The Iwagakure was attacked by Konoha, and the attackers were the Uchiha clan. This was simply blaming them. It was impossible not to deal with it. It wasn't something we did in Konoha anyway. If they don't approve, then so be it. Tsunade waved her hands helplessly. She had no better solution, but she felt that Noki was no fool. He wouldn't believe such a blaming. An old man who's still alive is a thief. Noki had lived so long and seen so many conspiracies and tricks that he wouldn't believe such a simple accusation. Jiraiya nodded. He also felt that this accusation was too straightforward, and anyone with a discerning eye could see it. Chapter 420 Obito, you brought this upon yourself. Research on nanodecies has confirmed that the nanovirus can be transmitted through body fluids and fecal oral routes. The only problem is that it can't be airborne. It can't be airborne. Is it possible to change this through genetic programming? But that's incredibly difficult. Amemiya Kenichi's shadow clone sat on a lab chair, looking at the documents in his hand. The question is, how is a virus determined to be airborne? What genes determine this? Furthermore, viruses and bacteria have relatively simple DNA components. Could altering them create a completely different strain? These are all issues to consider. After a night of research, Amemiya Kenichi now has a better understanding of the nanodecies at hand. It's indeed a very difficult disease to treat. Once infected, it's essentially incurable, and traditional treatments are ineffective. However, Amemiya Kenichi can't yet confirm whether nanodecies is caused by a virus or bacteria. He hasn't found any trace of the suspected pathogen in the patient's body, which is quite remarkable. It stands to reason that it could cause organ failure and even thicken the blood. so it should be detectable in the blood, but so far, there's been no results. Amemiya Kenichi's shadow clone, responsible for handling the nano disease research, sighed. As for the original's concerns, the shadow clone could understand them. After all, if the original were infected, it would be a very troublesome matter. While the power of ninjas in this world is astonishing, they are not completely invincible. Didn't you see the unfortunate Uchiha Itachi contracted terminal illness? He eventually died, so Amemiya Kenichi also needed to be careful. After testing the blood, no suspicious viruses or bacteria were found. Red blood cells, common blood components, showed severe coagulation, leading to the initial suspicion that the disease causes blood cell clotting. Later, lung and brain biopsies were examined, but no abnormalities were found. However, a large number of cells showed signs of coagulation. This is in stark contrast to some snake venoms that cause blood anticoagulation. This disease causes multiple cell coagulations and death, but no known pathogens have been found in these cases. The shadow clone frowned. Konoha Hospital could only perform so many tests. Next, they needed to return the bodies to the Snow Country laboratory for further testing. Almost done. Now we need to bring the deceased patient's remains back to the original body, and then we can leave. The shadow clone stood up. Although Tsunade and Jiraiya had not yet returned from Konoha, if he stayed here, they would sooner or later be approached by them. As a shadow clone, he didn't mind being surrounded and intercepted. He knew that, if he scattered his clones, Jiraiya and Tsunade would have no chance of catching him. However, these patients infected with nano disease were invaluable experimental material. Otherwise, Amemiya Kenichi would have to go back and find new test subjects. However, just in case, he collected some coagulated blood and tissue from nano disease patients and hurriedly left Konoha Hospital with the bodies of the unfortunate victims. After Amemiya Kenichi's shadow clones left Konoha, a black dot slowly flew towards Konoha in the distant sky. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and the others returned. Scorpion, is your Unit 01 finished? Amemiya Kenichi looked at the giant robot before him and glanced at Scorpion, who stood beside him with a smug look on his face. Well, how's it? Isn't it amazing? Scorpion smiled happily. He patted the giant robot beside him, but due to his height, he could only touch the toes. The corners of Amemiya Kenichi's mouth twitched. He looked up at the massive machine before him. It was incredibly tall, massive, and seemingly unwieldy. But those steel plates, thick as you could imagine, certainly gave it the best defense. But why did he feel like Scorpion had chosen the wrong tech tree? It feels right, yet wrong. Amemiya Kenichi rubbed his temple in a throbbing headache. He'd originally imagined the Unit 01 to resemble the original, or some other mecha, perhaps even a unicorn, but Scorpion's was a tough sell. Such a massive robot, presumably made of incredibly solid materials. He'd just tried it, and the thick metal plates hadn't broken through. So you can imagine how incredibly defensive this thing must be. Even though it was just a simple Rasengan, ordinary metal wouldn't have been able to withstand it. And yet, thanks to its incredibly solid materials, the machine was incredibly bulky. Wouldn't you consider making it more aesthetically pleasing? Amemiya Kenichi looked at the robot before him. Its appearance was truly indescribable. While he wasn't a stickler for appearances, this was the first time he'd seen a mecha this ugly. It looked like a larger-than-life ironmonger, only uglier. I've considered that, but making it too aesthetically pleasing wouldn't be very effective against certain ninjutsu attacks. Scorpion scratched his head. He also felt that his own Unit 01 looked a bit underwhelming, but it was made with practicality in mind. What a shame, Amemiya Kenichi sighed. He knew that beauty and practicality couldn't always be achieved simultaneously, but that was also due to the lack of technological advancement. If they could create a high-strength alloy and achieve the same effect with less metal, then aesthetics could be considered. It would be great if this thing could give it that royal guard look. Amemiya Kenichi looked at the massive machine before him. Despite saying so, he still wanted to play with it. After all, it was a mecha. How many men could say no to a mecha? I'll improve it later, when I get a chance. Sasori gazed at the masterpiece before him, the product of his entire life's work, a dazed look in his eyes. He had no idea how much money and effort had gone into the construction of Unit 01, from its inception to now. He'd sunk practically everything into it, and even Sasori couldn't afford the expensive metals and materials. He'd even had to take Deidara on missions to earn some money, allowing him to continue developing this massive Unit 01. Now, this thing was his crowning achievement. He didn't even have enough money left for anything else, and he was still debating whether to go on missions to earn more. "Where's Deidara?" Amemiya Kenichi asked casually. He'd come here to collect some items from the test basin to check on Sasori and Deidara. He planned to bring his 2 younger brothers aboard his warship. Sasori and Deidara were both very capable, and most importantly, they possessed immense talent in their respective fields. It was practically true that Sasori was essential for Amemiya Kenichi's next plan. Deidara. That kid's still experimenting with his bomber. Scorpion curled his lips and pointed toward the sky. Amemiya Kenichi glanced up, but couldn't see anything. But it sounded like Deidara had invented a flying device to drop bombs. That was quite interesting. "Scorpion, do you remember the dream I talked about before?" Amemiya Kenichi looked at his friend. Ever since he followed his teacher and defected from the ninja village, Scorpion had been his first friend, so he still valued him. He hadn't brought Scorpion along before, because Scorpion hadn't finished his work. But now that Scorpion had this massive Unit 01, at least he had the ability to protect himself on the battlefield, and he could safely bring his friend along. Scorpion paused for a moment, then smiled a sincere smile. "Of course I remember. Is your plan going to start?" Scorpion looked at Amemiya Kenichi excitedly. He certainly remembered what Amemiya Kenichi had said before. That plan that sounded a bit crazy. "Yes, it's already been implemented. You've heard about the destruction of the Hidden Mist Village, right?" Amemiya Kenichi nodded. Sasori looked at him in surprise, but then nodded in relief. He didn't know. After all, the destruction of the Hidden Mist Village in the Land of Water was too shocking, and the 4 ninja villages couldn't possibly have completely suppressed the news. Now the entire ninja world knew about it, and had been discussing it for a long time. "You did it?" Sasori licked his lips with a hint of excitement. He had been wondering who had done this, and lamented that the world was about to go to hell again, but he hadn't expected it to be his friend. If it was Amemiya Kenichi, then it wouldn't be surprising that he could go to such lengths. After all, it was Amemiya Kenichi. "Yes, I did, but Sasori, I need your help with something." Amemiya Kenichi gave him a sinister smile. "Damn Uchiha, you bastard. Why don't you just stay in the gutter and plan your dirty plans, using your goddess as a scapegoat, and come here to rip me off?" If Kenichi Amemiya could swallow this, he wouldn't be Kenichi Amemiya anymore. While he still didn't know how to catch Black Zetsu and Obito, he had his own methods of revenge. Who says revenge has to involve physical damage? A mental attack is far more effective. Just like if you've made a grudge against someone, and you rush in and attack them in anger, you'll only be charged with assault. A smarter opponent might wait for an apology and pay, leaving you feeling incredibly frustrated. But if you silently endure it, tidy up your clothes, work out to build those muscular abs, then go for a clean-cut minotaur, leaving your enemy utterly livid and in agony, that's revenge. TSK. What? Scorpion looked at his friend in confusion. He didn't mind helping out. After all, he was an old friend, so he had to help. "That's it. I know you're great at making puppets, and I wanted to ask if you could make one that felt like a human." Kenichi Amemiya asked, rubbing his hands and smiling. "That's certainly not a problem, but a puppet like this won't be very combat capable after it's made." Scorpion nodded without hesitation. This request was child's play for Scorpion. The red sand. There were plenty of people in the sand village who could do it. Amemiya Kenichi quickly retorted that combat abilities weren't necessary. What a joke. Was he making this for combat? In a way, it did seem to be for combat, but on this battlefield. I want a female puppet. The template will be based on this woman, and I need to perfect the details to ensure every client is completely satisfied. Is that okay? Amemiya Kenichi asked, pulling out a photo. It was a photo of Nohararin. "That's fine," Scorpion said, looking at his friend in surprise. His friend was so powerful, if he needed one, shouldn't he just go and enjoy it? And wasn't he in need of a woman? That'll do. And I want the details to be realistic. You know what I mean? Amemiya Kenichi rubbed his hands. Damn Obito, wouldn't you backstab your mentor just for a woman? I desecrated your woman's corpse, and you're ready to jump out and kill me. So, if I made a life-size doll of your woman, and sold it to the entire ninja world, would I piss you off? TSK, what a shame. The manger key is the highest level of eyes that can be opened through intense emotional fluctuations. Otherwise, if Amemiya Kenichi tried hard, he could have just opened Obito's Rinnegan. After all, it's quite easy to anger Obito, the most affectionate man in the ninja world. Amemiya Kenichi knows numerous ways, no methods. I understand. Do I need a membrane? Scorpion asked calmly. As a puppeteer, he dissected many human bodies. While his understanding of the human form wasn't profound, he did know these things. Of course. Preferably one that makes the puppet scream when it's broken. Amemiya Kenichi patted his old friend's shoulder. As expected of a friend, he understood. Is this woman your enemy? Scorpion couldn't help but ask. He didn't recall ever meeting her. No, it's the lover of one of my enemies. He was madly in love with her, but unfortunately, she's already dead. Amemiya Kenichi sneered. But then he thought of something interesting. Nohara-rin was dead, but she had been reincarnated. If he were to do that in front of Obito, then I guess Obito would completely lose his mind, right? Amemiya Kenichi mused. Chapter 421, Nohara-rin doll made by Scorpion. Kenichi Amemiya decided to immediately implement his plan. Although this plan might cause Obito to notice something, Kenichi Amemiya didn't care. Since the last time Obito went crazy and took away Nohara-rin's corpse, Kenichi Amemiya could directly start to implement his plan. The reason was very simple. After all, among all the corpses present at the time, only Nohara-rin's corpse was missing. It was not too much for him to judge from this clue that Nohara-rin's corpse was very important to Obito. Of course, whether Obito believed it or not was his own business. After all, Kenichi Amemiya and Obito had torn their faces apart. My dear friend, I'm counting on you. Kenichi Amemiya patted Sasori's shoulder. In order to complete this plan, Sasori's presence was necessary, because only Sasori could make a puppet that met Kenichi Amemiya's requirements. However, if he only did this, it probably wouldn't be enough to completely drive Obito insane. Amemiya Kenichi had already figured out how to anger Obito. He only needed to use the Kisui Tensei technique and then reincarnate Nohara-rin to obtain a resurrected Nohara-rin. The only problem with this method was that it required sacrificing 2 ninjas. One ninja would be used as a sacrifice for the impure world reincarnation, providing a ready-made Nohara-rin. Then, after the other ninja learned the Kisui Tensei technique, they would use the Kisui Tensei technique on Nohara-rin's impure world form, allowing Nohara-rin to be resurrected. This was how he had previously resurrected Uzumaki Kushina. So, now that he had some experience, resurrecting Nohara-rin would be much easier. Furthermore, Nohara-rin had another advantage over Uzumaki Kushina. Her strength wasn't particularly outstanding, so the sacrifice wouldn't require a Jonin. Uzumaki Kushina's resurrection required a Jonin as a sacrifice, and while the impure world reincarnation didn't require one, the Kisui Tensei technique did, which was quite troublesome. How much does it cost? Sasori asked. If he was just making one, it would be quick, but if he made more, a lot. I plan to promote this as a product. If business is good, I'll give you some dividends. Amemiya Kenichi scratched his head. Honestly, he wasn't sure if there was a market for this thing, but he still wanted to do it, just to disgust Obito. In the ninja world, there were entertainment districts and hot spring districts dedicated to this business. There were even mixed-gender bathing hot springs, offering similar services, with varying prices. Amemiya Kenichi hadn't been there, of course, but Jiraiya had. Not only had he been, Jiraiya had even published his guides to entertainment parlors in magazines, with prices clearly marked. From brothels charging hundreds of thousands of ryo to street vendors charging just a few dozen ryo, it was clear that entertainment parlors did their best to meet the needs of their customers. So, Amemiya Kenichi had no idea if this doll would be popular, but he could only try. A lot. My funds are limited, Sasori said, a little embarrassed. He had basically gone all in on Unit 01. He'd invested everything. If it was just to make one for Kenichi Amemiya to play with, he'd have made one without hesitation. But now Kenichi Amemiya wanted so many, even planning to sell them to other ninja villages, that he was truly strapped for cash. No problem, I'll pay for it. 100 per village to test the waters, 400 total. How much do you need? Kenichi Amemiya patted his chest, his wealth overflowing. After all, now that he had conquered the land of water, the daimyo had become a ruthless stamping machine. The daimyo, possessed by the parasite, had lost their indulgences, so naturally, the money belonged to Kenichi Amemiya. Now, while Kenichi Amemiya might not be as wealthy as a nation, he could at least rival a village like Sand Village or Iwagakure. Scorpion didn't ask for much. The figure he offered seemed a bit conservative to Kenichi Amemiya. After all, in his previous life, figures were often quite expensive. While there weren't cheap ones, you got what you paid for. Some expensive figurines can easily equal a down payment on a house, and in areas with low housing prices, even an entire apartment, or even more. However, having Sasori make a life-size figurine was surprisingly affordable. Amemiya Kenichi decisively doubled the price, asking Sasori to make several, so he could later market them to other ninja villages. Thinking of Obito's irritation after witnessing this, Amemiya Kenichi felt the money was well spent. In ancient times, kings fought for a beautiful woman's smile. Now, Amemiya Kenichi, fight for Obito's anger. No, this feels weird. Amemiya Kenichi scratched his head. Never mind, he planned to return to the water country and give Obito a big surprise. Just as Amemiya Kenichi was about to turn and leave, he heard a strange sound, reminiscent of a low-flying airplane. This made him glance upwards. He saw a dark figure swooping down from the sky. Amemiya Senpai, accompanied by Deidara's piercing scream of excitement. Amemiya Kenichi realized it was Deidara. However, seeing Deidara's ecstatic expression and the wobbling object beneath him, Amemiya Kenichi used a wood-release jutsu to create a makeshift cushion, intending to land Deidara on it. Then, Sasori pulled in behind Unit 01. Before Amemiya Kenichi could question why Sasori had pulled him behind, a violent explosion erupted, and flames erupted from the side. Amemiya Kenichi's mouth twitched. Hadn't he created a cushion? How had Deidara still exploded? It shouldn't have happened. This experiment of Deidara's has always exploded since it took off. You'll get used to it. Sasori saw the confusion in Amemiya Kenichi's eyes and explained, but this explanation only made Amemiya Kenichi even more amused. What on earth was this all about? Amemiya Senpai, long time no see. Deidara, his face sullen, excitedly approached, eagerly extending his dark hand. Amemiya Kenichi chuckled and shook Deidara's hand. Deidara seemed to have grown up a bit in the time they hadn't been together. Deidara, why did that flying machine explode? Amemiya Kenichi couldn't help but ask. He couldn't see Deidara's flying machine clearly, but he saw that it resembled an old-fashioned airplane. Hey, Amemiya Senpai, I've seen some of your masterpieces and have some new ideas. But the one I'm researching, Deidara said sheepishly. The machine shouldn't have exploded, but seeing Amemiya Kenichi had gotten so excited that he made a mistake, causing it to explode. Amemiya Kenichi, for some reason, didn't know what was going on. Seeing Deidara's embarrassment, he simply smiled and didn't press the issue. Instead, he chatted with Deidara about family matters while Sasori went back into the lab. He'd poured a lot of materials into the creation of Unit 01, but to complete the mission, he'd also reserved some for ordinary dolls. Now, while Kenichi Amemiya was still around, he'd made a prototype for him to see. He wanted his old friend to see if there were any areas for improvement, which would facilitate future mass production. Deidara, you know about the water country in the Hidden Mist Village, right? I was responsible for that. Are you interested in working with me? Kenichi Amemiya asked, looking at Deidara. Deidara's current combat prowess was decent. While not quite at the level of the original manga, he was still a very useful ninja, and his presence would enrich Kenichi Amemiya's tactics. While he didn't know how the 4 ninja villages would react, Kenichi Amemiya knew that in the ensuing situation, launching an aerial attack would be difficult, and even using the defacement technique wouldn't be easy. He'd never considered the leaders of the 4 ninja villages idiots. The ninja were targeting the intelligence station, and with this information, Kenichi Amemiya didn't expect them to make targeted arrangements based on his situation. The Hidden Mist Village? Deidara was a bit bewildered. He knew about the Hidden Mist Village, but he hadn't expected it to be created by his elder brother, Amemiya. How cool. Deidara agreed without hesitation. For Deidara, following Amemiya Kenichi was the only way to pursue the pinnacle of art. However, Deidara didn't yet understand what that pinnacle of art was. Deidara felt that turning himself into a work of art seemed like a good option. By the way, Deidara, I'll show you my new creation sometime. Amemiya Kenichi looked at Deidara and thought of his hobbies. For Deidara, who believed art was all about explosions, the atomic bomb was the pinnacle of art, right? While the hydrogen bomb was superior to the atomic bomb, Amemiya Kenichi couldn't create that supreme crystallization of art yet, so he had to use the atomic bomb for now. Yes, Deidara rubbed his hands. He knew Amemiya Kenichi wouldn't say that to him for no reason. Since he did, it was likely related to him. All Deidara could think of were the weapons Amemiya Kenichi had previously demonstrated. Those weapons were incredibly powerful and truly magnificent works of art. Influenced by Amemiya Kenichi, Deidara now subconsciously crafts his artwork in the shape of his weapons. Yes, but the explosion of that thing is so powerful I can't demonstrate it to you. But I believe I can still show it to you on the battlefield. Amemiya Kenichi nodded. As the holder of the Bakuten Kekkei Genkei, Deidara seemed to have a unique perspective on explosions. Amemiya Kenichi wanted to see what kind of brilliance Deidara would unleash after witnessing an atomic bomb. Deidara's eyes lit up. Amemiya Kenichi looked at Deidara, feeling that if he hadn't explained it in advance, Deidara would have immediately pestered him to demonstrate the atomic bomb's explosion. Just as Amemiya Kenichi was about to try to calm Deidara down, he saw Sasori emerge from the nearby test base, followed by a familiar woman. Amemiya Kenichi was startled. It was Nohararin. The figure following behind Scorpion was Nohararin. Amemiya Kenichi rubbed his eyes. When had Scorpion also mastered the impure world reincarnation technique? But he quickly realized this wasn't some impure world reincarnation technique, but a puppet Scorpion had crafted. Kenichi, take a look at this talisman and see if it meets your requirements. Scorpion brought out the puppet behind him. Nohararin stood prettily before Amemiya Kenichi. A familiar face, even the makeup was the same. She was wearing a gauze dress, the half-covered, half-revealed aspect only making one want to peek inside. Amemiya Kenichi naturally lifted the gauze to take a look, then silently gave a thumbs up. Scorpion's craftsmanship was truly exceptional. It would have surely made him rich in his previous life. He even pinched it, and it felt wonderful. He even felt a normal sensation in that specific spot. If it weren't for the fact that Nohararin had always looked the same, Amemiya Kenichi would have thought she had truly been resurrected. Very strong, that's it. Amemiya Kenichi was very satisfied. A puppet of this level was already worth 7 figures. If some new features or professional customization were added, 8 figures would not be out of the question. However, this was the ninja world, and Amemiya Kenichi needed to test the demand for this kind of puppet first. Deidara, standing nearby, swallowed hard. He had just witnessed this scene firsthand, and was now somewhat bewildered. He had even thought that Amemiya Senpai was planning to test it himself. Then, Scorpion, please make a few more of these puppets. I'll take them to other ninja villages to test them. Amemiya Kenichi looked at the puppet before him. There was really nothing to fault with it. It was absolutely perfect. The most impressive thing was that Scorpion had even added some hairs to the skin for an even more realistic look. If that's all that matters, then it won't be that difficult to make. Scorpion nodded. For him, this level of puppet was just a way to pass the time. He'd previously thought about improving it, like adding voice control, expressions, skin changing, and so on. Even temperature control wouldn't be out of the question, and the ability to adjust the amount of slime would be a bit more involved. He hadn't expected Kenichi Amemiya's request to be so simple. It would be easy to do. Deidara breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, his senior wasn't like that. Luckily, his senior was indeed a great artist. How could a woman have the artistic charm? Chapter 422, The Mystery of the Ninja World. Why didn't Obito resurrect Nohura? In the end, Kenichi Amemiya took Sasori and Deidara with him, but Sasori's journey to the Water Kingdom proved cumbersome. After all, the EVA 01 he'd created was so massive it wouldn't be easy to carry. Fortunately, Sasori had his own way. It's unknown how, but he managed to collect the EVA 01, and soon after, Sasori boarded the airship with Kenichi Amemiya. Are we leaving now? Sasori gazed at the shrinking test base below, a trace of emotion in his eyes. This place held so many memories, and he hadn't expected the time to leave was now. Well, I had some more to investigate, but I have something more important to do. Kenichi Amemiya glanced at his scroll, which contained a portion of Nohura's remains, which he had unearthed during the grave digging. He could use this scroll to resurrect Nohura. Then, he could use a parasitic genin under his control to perform the self-reincarnation technique on her body, thus effectively exploiting Obito's greatest weakness. But what on earth is Obito thinking? There are so many ways to create a world with Nohura. Wouldn't Samsara or reincarnation be enough? Why does he have to resort to infinite Tsukuyomi? Amemiya Kenichi shook his head, finding it difficult to understand Obito's thinking. Uchiha Obito was indeed deeply affectionate towards Nohura, earning him the title of the most affectionate person in the ninja world. But even though there were methods for resurrecting someone in the ninja world, Obito refused to use them. He insisted on infinite Tsukuyomi, even planning to send his best friend Kakashi into the infinite Tsukuyomi world. And he kept working to achieve this goal. After thinking it over, Amemiya Kenichi felt that Obito might be blaming the ninja world for Nohura's death. After all, in the ninja world, ninjas were considered expendable. Every ninja had to complete missions, and Konoha had ninja deaths every year. Many died during the war, but even after the war ended, ninjas still perished while on missions. Perhaps Obito felt that, even if Nohura were resurrected, she would die again in the face of this infuriating ninja world. This is why he chose not to resurrect Nohura and instead chose the infinite Tsukuyomi to create a world where everyone could live happily. However, the biggest problem with the infinite Tsukuyomi is that its beauty is illusory and time limited. When the time is up, the person dies, becoming a white Zetsu, a war machine used by Kaguya Tsutsuki against the Tsutsuki clan. Without the side effect of white Zetsu, Uchiha Madara's motivations and stances might have been more noble. You should know about the 4 great ninja villages attacking you, right? Sasori looked at Kenichi Amemiya. While on a mission with Deidara, he had seen a joint bounty issued by the 4 great ninjas, targeting the Land of Water and the Hidden Mist Village. Bringing the heads of ninjas who had occupied the Hidden Mist Village in the Land of Water offered a bounty. This was the most popular mission at the Kankin so recently, far surpassing the previous one issued by the mysterious individual targeting Uchiha Madara. Yes, Senior Amemiya. Many ninjas at the exchange office have accepted bounties like this, and are planning to go to the Land of Water to capture some ninjas and exchange them for the bounty. Deidara knew this too. He had previously considered going to the Land of Water to make a fortune. After all, it was so easy to make money that way. Who knew that the Hidden Mist Village in the Land of Water would be occupied by his idolized senior? This made Deidara very glad that he hadn't done it yet. Otherwise, he didn't know how he would face Kenichi Amemiya later. I know, but I beat them all off. I don't know what they're going to do to me next. Kenichi Amemiya nodded calmly. How could he not know? If the 4 great ninja villages hadn't joined forces, it's hard to say whether Kenichi Amemiya would still be producing in the Land of Water. As for those bounty-bearing ninjas, unless that guy Kakuzu takes action, I'm not really worried about the ordinary ninjas. Kenichi Amemiya remained calm. Although he was not in the Land of Water, his teacher was still there. The thought of facing his teacher upon his return made Amemiya Kenichi rub his nose nervously. He didn't know if the news of his attack on the 4 Great Ninja Alliance had spread, but the death of the 3rd generation Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't be hidden. After all, ninjas from the other 2 villages were there. He wondered what his teacher would think of him if he knew he'd killed Sarutobi Hiruzen. With this trepidation, Amemiya Kenichi accelerated his airship towards the Land of Water, even taking the opportunity to capture several Konoha ninjas from an intercepting airship. Wasn't that a ready-made impure world reincarnation? Amemiya Kenichi smiled benevolently. Damn Obito. Although he didn't know why he hadn't resurrected Nohara and hadn't considered resurrecting Nohara now, it was clear that this situation was in his favor. So, while the airship was still in flight, Amemiya Kenichi used a captured Konoha Chunin as a sacrifice, then took out part of Nohara's remains and placed them aside. Impure world reincarnation. After a moment, the offering slowly transformed into Nohara's form, and she slowly opened her eyes. Where is this? Nohara opened her eyes in confusion, but before she could fully grasp it, Amemiya Kenichi plunged a kunai into the back of her head, rendering her motionless. Is this impure world reincarnation? Sasori and Deidara stood by, witnessing the entire scene. Deidara was fine, but Sasori felt a surge of emotion. Well, impure world reincarnation. Possessing the remains of the deceased allows them to return to the living. Amemiya Kenichi glanced at Sasori, and a sudden flash of thought struck him, like some of Sasori's stories. He remembered Sasori making a pair of puppets, named Father and Mother, suggesting that Sasori harbored a deep longing for his parents. Scorpion, do you want one? Amemiya Kenichi asked softly, looking at Sasori. He knew some of Sasori's story, and after all, he was a close friend. If Sasori desired, he could arrange for their resurrection. It wouldn't be difficult. I'll give up. This form of resurrection isn't permanent, is it? Scorpion looked at Nohara, whose face still bore cracks. The girl bore a striking resemblance to his puppet, but when Nohara opened her eyes, Scorpion realized his creation seemed to lack something. Well, this will only last a year at most. But combined with the Kisui Tensei technique, a perfect resurrection can be achieved. Amemiya Ken nodded. Scorpion's abilities were still decent, and he could see the drawbacks of impure world reincarnation. However, those drawbacks were a thing of the past. Combining impure world reincarnation with Kisui Tensei could achieve a perfect resurrection, though this was also dependent on the resurrected subject's age before death. Lifespan remained an unsolved problem. Amemiya Ken's impure world reincarnation combined with Kisui Tensei could only resurrect the deceased to their pre-death state, but not to their childhood or youth. Otherwise, he could search for the graves of powerful deceased individuals and resurrect them. Wouldn't that mean he could create a ninja army in a matter of seconds? Perfect resurrection. Scorpion instantly raised his head, his eyes gleaming as he gazed at Kenichi Amemiya. Beside him, Deidara's mouth dropped open in surprise. This was resurrection. Well, Scorpion, you're my dear friend. It's no big deal to help you. Do you have your parents' remains? Kenichi Amemiya nodded. The Kisui Tensei technique was powerful. Its only drawback was that it required the caster to sacrifice himself. But for Kenichi Amemiya, this wasn't a problem. Under the control of the parasite, he had overcome this major drawback. Now, Kenichi Amemiya didn't worry about the deaths of his key subordinates. Death was death, at worst. Resurrection was fine. However, this didn't mean Kenichi Amemiya intended to send his men to their deaths. Sending them to death was impossible, absolutely impossible. Kisui Tensei could resurrect, but it was ultimately a 1-for-1 trade. If a Jounin died, he would have to sacrifice another. It was a terrible loss. My parents' remains are buried in the village, so I might need to go. Scorpion, after a moment's effort, couldn't help but cry. He had longed for parental love since childhood, otherwise, he wouldn't have created two puppets of his father and mother. These two puppets had always been Scorpion's most precious possessions. Resurrection is fine, but Scorpion, if your parents were resurrected and knew what you'd done, could you guarantee they wouldn't be angry? Amemiya Kenichi didn't rush to turn. The airship was already flying over the ocean, and the two remaining Konoha ninjas were already restrained. Amemiya Kenichi didn't mind resurrecting Scorpion's parents, but a question had occurred to him earlier. Resurrecting Scorpion's parents was easy, but what about afterward? That wasn't so much of a problem. Scorpion had betrayed the village, even killing the village cage, and turning him into a puppet. In a sense, Scorpion's actions had severed ties with the Sand village. This was probably why Uchiha cared so much about Scorpion, but couldn't bring him back. She knew Scorpion wouldn't come back, and she knew it was impossible for him to. Sasori fell silent. Just now, Overwhelmed by the joy of his parents' resurrection, he thought more carefully. Even if he resurrected his parents, would they accept him now? Sasori's parents died young, but throughout his childhood, he'd heard from Grandma Chiyo that his parents died for the village. This showed that his parents were undoubtedly loyal to the village, yet he had betrayed it. He might be able to hide his feelings at first, but what about later? Could he truly endure facing his parents' hatred? Sasori fell silent, and Amemiya Kenichi didn't turn, continuing his flight towards the land of water. Deidara, sensing the silence, also fell silent. Amemiya senpai was someone he respected, and Sasori was his friend and elder brother, so Deidara didn't know what to say in this situation. Speaking of resurrection, though, Deidara didn't seem to have anyone in particular he wanted to resurrect. That was a good thing. He didn't have to deal with the struggles of Sasori. Kenichi Amemiya glanced at the motionless Nohara-rin. Speaking of which, how many years older was Obito now than Nohara-rin? But with Obito's current grimacing appearance, it was hard to tell. Meanwhile, Kenichi Amemiya felt a vibration in his trouser pocket. He swallowed and pulled out his phone. It was his teacher calling. There was only a flashing red light, and since only the teacher had the phone, it could only be him contacting him. Kenichi, I've discovered something very interesting. Come to the test base on Happo Island in the land of water. His teacher's excited voice made Kenichi Amemiya breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed the teacher didn't know Sarutobi Hiruzen was dead. Okay, teacher, I'll come over later. Kenichi Amemiya had barely finished speaking when the teacher hung up, which intrigued Kenichi. What had the teacher come up with? Why was he so excited? He'd have to go over and see for himself. Tenma, that bastard. Tsunade angrily smashed a table. The ANBU beside him lowered their heads silently. Here we go. Since Tsunade-sama took the throne as Hokage, she'd smashed countless tables. He'd heard from colleagues in the finance department that they'd even learned from the hidden Kumo village's experience and established a special fund for compensating for damaged tables. They'd also formed a partnership with a furniture workshop in Konoha. Shizune, what did that guy do? Tsunade glared at her subordinate. Shizune's eyes were red, and she lowered her head. She'd only been discovered when Tsunade brought the injured to Konoha Hospital for recuperation. I don't know, Tsunade-sama, but I checked everything in the hospital afterwards and discovered that some disease research data was missing from the archives. And then there were the missing Hyuga Hinori and 2 genin. Shizune lowered her head. She had no idea when she'd been controlled. Her only memory was a pair of red eyes, and then Tsunade's frantic attempts to wake her. Hyuga Hinori? Are you talking about the Nano syndrome patient? Tsunade narrowed her eyes. Though she was Hokage, she was also a medical ninja, well versed in some of Konoha's ailments, especially Hinata Hinori. She was a talented ninja from the Hyuga clan. The clan leader had originally invited her to see her. However, those infected with nanodosis were basically beyond recovery. The fact that she was still alive was due to her special constitution. What does the nanodosis demon want to do? Tsunade had a bad feeling. Could this demon be planning to develop some strange gadget? Chapter 423, The Embrace of the Venomous Snake. Have you all read the report from Konoha? From my Wagakure, that Tsuchikage Noki sat at his seat, placing a paper document on the table. He looked sternly at the several Iwagakure leaders seated around the table. Heh, even though Konoha lost Sarutobi Hiruzen, does that mean our losses are less? You know, Huantu is still in the hospital recovering from his injuries. An Iwagakure leader scoffed in dissatisfaction. In his view, anything Konoha said was meaningless. What was the point of an apology without actual compensation? But the current situation in the ninja world isn't conducive to us initiating a conflict. Furthermore, a large number of Uchiha clan members did defect from Konoha. That's a fact. If Konoha is to be held responsible based on this, then should we also be blamed for the actions of the defectors from Iwagakure? Another elder shook her head. She wasn't optimistic about starting a war now. While Konoha could be held responsible for the attack on the allied shinobi, its greatest enemy remained the individual responsible. According to intelligence reports, that individual was none other than Tenma. This made Iwagakure's plan to attack Konoha somewhat untenable. If they use the recent attacks on village caravans and ninja teams by Konoha ninja as an excuse, Konoha would have already established that the ninja was a traitor, with ample evidence. Holding on to the traitor would be a problem. Traitorous ninjas are typically reported to every ninja village to demonstrate that the individual has defected and their actions have nothing to do with the village, thus avoiding further disputes. Every ninja village has its share of traitors, the difference being the number. Using this as an excuse to attack Konoha would set a bad precedent, prompting other ninja villages to use their own traitors against them. That would be a recipe for chaos. After all, every ninja village has its share of traitors, some of whom have posed a significant threat to other villages. So, wouldn't Iwagakure have its share of traitors? Didn't Deidara, the explosive kid Noki had previously favored, also defect? What about the ninja we sacrificed? Sacrificing more people, just for the sake of these sacrificed ninja? I think you're crazy. The two high-ranking officials began to exchange sharp words, giving Noki a headache. The situation within the Iwagakure village was essentially divided into two camps. One faction supported demanding compensation from Konoha, threatening to declare war and divide the Fire Nation if it wasn't paid. The other faction, the Doves, opposed declaring war on Konoha over this matter and advocated a peaceful solution. As for the centrists, Noki was the biggest centrist. This whole situation had resonated with a sense of unease from beginning to end. To Noki, the dispute with the Fire Nation was a minor issue. The bigger question was who was occupying the Water Nation, what was their true strength, and why had the Tenma appeared at the allied shinobi's base, even brazenly launching an attack. According to Huangtu, the demons' attack was only possible because they had advance warning. If they hadn't, wouldn't the casualties have been even greater? Huangtu said that the force of that thing's explosion even surpassed Noki's own most powerful ninjutsu. This was outrageous. The last time someone was this powerful was when two monstrous creatures, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, died early. Fortunately, they died early, otherwise Konoha might not be so small now, and even the surrounding large nations would have been swallowed up by the Fire Nation. Enough. Noki knocked on the table, and the entire meeting room fell silent. However, the hawkish elder still had a look of indignation on his face, and it was clear that he saw this as a great opportunity. Even so, everyone present knew that all important matters in Iwagakure village must be decided by Noki. Once Noki made a decision, there was virtually no way for others to oppose it. This was the power Noki had cultivated over the years within the village. For this matter, let's wait and see the attitudes of the Kumo village and the Sand village. If they intend to divide the Land of Fire, then. Anoki's eyes flickered. He had previously informed the Sand village of the attack on his village, and added an extra piece of information to the Kumo village. That was that the ninjas who attacked their Iwagakure village were wearing Kumo village's forehead protectors. If the Sand village and the Kumo village intended to take this opportunity to divide the Land of Fire, then their Iwagakure village would definitely join the battle. Such an advantage would be taken if not taken. However, if the Kumo village and the Sand village did not make a move, then they would naturally do nothing. If they do not intend to divide it, then the main purpose this time is still to target the Land of Water. Don't forget, this time the rewards given by the daimyo are 3 times as much as before. Anoki said with a serious expression. The near annihilation of the allied ninja forces, before they'd even launched a strike, had already shaken the daimyos of the 4 great ninja villages. The terrifying power of the explosion had deeply intimidated these cowards. To save their lives and to completely eradicate this threat, the daimyos tripled the original commission fees. Triple. It was an outrageous sum, and even Anoki couldn't help but be moved. With such a large sum of money, most of the problems that had been delayed due to lack of funds in the Iwagakure village could be solved. Anoki even thought that the daimyos had probably already drained their entire fortunes. If they hadn't, it would be difficult to come up with such a large sum. These bastards had previously asked them for money, claiming financial difficulties, but then saying that the harvest was poor and the daimyos had no food left. He would be a fool if he continued to believe that. Intensify contact with the Sand village and the Kumo village. I need to know their intentions immediately. Following Noki's orders, group after group of ninjas left the Sand village. Such groups were numerous throughout the ninja world, tacitly avoiding the Land of Fire and moving between the smaller nations. A large net slowly unfurled, but whose prey it was destined to capture remained unknown. Kenichi, come and take a look. Is this the temperature detector you mentioned? As soon as Amemiya Kenichi arrived at Happo Island, he was pulled into the laboratory by his excited teacher. Amemiya Kenichi stared with some surprise at the device in his teacher's hand. It looked like a telescope, but the lens was enormous. Wearing it on his head, it took up his entire face. He had just settled Deidara and Sasori when he arrived to hear the teacher mention the temperature detector. It was indeed a gadget Amemiya Kenichi had mentioned to his teacher before, but he hadn't been optimistic that he could develop it. But to his surprise, he actually did. Let me try them on. Amemiya Kenichi picked up the glasses and put them on. They were indeed large, covering his head and nose completely, leaving only his mouth exposed. The teacher had turned off the lights. In the dim light, he could barely see anything, but when he turned his head, he saw the teacher's thermal image. Exposed skin showed the highest temperature, showing clearly. Clothes were also visible, but overall, he could only make out a figure standing there, unable to make out much more detail. But that was enough. Amemiya Kenichi glanced around the lab again. The alcohol lamps in the lab looked rather strange on the thermal image, and then he took off his glasses. Teacher, this. Amemiya Kenichi was surprised. Honestly, he hadn't thought Orochimaru could develop what he'd been talking about, but he hadn't expected the teacher to actually do it, and to achieve such impressive results. While the device was large and heavy, for a ninja, the weight wasn't a major issue. He could wear it all day without any problems. The only problem was that it affected his vision. However, it was a very useful tool for monitoring the enemy at night. But before Amemiya Kenichi could finish his words, he felt a gust of wind, followed by a pair of soft hands around his neck, resting on his chest. Kenichi, the teacher's voice rang out. He could even feel the teacher's slender figure behind him. He had previously conducted experiments on this girl, and he knew the incredible physique beneath her seemingly plain exterior. But now, this seemingly ambiguous moment sent goosebumps all over Amemiya Kenichi's body. He didn't think the teacher's embrace was meant to engage him in anything beyond the friendship of a teacher and student. This was Orochimaru. After all, Amemiya Kenichi felt as if he were being entangled by a venomous snake, its tongue slithering along his neck. I heard you killed the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the teacher said softly, her voice warm and pleasant. He could even feel the teacher's breath on his neck, but the pressure on him only grew. As expected, the teacher knew about this. Amemiya Kenichi even suspected that Konoha had revealed it. However, Konoha couldn't hide it, even if they wanted to. The ninjas from other ninja villages would probably know too. So, it would be better to reveal it directly, so that everyone would know that Tenma had killed Sarutobi Hiruzen, and naturally the teacher would know as well. Yes, teacher, when I used the nuclear weapon, the Sannin Hokage was at the Allied Shinobi base below. He's probably dead. Amemiya Kenichi spoke calmly, his breathing steady. At the same time, dense lightning patterns appeared in the corners of his eyes. If the teacher dared to attack, Amemiya Kenichi would immediately counterattack. Although the teacher had activated the main Gekyo, he also had the Sage mode, and he had mastered it. If a fight between them really came to this, Amemiya Kenichi didn't worry about being at a disadvantage. In the darkness, the teacher didn't say anything, but Amemiya Kenichi could feel the teacher's hands tightening a little, and his breathing became more erratic. It seemed Orochimaru still held some affection for his former mentor, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Could it be that his presence and guidance had led his teacher down a different path? One that didn't resent the village or Sarutobi Hiruzen? Was this just shooting himself in the foot? Amemiya Kenichi didn't know, but at that moment, all his chakra was silently gathering. After an unknown amount of time, the teacher released his grip. How terrifying, my disciple. I never imagined you'd reach this point. The teacher's voice returned to normal, but with a hint of coldness. With a wave of his hand, the lights flickered on. The teacher stood before him, smiling, but his eyes held a hint of coldness. Teacher, I didn't expect Sarutobi Hiruzen to be down there. At heart, I'm a man who respects his teachers. Amemiya Kenichi scratched his head in frustration. He was speaking the truth. You have to know that after crossing over, he was a war orphan. If Orochimaru hadn't appeared and taken him away, Kenichi Amemiya's development would have been even more difficult. Furthermore, the root had a good habit of recruiting members from orphanages. If he were targeted by the root, it would have been even more troublesome. Furthermore, although Orochimaru had been somewhat harsh on him at first, after becoming his disciple, he taught him by example and proved to be a very good teacher. Orochimaru looked at his student indifferently. Upon learning that her teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had died at the hands of the demon, a ripple of emotion welled up in her calm heart. Her emotions were truly complex at that moment, and it was hard to say what she felt. However, thinking that Sarutobi Hiruzen had been implanted with cancer cells, and that his future survival was unlikely, Orochimaru gradually calmed down. This time, she was testing Kenichi Amemiya more to see if her student was a ruthless person. If so, she would have to be wary. If you kill Sarutobi Hiruzen, Konoha will definitely not let it go. They might even infer that the demons have taken over the land of water. You should make preparations in advance. The teacher waved her hand, her tone somewhat complicated. Amemiya Kenichi shrugged. He had already made this plan. After all, as he did more and more things, it became increasingly difficult to maintain his facade. Sooner or later, he would be exposed. Just as Amemiya Kenichi was about to say something, he felt his ring warm. He subconsciously glanced down and saw it was the ring used by the Akatsuki organization for communication. It seems the organization has also learned of this news. Orochimaru glanced at his student and noticed that Amemiya Kenichi's expression was not panic, but even a hint of amusement. Could it be? Orochimaru was lost in thought. Chapter 424 Hokage's Funeral. Captain, are we here today for that mission issued by the 4 Great Daimyos? Kakuzu licked his lips, seemingly excited. After all, as a mercenary ninja who frequently took on missions, he'd seen plenty, but few with bounties this high. It must be that mission. I heard the bounty on that mission surpassed all the other missions at the gold exchange. The other figure nodded. Kenichi Amemiya glanced at the other figure. Although his features couldn't be seen clearly in the slidder shell, his hairstyle alone told him who he was. A renegade ninja from the Hidden Mist village with a vast chakra reserve, Hashirama Kikisame. Seeing Hashirama Kikisame reminded Kenichi Amemiya of something interesting, like the scene he'd seen on a short video platform where a greasy man cosplayed Hashirama Kikisame and sang. But Hashirama Kikisame definitely wasn't that man. Kenichi Amemiya glanced around. This time, the organization had likely issued a general assembly order, so almost everyone was present. Kenichi even noticed that the person standing across from him was none other than Obito, wearing a mask and seemingly impersonating a hoodlum. The man noticed Kenichi's gaze and gave him an exaggerated greeting, instantly drawing the attention of all the members. Kenichi Amemiya's mouth twitched. Obito must have been doing this on purpose. He hadn't expected Obito to maintain his hoodlum persona. Besides Obito, Sasori and Deidara were also present, along with 2 other unfamiliar faces. Kenichi Amemiya glanced at them and dismissed them. While he didn't know who they were, he assumed they were just cannon fodder. Kakuzu was consuming his teammates faster than the organization could replenish them. Hidden, Kakuzu's ideal partner, was currently in his teacher's lab. Therefore, any Akatsuki member who teamed up with Kakuzu would be easily defeated if they weren't strong enough. As for their heads, they naturally became Kakuzu's treasury. Silence. Nagato, who had been silent until then, spoke, and the members who had been discussing the matter fell silent instantly. Obito's eyes were calm, and it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. I've called everyone together today. On the one hand, it's to explain the monthly mission schedule, and on the other hand, Nagato glanced at Amemiya Kenichi. He had heard of Amemiya Kenichi's plan. Now that the Hidden Mist village in the Land of Water had been destroyed, it proved that Amemiya Kenichi's plan had begun. The future of Akatsuki became Nagato's most pressing question. Tama, what do you say about the Hidden Mist village in the Land of Water? Nagato looked at Amemiya Kenichi. If he wanted to drag the entire Akatsuki organization onto Amemiya Kenichi's bandwagon, a showdown was necessary. This would also avoid the awkward situation of one's own people fighting against one's own. This was the main reason Nagato had called a full meeting. Orochimaru glanced at his disciples. Seeing that their leader didn't seem surprised at the capture of the Hidden Mist village, her suspicions were likely true. The Akatsuki guys were no idiots, and upon hearing their leader's words, they realized that the recent hottest topic in the ninja world, the capture of the Land of Water, might have something to do with you, a member of the organization. Yes, I captured the hidden mist village in the Land of Water, and it has now become my sphere of influence, Kenichi Amemiya admitted frankly. For a moment, silence fell in the space of the magic lantern. Everyone looked at Kenichi Amemiya in astonishment, excluding Nagato and Orochimaru. Although Obito had known about this for a long time, he still pretended to be very surprised, in order to maintain his image. The Land of Water was captured by you? Then you are the one who destroyed the hidden mist village? Hashirama Kikisame was a little shocked. When he first learned about the destruction of the hidden mist village, he still felt a little uncomfortable. After all, he was a traitor to the hidden mist village. As a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, it's impossible to say that Hashirama Kikisame felt no sense of belonging to the hidden mist village. It was only at Uchiha Madara's invitation that he joined the Akatsuki organization and worked alongside them on the Moon Eye project. However, he was surprised to hear the news of the hidden mist village's destruction. As a ninja from the hidden mist village, he knew his village well. In his opinion, while the hidden mist village was somewhat weak, even Konoha, the Land of Fire, would find it unlikely to annex it so quickly. Yet, the hidden mist village was indeed destroyed. It was me, Amemiya Ken nodded. There was no need to hide such a thing, and it wouldn't last long. He had wanted to suppress the news, to give himself some time to recover. But now that the 4 nations had already revealed it, Amemiya Kenichi naturally didn't care. After all, the matter was now known to the entire ninja world. To suppress the news was a pipe dream and sheer folly. The Land of Water is rich, isn't it? Kakuzu looked at Kenichi Amemiya with envy. He didn't care about news of the destruction of the ninja villages. He only cared about money. He figured if the daimyos of the 4 great kingdoms were so wealthy, the Land of Water must have plenty as well. Quite rich. Kenichi Amemiya glanced at Kakuzu with a half smile. Kakuzu cared nothing more than money. Enough money would make everything easy, a bit like a money-grubbing monk. But now, Kakuzu frowned at Kenichi Amemiya. Now that Kenichi Amemiya had taken over the Land of Water, wouldn't this mission be impossible? They couldn't possibly accept this mission and then attack their own territory, could they? That would be foolish, and judging by the leader's expression, Kakuzu knew he probably had no such intentions. Then we can go to the Land of Water, Obito said excitedly. Kenichi Amemiya glanced at him, wondering what Obito was thinking. Kenichi Amemiya, however, didn't care about Obito's statement. Whether Obito came or not was the final word. After all, even if he didn't want Obito to come in, he could sneak in anytime, anywhere. Black Zetsu was a disgusting creature. And while the thermal imaging technology his teacher had developed was effective, Kenichi Amemiya was skeptical of its effectiveness. Black Zetsu seemed to emerge from underground, proving he had some burrowing ability. Naturally, thermal imaging would be blocked by the earth, making it impossible to see Black Zetsu hidden beneath it. I plan to move our organization's base to the Land of Water and incorporate it into Akatsuki's territory, Nagato began. Everyone was stunned, even Obito, unable to help but glance at Kenichi Amemiya. Was this a sign that Nagato was planning to steal Kenichi Amemiya's fruit? This delighted Obito. He had been worried about a possible collaboration between Kenichi Amemiya and Nagato. If so, Obito would have to do whatever it took to kill Nagato, or get his eyes back. With Nagato's Rinnegan in hand, who knows how much more trouble this Amemiya Kenichi could cause him. He'd probably just have to quickly resurrect Uchiha Madara through the impure world reincarnation and let him take action. Amemiya Kenichi narrowed his eyes. He naturally took in everyone's reactions, but he was most concerned with Obito's. He saw Obito's fleeting moment of surprise. Chief, I remember that the Land of Water is my territory, right? Amemiya Kenichi said grimly, his tone thick with hostility. Nagato froze for a moment. There was no need to discuss this matter. But then, Nagato realized something. Yes, but you are also a member of our Akatsuki organization. If you refuse to accept it, then you are an enemy of the organization. Nagato spoke calmly, his tone unsuspecting. Everyone knew that this was the leader's character. Do I have to work for the organization for nothing? Amemiya Kenichi's tone grew even more furious. Of all the people present, Sasori and Deidara simultaneously looked at Nagato, while Orochimaru, lost in thought, his gaze lingering between Amemiya, Kenichi and Nagato. Hashiga Kikisame and Uchiha Obito, on the other hand, seemed to be watching the show. The organization will give you some compensation, Nagato continued. Even if they truly wanted to take Amemiya Kenichi's spoils, the Akatsuki organization couldn't just give nothing in return. That would dampen the enthusiasm of the members present, and it was almost time to back down. Soon, Nagato and Amemiya Kenichi began arguing over what to give, but in the end, nothing came of it. Nagato ended the group gathering, simply stating that the Akatsuki headquarters would be relocating to the Land of Water, and that Amemiya Kenichi would be given ample compensation. Of course, this compensation couldn't be given openly, so Nagato dragged Amemiya Kenichi into a small meeting to discuss it. This action didn't arouse suspicion. Although Obito was somewhat worried, he felt relieved when he thought about the recent dispute between Amemiya Kenichi and Nagato and his recent performance. Let's first collect enough corpses of powerful individuals. I hope Black Zetsu can be more efficient. Obito sighed. Black Zetsu was already digging through the ninja world. The impure world reincarnation technique was powerful, but it still needed some improvement. The previous prototype of Uchiha Madara had completely failed to meet Obito's expectations. While it had some strength, it was still too weak to be used to resurrect the real Uchiha Madara. Whether to reincarnate Uchiha Madara was also a concern of Obito's, but with the increasing pressure from Amemiya Kenichi, Obito gradually lost focus. As for Orochimaru, before leaving, he glanced at his student and leader once more and smiled. It was truly interesting. Here, let us express our deepest condolences and respect for the passing of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. In Konoha, the fifth Hokage, Tsunade, was attending a funeral. Tsunade had attended many funerals recently. The attack on the allied shinobi resulted in the sacrifice of many Konoha ninjas. Although the third Hokage single-handedly protected the majority, some unfortunate individuals perished in the horrific explosion. Those who survived died while waiting for Tsunade to arrive. As Tsunade began to treat them, she discovered that the organs of the injured were not in good condition, as if a deadly pathogen and toxin were constantly robbing them of their life force. This resulted in many deaths despite her best efforts. Therefore, the first funeral was a joint one for all the ninjas, followed by the individual funerals of the various clans, and finally the Hokages. Because of Sarutobi Hiruzen's status, his funeral was the most grand and special. Under a gathering cloud, Konoha was filled with the occasional sobbing, and occasionally a few low murmurs could be heard, wishing for peace. Hokage-sama. The villagers held the Sandaime Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, a long-serving leader. Furthermore, the survival of the ninja present was closely linked to the Sandaime Hokage. It was the Hokage who sacrificed his own life to protect the flame of Konoha. Rest in peace, third Hokage. Someone cried out, and a chorus of voices followed, venting their fear and anger, their fury soaring to the skies. Tsunade clutched the railing tightly, watching the scene unfold before her. She knew this was Konoha's will of fire. Though the old man had committed many sins, at least he had truly lived up to the promise of a Hokage. Wherever Konoha's leaves danced, the fire burned eternally. Elders, I wonder what you think of my proposal now? Tsunade asked softly, looking at the flames in front of her. Koharu and Kadoen, standing behind Tsunade, looked at each other in silence, then sighed together. The situation is set. What can be done? Now Tsunade only needs to raise her arm and make a call, and everything will be irreversible. If Tsunade is cruel enough, she can even take this opportunity to completely strip them of their power. Just listen to the words of the fifth Hokage. Mito Kadoen lowered his head. At this moment, Konoha had no other comments. Tsunade nodded, then it was time to implement the plan. The ninja's sacrifice would not be in vain. Someone would have to pay the price. When we meet next time, Orochimaru, we will be mortal enemies. Tsunade muttered to herself, while at the funeral scene below, people were still shouting excitedly, bidding farewell to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chapter 425, Kenichi Amemiya's Intelligence Network. I didn't expect you to conquer the Land of Water and the Hidden Mist Village by yourself. In the illusionary space, only Kenichi Amemiya and Nagato remained, and Nagato no longer bothered to pretend. It was just luck, and the Hidden Mist Village's strength isn't that great. Kenichi Amemiya shrugged. Taking over the Hidden Mist Village had indeed exceeded his expectations. After all, Kenichi had initially assumed that a single atomic bomb wouldn't be enough to defeat the Hidden Mist Village. After all, the Hidden Mist Village still had the Three Tails. But who knew that even the Three Tails couldn't withstand Kenichi Amemiya's atomic bomb? While the enemy survived, they were barely surviving, and it was Kenichi Amemiya who ultimately put an end to their suffering. Perhaps the atomic bomb had some special benefit for the ninja world. Even if it's not great, it's still a ninja village. Nagato sighed as he looked at Kenichi Amemiya. Although he had initially decided to cooperate with Kenichi Amemiya, he hadn't anticipated his rapid advance. Without even asking for his help, Kenichi Amemiya single-handedly conquered both the Hidden Mist Village and the Land of Water. This caused Nagato to look at Kenichi with a complex expression. This guy was truly a madman. Conquering the Hidden Mist Village and the Land of Water wasn't a problem. After all, it wasn't impossible for Nagato to do so, if he wanted to. The Super Shinra Tensei he'd been preparing for was capable of sweeping away an entire ninja village, and he could even handle the Three Tails. However, the challenge wasn't the capture itself, but the situation it would face afterward. The Akatsuki organization was powerful enough to conquer a ninja village and a country, but Nagato remained dormant until now, and hadn't even begun his plan to collect the tailed beasts. He wanted to avoid attacking them all, but if he did, he would strike with one strike, and gather them all as quickly as possible. This was to avoid being noticed by the ninja villages and the possibility of a combined attack. Even with his Rinnegan, Nagato felt hesitant to face an attack from 5 villages, hence the lengthy preparations. But he hadn't expected Kenichi Amemiya to act so quickly. Before Nagato could even prepare, he had already taken the Hidden Mist Village and dealt a heavy blow to the allied shinobi forces. This made Nagato feel a little overwhelmed by Kenichi Amemiya. If you move your base here, will that guy notice something? Kenichi Amemiya narrowed his eyes. He had initially disapproved of Akatsuki's move to the Land of Water, believing it would be beneficial for him to have Akatsuki rooted in the heart of the ninja world. If all 4 ninja villages simultaneously attacked the Land of Water, with Akatsuki at the center, he would have more strategic options. With a 2-pronged attack, he might even be able to steal a few ninja villages' backs, or perhaps Nagato could deploy a Super Shinra Tensei in other villages, quickly stabilizing the situation. Kenichi Amemiya had been curious. If Nagato's Super Shinra Tensei was so powerful, why didn't he just spend a few days unleashing a Super Shinra Tensei in each village? Then, wouldn't the allied shinobi force have faced so much trouble later? The Super Shinra Tensei completely crushed even Konoha, inflicting countless casualties. Even Kakashi perished during Nagato's attack on Konoha. One can only imagine the power of the Super Shinra Tensei. Even if a few powerful ninjas survived, it would have solved most of the problems and even eliminated talented individuals who might pose a threat in the future. However, he later realized that his identity as a Tenma had been exposed. Konoha and the other ninja villages knew that if Akatsuki remained in the heart of the ninja world, it would likely be besieged. Furthermore, Akatsuki's relocation to the Land of Water would also facilitate Kenichi Amemiya's control and research of Obito and Black Zetsu. After all, Nagato was already in the Land of Water, so it was impossible for Uchiha Obito not to come, right? And if Obito arrived, Black Zetsu would naturally follow. Once Black Zetsu arrived, Kenichi Amemiya would investigate how Black Zetsu could cross the sea. Could he even merge into the sea? He could also strike a blow against Obito. When Obito arrives, he'll bring out the resurrected Nohara right in front of him, and then, maybe even try to date her, thus striking down that bastard Obito on all fronts. Killing someone, destroying their soul, is the most cruel method for Obito. I don't think so. After all, the news that you, the Tenma, attacked the allied shinobi forces, leading to the death of the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, has spread throughout the ninja world. Nagato shook his head. He wasn't particularly worried about this. He'd only made his decision after hearing this intelligence today. After all, since the Tenma attacked the Konoha Hokage, leading to his death, it was perfectly natural for the Akatsuki to move to the Land of Water to avoid being implicated. Even if that guy was suspicious, he wouldn't be able to uncover any clues. After all, if the Akatsuki remained in the land of rain, they would sooner or later be attacked by the various ninja villages. Amemiya nodded. That made sense. He'd already killed Sarutobi Hiruzen, and if he continued as the Tenma, the Akatsuki would still be respected by the other ninja villages, but there was also the possibility of them being attacked. Therefore, relocating was perfectly natural. Have you tried to study them recently? What were the results? Amemiya Kenichi yawned. He had exited the ethereal space earlier and returned to his laboratory in the Water Kingdom's capital. Now he could slowly chat with Nagato about what had happened recently. No, they've all been acting perfectly normal. I've tried searching for the guy you mentioned, but even with my Rinnegan, I couldn't find him. Nagato was feeling down. He'd tried searching for Black Zetsu before, but couldn't find him. This had made Nagato lose his appetite for a while. The thought of someone spying on him while he ate made him uneasy. He even worried about Konan being spied on while she showered. After all, Konan was a good friend, but since she was a girl, Nagato didn't know how to explain it. If that guy was so easy to find, it wouldn't be so disgusting. Amemiya Kenichi wasn't too concerned. Black Zetsu's combat abilities might not be great, but his concealment was absolutely top-notch. To some extent, if one considers Black Zetsu as the protagonist of Naruto, one would realize that this is a behind-the-scenes novel of Black Zetsu saves his mother. Black Zetsu, the mastermind villain, leverages the abilities of the idiot Uchiha Madara to achieve his own ambitions. However, this also indirectly proves that Black Zetsu's strength is not that great. If Black Zetsu were truly powerful, why would Uchiha Madara need his help? He could accomplish his plan on his own. It is precisely because of Black Zetsu's incompetence that he requires the help of Uchiha Madara. Therefore, it can be concluded that Black Zetsu does not possess the power to subdue the tailed beasts, at least not the Nine Tails. Who is that person you're talking about? Nagato frowned and looked at Amemiya Kenichi. He knew very little about Black Zetsu, only that he was with the man claiming to be Uchiha Madara. I don't know. The only time I saw him was at the organization's base. Amemiya Kenichi shook his head. He knew Black Zetsu was a temporary creation of Kaguya Satsuki, but how was he going to explain this to Nagato? The initial appearance of Kaguya Satsuki was a complete setback. With so little foreshadowing, everyone assumed Uchiha Madara was the ultimate villain and final boss. Then, out of nowhere, Kaguya Satsuki showed up. Then, suddenly, Black Zetsu turned on Black Tiger and ripped out his heart, then began to lay out his grand plan. So, did he have to tell Nagato about Black Zetsu's story of saving his mother? But that would mean explaining how he knew such ancient events too much trouble. Nagato sighed, unsure of the man's true identity. With such powerful concealment skills, what was he planning? And why had he joined the Akatsuki? And since he'd never revealed this ability to him, what was he trying to do by hiding it? His intentions were truly despicable. By the way, when the organization relocates here, I want to study the Outer Path statue, Amemiya Kenichi thought, his mind racing. The Outer Path statue was the incarnation of the divine tree. Even though the nine-tailed beasts had been drained, leaving only a shell, it still held some research value. That's not a problem. After all, I still need to compensate you, but didn't you already take some? Nagato looked at Amemiya Kenichi in confusion. He remembered that Amemiya Kenichi had redeemed a reward before. I never have too much of this kind of stuff, Amemiya Kenichi said with a smile, but he had a different idea in mind. The Outer Path demon statue was quite powerful, but its full form required the fusion of all nine-tailed beasts to create the 10 tails Jinchuriki. Amemiya Kenichi was thinking that if he could study the Outer Path demon statue and fill it with all nine-tailed beasts, it would be a way to become stronger in itself. However, this required the activation of the Rinnegan. Controlling the Outer Path demon statue was directly related to the Rinnegan, and without the Rinnegan, it would be impossible to control the Outer Path demon statue. Therefore, Amemiya Kenichi planned to first study whether the Outer Path demon statue could be destroyed. If so, even if Uchiha Madara were to be resurrected, it would not be a big problem. Even if Uchiha Madara were resurrected now, it wouldn't be a major problem. After all, the Outer Path demon statue requires an immense amount of chakra. Nagato's emaciated state stems from the fact that he was drained of his chakra after summoning it. If he were to use it a few more times, Nagato could be dead before Naruto even grows up and uses his mouth-to-mouth technique. If Uchiha Madara were resurrected, he'd have to solve two problems: how to regain the Rinnegan, and how to fully revive. Now that Chiyo is dead, there's no one else who knows of his own reincarnation. That's no problem, Nagato didn't refuse. It was just the outer path demon statue. If Amemiya Kenichi's plan went smoothly, then even giving it to him wouldn't matter. Nagato simply wanted to create a peaceful world and fulfill his dear friend's last wish. After exiting the illusionary space, Amemiya Kenichi pinched his brow. The current situation in the ninja world was somewhat treacherous. He wasn't sure what the other 4 ninja villages were thinking, nor did he know what Konoha was planning. Although he tasked Kabuto Yakushi and Uchiha Shiri with establishing an intelligence network, building one was never an easy task, and achieving results quickly was exceedingly difficult. Currently, the only reliable way to obtain intelligence was through purchasing it from information dealers and having Kabuto Yakushi provide it. However, before he could even finish dealing with matters in the ninja world, Obito and Black Zetsu were about to arrive, making Amemiya Kenichi even busier. Shiri, Amemiya Kenichi called out, and Uchiha Shiri, using the flickering technique, instantly appeared before him, bowing her head respectfully. Give this to Kabuto Yakushi. You know where he is, right? Amemiya Kenichi wrote something on a slip of paper and handed it to Uchiha Shiri, who took it respectfully and nodded. She did know Kabuto Yakushi's location. Uchiha Shiri then extended her hand, and the slip vanished into his hand. Amemiya Kenichi stroked his chin. He wasn't sure if this would work, but he had to give it a try. If it did, that would be great, but if it didn't, it wouldn't matter. A leisurely move. That lord's idea is truly unique. Kabuto Yakushi was not surprised by the sudden appearance of the note. After picking it up and glancing at it, he was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help licking his lips. He had been stirring up trouble in Iwagakure village recently, following Amemiya Kenichi's instructions, stirring up the people's emotions, and it was working quite well. Sure enough, the people's emotions can be manipulated. Kabuto Yakushi looked out at the village and smiled. He then turned and picked up his belongings. Now that Amemiya-sama had issued a new order, it was almost time for him to leave. Furthermore, the Iwagakure hounds had been tracking him for a while, and if he didn't leave now, it would be difficult. Kabuto Yakushi rubbed his face. Thankfully, that lord had given him an ninjutsu specifically suited for espionage. With his face, leaving Iwagakure would be no problem. It just so happened that Iwagakure village was organizing a large-scale caravan at this time. Previously, the caravans had been attacked by the enemy. Now that this issue was resolved, he needed to quickly resume his normal life. So, a merchant from Iwagakure village named Doken Hiroshi followed the caravan out of Iwagakure village and headed towards Konoha. Not long after Doken Hiroshi left, the ANBU of Iwagakure village also came to the room where he lived, but there was no clue here, and the ANBU finally left the room in disappointment. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.